This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such an ulterior motive for putting me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come aboard to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader?
Don't remember his name.
You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now, these people are in very high positions,
Yes.
Ooh, welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 289. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khalid.
And today, we finally made it, fam. We finally made it. The long, strange trip of the Epstein-pocalypse is finally upon us.
Yeah, although it's kind of like not, I mean, what could one really expect? But I mean, it's kind of apparent that like it's kind of apparent that like the limitations of this drop or the scantness of it is kind of like a contravention of the law and the obligation to actually release all this stuff. Mm-hmm. So they've kind of been derelict their responsibilities on that end. So this is only kind of a fraction of what we should have, but.
Exactly.
There is some stuff in here.
There are some things. Yeah. It's interesting. We knew that when I think we decided to do this earlier this week to bump our public episode and wait till Saturday for these documents to come out. And we were very aware at the time that, like we could end up like stumbling kind of into a trap, like in the sense of either they would not be released on Friday.
That, like everything would probably be exactly. Yeah. We were like, well, let's do Saturday because like we don't know if anything's going to even come out by Friday. But yeah, we definitely were also conscious of the possibility that it would be like heavily redacted,
mm-hmm.
Or that like what came out would be sort of similar to when we had this big kind of performance of the Epstein files being released early in Trump's term, and it was just a bunch of like not even fancy looking, but kind of binders of things that already had been released.
Mm-hmm.
And there's definitely some overlap in what we got here with things that we already knew or had already come out. There's some new information that we'll talk about, but.
There's some juicy stuff. There's also some stuff sort of adjacent to these files, and the provenance always gets a little bit funky because like there are some files that get kind of exclusively released to certain news outlets, but not to the public in these searchable databases. And so I think we've seen like Bloomberg get some of these files. It seems that DropSite News has gotten some exclusive documents, or I think DDoS Secrets, that website, that sort of nonprofit website that I'm not actually sure like what but I feel like they could probably come from some kind of hacker background, but they've been sort of like going through. They've been given these documents, and then they're doling them out to like select news organizations and stuff. But nonetheless, so there've been some articles that have come out based on evidence that's not necessarily public, but is being reported on now that also, fill in some of the gray areas of Jeffrey Epstein's life and might, and even, help understand a little more of what's going on in like the documents. But yeah, the documents themselves, there's not really, I feel like there are more smoking guns in the House oversight releases from the last couple months. In terms
definitely,
of
those are more interesting, I would say. Like, I mean, a lot of what was released here, like Epstein's like photo, like his CDRs of like his camera rolls, basically.
Yeah.
Like endless like photos of clouds and things like this. I mean, I think people should appreciate like how, like, you know, what we had to do, just like sort of tabbing through endless pictures of clouds trying to find something interesting. And like there are like some bizarre and like creepy pictures in these files that like I'm gonna want to get your thoughts on, at least to see like, you know, what you make of some of these things, because there's some kind of confounding photos in here. But yeah, in
sure.
overall, it's like, you know, a little bit less it's a little bit more oblique, a little bit less juicy in terms of the content, less substantive.
Right.
But
and
yeah,
like we said, heavy redactions kind of throughout.
Yes, right. Yeah, because I mean, you know, there is like an Epstein Files Transparency Act that was passed that this is meant to comply with, but there's this kind of loophole where it's like, okay, well, any information that has to do with, you know, possible victim, or, you know, that would jeopardize an active federal investigation, it's like there's like a lot of leeway to cut things out. And if you have like entire, like literally publishing this is like a 100-page document that is just purely redacted, like entirely. There's like nothing, like it's just like black pages. So why even release it? But
just to like rub it in our faces, folks. Here we go. Here's one small example you can see on the screen here of a very creepy statue, a bronze statue of what looks like a woman, a bride in a bridal dress, hanging from a rope in the middle, with once again the cloud motif in the background, in what I presume is Epstein's 71st Street mansion. You might be able to see that on the live stream, Khalid, but a little bit reminiscent of the Tony Podesta's Louise Bourgeois like Arch of Hysteria. Some would say Jeffrey Dahmer victim inspired, like headless, you know, thing from the good old Pizzagate days. You know, I would say people that aggressively insisted that like super rich and powerful people that have incredibly creepy art all over their house, like absolutely has no bearing on whether or not they might be a sicko in their personal lives. Like, not as strong of a point to make looking at Epstein's art collection. You know what I mean? Like, in terms of, you could see, you could draw parallels like between his art collection and its creepiness and what he was engaged in. Though, of course, you know, not necessarily. There are people, I'm sure, that love creepy art, collecting lots of creepy art, and are not, you know, pedos. We want to make that clear.
Right.
Totally possible, but like sometimes when people tell you who you are, who they are, believe them. You know.
Yeah,
but...
and certainly like this is not like, you know, one piece of creepy art or something that is like, you know, like one kind of, or something that's kind of like on the borderline. Like this could be taken a kind of a little bit creepy.
Yeah.
But you know, maybe it could be, but not like, it's just like a lot of like creepy shit that he like collected, like his whole like library of like S&M material, you know, like about like sexual submission, all these like weird kind of like kink items that he collected, like all the arts, like
the sex toys,
like it all has like some kind of weird sexual like violent dimension to it. Like it's I'm trying to find, hold on, I gotta open the I'll let you know when I get it. There's this one like piece of art that he had that I couldn't even quite like figure out what it was, but it was, I had to make like some kind of like, as I was telling you before, like aggregate PDFs, because it's funny because like in this act, you know, this Transparency Act, there's sort of a mandate to make these like accessible and searchable, but that mandate was like not obeyed. I think maybe it was obeyed in letter, in that like there's a searchable database where you can search like sort of the broad categories in which these files fall, but you can't search them themselves or like search the photos for keywords or anything, you know, and they're all released like as individual like PDFs based on like whatever sort of organization scheme they fell into at one time. And I feel like if you're gonna put like, you know, they'll release a folder,
Yeah.
and like 4 folders of different, so you have to download 4 separate folders.
Yep.
And in those folders are like 100 individual PDFs.
Yeah.
Like, and when you aggregate them, it's like, thousands of pages. Just give me the full PDF. Just give me the full thing.
Right.
But,
yeah, they couldn't put it in just one. They have to split it up. And there's often duplicates. Like a lot of times a PDF will be the same stuff. It's unclear if it was like a different investigative agency kind of looking at the same evidence and it was just copied, but it's like you get kind of deja vu flipping through, especially the pictures of his house. That it's like, okay, I just went through am I looking through the same folder? And it's not. It's the next folder, but it's just duplicated. I'm trying to see if maybe the best way to
I'm gonna try to share screen. I think I can. Oh yeah,
okay.
you gotta give me permission.
Let me see. It might mess up our. But let's see. Maybe.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be... Well, we got to remember to describe what we're talking about because not everyone's going to be watching this visually.
That's true, too.
So we got to make sure that we
because
we're dealing mostly with images in this release.
Yeah, the images
text.
kind of speak the loudest, I would say, in this overall drop.
Yeah.
I mean, let me just say for a sec, like, what the fuck? Where are the emails and the text messages? Like, the House Oversight Committee presumably got those either from the estate or from the DOJ, and they released quite a bit, and then even more were released to this DDoS secrets group and to Bloomberg and these other news organizations. So I kind of expected there was going to be more, especially because a lot of the email threads that we got seemed a little bit incomplete. It seemed also like Epstein had multiple burner email addresses that we didn't know about. By the way, be careful what slick little aggregators you use to search his emails, because I'm pretty sure that Gmail, that little app that was developed by the same guy who developed the City Bike app that trapped Luigi last year, that one only has like one of his email addresses archived, but it doesn't really tell you that up front. So I think a lot of people are like searching it and being like, wait, why can't I find XYZ? And it's because, this is just like the JEE iTunes email. It isn't the JEE vacation one.
Yeah, this is something that stuck out to me about that website right away. Yeah. And it's like, it's very cute. It's a cute little gimmick.
It's
but
searchable.
First of all, like, this is not like actually like a helpful research tool.
Mm-hmm.
If this is supposed to be something that people like, want to learn about, then like, it kind of like occludes important elements of that release. Which were the sort of text messages and other material.
Right.
Like, I think that it's much better than to have, like, I could complain about this for a long time, but like, better than having like this cute little gimmick where you're logged in as Jeffrey Epstein, LOL.
Mm-hmm.
This is the kind of like mentality that I feel like is holding like people
Epstein
who care about
studies
things back so much. Yeah, exactly. Like,
this is holding back
like,
Epstein
LOL.
studies.
Like, it's just like I'm Epstein. Like, okay, why do you want to role play Epstein to begin? But anyway, like that
Right.
LOL, but like this could actually inhibit people's ability to access this information. So why don't we just have a good searchable database that is like convenient to use? Like, if you have the ability to build that, you can build like a good searchable database of all the information that we have.
Right.
Anyway, that's kind of a digression, but
I would say for people that do want a better one, I find that the one with the URL docetl.org/showcase/Epstein-email-explorer. That was like one of the first ones that came out that I think incorporated all the different text messages and email accounts.
The Journalist Studio one is pretty good too.
Okay, yeah, that
one. Yeah. Journalist Studio.
And then I think somebody even made one that is like specifically for his phone like text messages. I only use that one like a little tiny bit. I can't really attest to like how good and functional it is, but at least it seems like an attempt to also categorize his text messages as well. But I think the one you mentioned, or the Epstein Email Explorer, both like try to collect all the information that was dropped, and you can just find more stuff there, because I was confused at first on Gmail. I was like looking for certain people.
To your point, I think it's interesting because there's like a partisan dimension to this. Obviously, like that release was from the House Oversight Committee, which is like bipartisan, and like there's a lot of like Democrats like on it, so
right.
Like whereas this is like a release that is like kind of like the hand of the Trump DOJ has kind of been forced in terms of putting this together, right?
Yeah.
So like, and I think that like sort of, I mean, it's just one thing that I think is fair to say about the Trump administration is that like they are very comfortable being like nakedly partisan.
Yeah.
And, like there's this recent thing this week where they put like plaques underneath like, the pictures of past presidents, like kind of attacking the
Sleepy Joe Biden was the worst president. Like literally it says that on a bronze plaque. Yeah.
So there's like, kind of a motive to like protect the president in like this release that like might not be like as pronounced. Like again, people have their like part. Like I think that I'm not saying that like the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee are like fighting for the American people and like for justice or whatever. Like they also have like their political motives and like obviously like as is apparent like in from what we know about Epstein, what we have known about him for a long time, about his network for a long time, like, this is not a partisan phenomenon in any way, shape, or form, as we were talking about last time.
Mm-hmm.
But, certainly, like, you can see, like, in this release that there's, like, a big emphasis on Bill Clinton. And this comes through as well, like, which, of course, fair enough. Like,
he is there.
He's all over these, and these are, like, very damning photos, right? So,
right.
You can see this kind of come through in the interview that they did with Ghislaine, which is like a big part of this. That's like one of the biggest things that we have that is new is the proffer that we all kind of knew was being made when like Ghislaine was like sort of coming, to have these sort of secret meetings. We were like, what's going on? Like, is she getting this sort of immunity? Is she getting some kind of deal? We kind of have a little bit of insight into what was going on there. We can see kind of sort of this information gathering impetus that was behind that. So and like we can see kind of the angle to it. But yeah, I think that part of the reason that this is a sort of different in character from the House Oversight release is that like people would have to go through, like in terms of text, people have to like read through all that text and then like, black out everyone whose name they don't want to be shown, or like basically like it seems like their policy would just be to black out like a lot, insofar as there is text here, a lot of it is just like totally blacked out. And what, isn't there, is what isn't blacked out is like vague or maybe was missed. But it seems like people want to like comb through this and like make sure that it's as useless as possible, I would say, for whatever purpose. Whereas it's much easier to go through pictures. And it seems like what they've basically done is blacked out the face of every woman other than Ghislaine Maxwell, I would say. Like that's and like most men as well, it seems.
Yeah. Sometimes
a handful.
I noticed a frustrating tendency to whenever there was a picture of a man with a young woman, usually an old man with a young woman, that the black box, redactors went a little happy with the black box and ended up just like blocking out the man too. So like in a way where it's like you basically the whole picture is like useless because and it leads to a little bit of confusion as to I think there's a general understanding or assumption that if a young woman in any of these pics has a black box, that they might be a victim, right?
Yeah. Basically. I mean, certainly, like a lot of again, I want to underscore to the audience that this is a very unpleasant experience to read through all these things.
Yes.
Like it's very dark and perverse, and it makes one feel like dirty and like one really needs a shower to read like these things. Like these are pictures of like Jeffrey Epstein with like these young women a lot of the time who you imagine like are being exploited. Sometimes these like very sort of there's some like
there's a lot of dark stuff.
I don't actually think that we should even screen share this, but there's that one where like I mean, like a lot of these are just like sort of like they explicitly say this is like child sexual abuse material that hasn't been scanned.
It says not CSAM, not scanned is on a lot of them.
Yeah, like there's a lot of CSAM not scanned in these. Thankfully, I'm glad that it was not scanned. That's one thing I'll say. Thank you to the DOJ. But there was this one very weird image of like like two nude women like kind of hanging off of like a tree. Like it's a black and white photo.
I think
Did
I
you see
know
this?
the one you're talking about. It looks a little bit like witchy.
Yeah, I actually labeled it like weird nude witch photo.
Yeah.
It looks like they're doing some kind of like
model,
witch.
like a model.
Right.
There were a lot of photos in there that are kind of like nude modeling, like film photography kind of things. And some of them, it's unclear how old they are. They look like a few of those roles. I think there's one where like maybe Ghislaine is on some kind of rocky beach, like with maybe 6 or 7 people that may or may not be naked, and I feel like they're mostly redacted except for her. And then it might be in that same role where there's a kind of like the 2 naked women in the grove, that looks kind of witchy, and it almost looks like I don't know, like early 90s at the latest, if not earlier. Though Ghislaine insists that she met Epstein in 1991. And not before that, but yeah, I found here just as an example. This one is been going around a lot. This is the Bill Clinton pool photo that everyone can see here, where Bubba is kicking back, his hands behind his head, and what is probably a young woman in the hot tub with him. And he looks pretty. I think that this might have been on a trip to Asia. I think in this same night, there's like a number of people at this event. And I think there is a picture of Epstein, Bill Clinton, and Ron Burkle, like in kind of like, it looks kind of like Chinese garb. I think there was a trip to China and maybe Singapore that Epstein and Clinton and Maxwell went on together.
Right, and there was one to Brunei as well.
Oh, right.
Yeah. That might have been. And Bali seemed to be around kind of the same time.
Yeah. Let's see. Here's this is another common problem in these cases, where they'll say, oh, it's like Epstein and Clinton and like an unidentified individual, when I'm pretty 100% sure that this. You can see on the screen right now, chat, that this is Epstein, Bill Clinton, and Ron Burkle, I think, on the right. And Ron Burkle, like, notorious in his own right as, like, a kind of pervy, sex-crazed billionaire that was a huge funder and good friend. He also had a private jet in the 2000s, also flew Clinton around all the time. And I believe there were news articles back then that, like there's a very big boys club mentality with the kind of groups of rich guys around Ron Burkle, and he called his airplane Air Fuck One, because he flew he threw Clinton around in it. He flew Clinton around in it a lot, and they were having a lot of fun, and I guess hanging out with Epstein too. I think Ron Burkle also had connections to Diddy during this same period. And do you remember the really creepy picture? I think it was in the birthday book of Epstein with like a silk stocking over his face with like a gun and standing with another guy with a ski mask on. And they talked about like the bind, torture, like kill game. Like they were talking about like some PTK, like serial killer shit, and like playing a fun game by like murdering a random woman in Venice, California, and blah, blah, blah. And people were trying to figure out, like, who the fuck is this, like, guy with the ski mask on? And he was wearing, like, an old vintage kind of, like, bowling jacket that I believe if you zoom in, it looks like it says Ron on it. And you look at, like, the height differential in the eyes. I think I would guess, I'm not going to say that is, but if I had to guess, I would say that he's standing next to Ron Burkle. In that, where they're cosplaying being serial killers for fun. Yeah. So, not much more information about Burkle himself, except for these kind of cryptic pictures with like him and Clinton. But, somebody else that has kind of flown below the radar a little bit, I feel like, in the overall like Epstein disclosures. Like, he doesn't get focused on all that much, but there were a few people like that in, let's see, I did notice, I'm just looking through like the first roll or release of these documents. from yesterday. I marked ones that I thought were specifically interesting. Here's a very fun photo with a tech whiz named Dean Kamen. I forget. This is the guy who invented the Segway, right? And I've noticed this guy recently because he was at all of the Edge dinners, like in the 2000s, and was very tight with both John Brockman and Stuart Brand. Here he is giving Ghislaine a ride on his Segway, which he invented. And I think there was another recent pic of Dean Kamen, Richard Branson, who owned an island not that far from Epstein, and Epstein on Epstein's Island, that came out in one of the House releases. So another hit for the Edge crew, being super tight, right?
According to the chat, which is also sourced from Twitter, the Clinton pool pick was not on Epstein Island, but it's at the Emperor Hotel in Brunei. Yes,
okay, it was
Brunei.
in Brunei. All right.
And I guess it's a public hotel pool, but yeah.
Yeah. Then let's see. Okay, then we have, it's funny, right after there are photos of Epstein seemingly with like really good backstage passes to a Rolling Stones concert. I'm not sure where this is, but he's got a whole roll of films of like Keith Richards and Mick Jagger. And then the one directly after that is like a 30-page, mostly redacted thing. But then when you jump down, he's going on a little expedition, probably around Zorro Ranch in New Mexico. And there are some very fun photos with, I believe this guy, I've seen this guy's face again. I think this is Danny Hillis, another frequent, attendee at the Edge Billionaires dinners with John Brockman and Stuart Brand. And I forget I think he's like an early internet kind of guy. I forget if he's like a physicist or an early internet guy, but he's like very, very tight in the Edge network. And this is probably from the early 2000s. This is like Epstein and Hillis bopping around like New Mexico doing some kind of like archaeology kind of dig. And then, Mick Jagger, not to let him off the hook too easily, there's later like a dinner with Ghislaine Maxwell and Mick Jagger and Epstein and Bill Clinton, which also looks like it might be in Asia. I don't know if it's in Brunei or Singapore, but they're all like yucking it up and having a great time. There's pics here from let's see, amazing actor Chris Tucker in Africa with Ghislaine Maxwell. Let's bring this up. I guess he went on the famous trip with Kevin Spacey and Epstein and Bill Clinton. And speaking of Chris Tucker, what was the big movie that made his whole career, Khalid? Do we remember?
What made Rush Hour?
It was Rush Hour, which actually does have an interesting Asian kind of tie-in.
I'm impressed that I knew that, honestly.
With Jackie Chan and everything. But wouldn't you know, I'm trying to find it right now, but wouldn't you know, the director of Rush Hour, a gentleman that we've talked about, here he is, that, oh wait, no, that's not, oh, yeah, okay, actually, this is actually terrible. I mean, not to look at, but like the implications are pretty bad. The director, Brett Ratner, the kind of weirdly adoptive kind of grandson of Meyer Lansky, and, more the adopted kind of son of Miami impresario Al Malnick, who was accused at various points of being the heir to Meyer Lansky, but also somebody who randomly ran into old man Meyer Lansky and befriended him, not knowing who he was, as a child in South Beach, Miami. Endless weirdness with Brett Ratner. Got into NYU Film School early, despite having terrible grades, partially with the help of a recommendation letter from Steven Spielberg. That's according to Brett Ratner, right? Like, then, goes on immediately into this kind of Hollywood career, blows up huge with like Rush Hour and like with the sequels, does one of the X-Men movies. The other director of those X-Men movies was Bryan Singer, who was close with Mark Collins Rector and Brock Pierce. a critical node in the Epstein network, as it turns out, as more people are realizing. And, Brett Ratner probably like Me Too'd 100 different times by different people over the years. And it definitely has kind of like put a ding in his career. Also, he's like a very schlocky director, but, somehow ends up like bulletproof and still, until recently had Rat Pack Films, which I think had Steven Mnuchin as a main partner in, that was pumping out a lot of movies, including Inherent Vice, the Thomas Pynchon, adaptation. Steven Mnuchin, I believe, was an executive producer, and so is Brett Ratner on that. But anyways, here is Mr. Brett Ratner with Jean-Luc Brunel, Epstein's sex trafficking accomplice, the modeling impresario from France, who also died mysteriously in jail from suicide a couple of years ago after being arrested. There's a lot of Jean-Luc Brunel's energy is like properly like Luciferian. At first, I had to double check that he wasn't one of these like Silicon Valley futurists, like transhumanist freaks named like Scuzz that was just like inexplicably around all these people. But then I was like, oh wait, no, I think I remember that creepy smile. But like he truly looks like a man who's like on something and seething with evil. But here, this is like Brett Ratner embracing a shirtless Jean-Luc Brunel in, judging by the decor, it looks like Epstein's home, one of the rooms in Epstein's home. So, I think there hadn't been like a direct social connection per se between Brett Ratner and Epstein, maybe, or not one that's really been like followed up on. But here he is with like two of the biggest traffickers of the 21st century. And, like he was, I don't know, we've probably said it before, like this man has been dogged by rumors for years. I remember being in New York and how Brett Ratner was notorious for hanging around the NYU Tisch building and hitting on like freshman girls when he was like 40 and being like, I'm Brett Ratner. Yeah, like I did Rush Hour, and he was known as a creep, like just like widely known as a creep, like even before any kind of Me Too stuff came out about him. Always gave like very bad vibes, and it turns out the bad vibes, or anybody who felt bad vibes about him, was very justified.
I got a question here. Okay, who is this guy? Because I did not recognize him, and I wasn't able to. Can I attempt to share screen? Hopefully
try it. See what happens.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna just do like application window. Okay, and I'm gonna close this. Sorry, whoop. Hold on. Okay. Who is this? Do you see this?
Oh, that's Epstein.
That's him? Oh,
yeah,
I guess he's wearing like a wig, or is this?
No, this is like young. That's like at 70s Epstein. That looks like an older photo. Like it looks like him from the late 70s when he was a Dalton teacher, and maybe right when he started at Bear Stearns. Yeah, because he kind of.
This is my autistic face blindness, maybe coming out.
No, that's definitely him.
I can see it.
Yeah. With a bunch of with a couple, 3 naked women.
Yes.
Yeah.
But they're redacted.
They're redacted.
While I'm sharing my screen here, I guess this is like a bronze bust.
I yiked out when I first saw this because I'm like, this gave like Dahmer energy, but then I realized, oh, it's bronze, but it looks like a corpse. You know what I mean? Like it's very disturbing.
At first, honestly, I thought that this was like a gray alien head. But then I realized that
I gotta see it. I can see it.
Like if you look at it upside down.
Oh my god! Actually, if you turn sideways, it does kind of look like
exactly,
a gray,
right? Like the like eyebrows. But I'm still like confused like about what this actually is. Like it's like I guess like just a like where's the head? Like what's going on? Like is it like what is it made out of? And like what is its purpose? Like. Because it seems like it's just in a bag and like there's no head or anything. Like, what is it?
I guess maybe because it looks like it's chopped clean at the head. My first thought jumped once again to the Tony Podesta's like Louis Bourgeois statue of like the Arch of Hysteria, where there's like a headless bronze like a ripped, headless, like bronze body with like that's been like decapitated. And I thought, oh, well, you know how sometimes people have like busts, like old busts that like don't have heads on them because they're old antiques, but at the same time, like, I don't know, it actually does almost look a little bit like gray alien headish, like depending on what the top exactly looks like.
Trying to zoom out for people in the chat here. Oh, and by the way, Matthew Miskowitz, yeah, you can ask a question and we'll answer it for sure.
Yes, please contribute, chat, if you've been looking as well. This is a walk along through the evidence, and yeah, let's see.
Yeah, like in terms of other things I flagged like in these images, so while I'm screen sharing, so I don't have to do it. Okay, yeah. Oh, I guess, is this a taxidermy dog in a bag?
I think so. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck is that? And then I'm like, I think it's a taxidermy. I think it's one of his old dogs that he taxidermy.
And he had taxidermy?
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Yeah, that also was like, woof. Anyway, yeah.
Here's okay. And actually, in terms of the edge connection, let's go back here. There were some interesting. Okay, yeah. Maybe you don't want to show those.
Yeah. This is we're on YouTube here.
Yeah. But here we go. I'm gonna overlay this. This is our old friend John Brockman of the Edge Foundation with I believe George. I want to say George Dyson. Yep, George Dyson, a very singular looking man, I would say, who is also a huge backer of, huge figure in the Edge Foundation, along with his, I think, sister. Yes, his sister, Esther Dyson, who is was like a tech kind of multimillionaire and philanthropist. They're both the children of Freeman Dyson, the famous physicist, the British-American theoretical physicist, who I forget when he died, 2020 actually. Freeman Dyson was also at the Edge billionaires dinners with Epstein, but his children, George Dyson and Esther Dyson, were also there a lot. And if you look up like Esther Dyson, she's very, very like plugged in to the entire. In fact, if you look at her Wikipedia profile picture, it says Esther Dyson in 2018 at the Clock of the Long Now, which is the 10,000-year clock that Stuart Brand installed with Jeff Bezos' money on one of his rocket farms out in Texas. But she's been like Esther Dyson has been like an early angel investor in the internet, and I think, my God, yeah, she was involved in like a lot of early internet kind of business shit, and then like made a lot of money in the 90s, and was the founding chairman of ICANN, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. And so like that was like basically the sort of nonprofit advisory organization that sort of set up like the management of like the internet as we know it, right? So she this is also interesting. She followed closely the post-Soviet transition of Eastern Europe, and from 2002 to 2012 was a member of the Bulgarian President's IT Advisory Council, along with Vint Cerf, George Sadowski, Veni Markovsky, among others. She has served as a trustee and helped fund, among other things, the National Endowment for Democracy, the Eurasia Foundation, and the Sunlight Foundation, and was previously a member of Stuart Brand's Global Business Network. Great. And was one of the first 10 volunteers for the Personal Genome Project. Now, Vint Cerf is interesting because he actually goes back to like ARPANET, like research. Like he's a guy who was actually building like the internet at UCLA and then later at Stanford, like in the 70s, like from the very earliest stage. And then he created this, he he's regarded as one of the fathers of the internet, and actually co-created the TCP/IP protocol that, like, you know, the whole internet runs on, with developer Robert Kahn, another ARPANET researcher who happened to be, I don't know if he's a cousin or a nephew, but he's definitely related to futurist Herman Kahn, who we talked about in our last few episodes. So small world here. Also, Vint Cerf, you know, he did he founded this thing called the Internet Society, ISOC, which that was in 1992. He and Robert Kahn, actually, both these guys founded the Internet Society. And do you know who sat on the board of the Internet Society in the late 90s and early 2000s? When Epstein was at his peak activities? That's right. One of the sisters of Ghislaine Maxwell was on the board of the Internet Society. So, small world, I would say. Very small world. Okay, now you're looking at the creepy collage.
Yeah,
it's
the sus collage. Yeah. Okay,
yeah,
I didn't realize. I didn't. Yeah. This is a.
Sorry.
You know, just to give a.
sorry. I'm blocking your flip through, so you can see that here.
Yeah.
If you could scroll down a little bit, it'll help. It'll help people see better.
I'll zoom out maybe a little bit.
This one is very creepy. People kind of said immediately that they thought that Ghislaine made this herself. However, I think I discovered a clue that I don't actually think this was made by Ghislaine.
I think this might not be Ghislaine, right?
No,
like,
it's
this
not.
Might be a different girlfriend.
I think I cracked the case on who it is because of the sweatshirt that he's wearing. If you scroll down near the bottom of maybe the second to last page in this specific PDF, here we go. See, JEE, Blank's property. There's another picture, like in a different folder, of him walking around New York City wearing that hoodie. And it's not redacted in that picture, and it says JEE, Nadia's property. And I think what we are looking at here is his kind of young Yugoslav assistant, Nadia Marchenkova, I believe her name is. Mm-hmm. And she popped up in the email drops of the last few months, going back and forth with Epstein about like reporters confronting her about allegations that he had, quote, bought Nadia from her parents in Yugoslavia in the midst of the civil wars in like the 1990s. And then, had sort of purchased her as a sex slave. And I, if I recall correctly in the email, she was sort of saying, like, that's totally ridiculous. Like, I can't believe people, like, totally think that. Like, you've met my parents, and, like, they think you're great. And, like, or something, I don't know. Like I think he did, like, literally go to them and be like, can I take your daughter, like, around the world? And, like, I'll give you lots of money. But I guess maybe she felt like it was insulting to call that, like, selling her into sex slavery. Also, it does seem, I mean, you can kind of get a vibe if this is her from this little scrapbook. I mean, I want to qualify it by saying that, like, there's a lot of notes like this that are like, Jeffrey, you took me on the best vacation ever. Wow, Jeffrey, look how happy I look in these pictures. Wow, Jeffrey, you're so cool. And it's like, you know, there's like abuser dynamics going on here where they feel like they have to please him or whatever. But I think Nadia was like very involved in like procuring girls for him and like managing that part of his life. And as far as I know, she has not come out she's been like laying low and like I think she might have become one of his pilots eventually. Like he paid for her to become a pilot license.
Not only is it not that Ghislaine made this, like, and it's not about Ghislaine, I don't think that Nadia made this either. I think Epstein made this.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe he made it to like give to her.
The humor is like very like creep, like pervert.
Yeah.
You know, like these like weird pictures of her, like, you know, like sort of in these, like, her, I don't know, like be exposed.
That's
in some
that's
way,
a disturbing
like,
thing right there.
You know,
oh my goodness, I will be the first. That's sus.
Like, what is this? Like, is my cover blown? What could this be? Like, I just don't think this seems like, you know, like a girl made this like gift for her boyfriend, even like her you know, abusive,
powerful
pedophile boyfriend. And it also says, I learned and grew, I beautified, right? And this is him. Right, so it's in the first person.
I see. Yeah. And took care of you. Yeah.
Well, I guess I beautified and took care of you.
I
So
mean,
maybe
he might be writing it kind of like in the POV of her, but it's like he's writing it and kind of putting like, we fought and then hugged. Yeah, I think he's kind of using a shifting narrative voice a little bit and like trying to be like cheeky in a very creepy way. Yeah, I could see that actually. That he made
the
this.
cards I was dealt.
I played the cards I was dealt.
Like just one spot. There's a clueless little girl. How do I look? I met you. Yeah, see, I met you.
Those eyes are blue.
And
the little feet and the little teeth.
Teat, I think. And the little it says teat. Maybe it's teeth.
Yeah,
but
I think.
Like
he does have little. He does have little teeth. There is a line there, so I think.
Yeah. This is weird. This is weird
elastic.
To me.
Yeah. What is he doing? He wouldn't.
He wouldn't. I mean, it's unclear. I just feel like it's I mean, it almost reminds me a little bit of the Trump
secret
screenplay that he wrote. Yeah, like you and I, he wrote from
Jeffrey.
Epstein's point of view. Yeah, but I don't know. So yeah, no, this is from her perspective. So that does kind of, but yeah, it's just so like creepy that I almost feel that, sorry for those. Yeah, there's no way to convey this really to people who are listening, but it's just like this sort of
very creepy scrapbook,
very creepy collage. Yeah, scrapbook like with these little like speech bubbles written over their images of them.
Yeah,
it's very odd. Yeah.
By the way, here is Freeman Dyson, the serious physicist, hanging out at Jeffrey Epstein's house with John Brockman and all these people, and his son George. So it was a lovely father-son physics outing. I'm sure they were, discussing serious physics, nonstop, and that I think this was not an Edge dinner. This is like. Or at least it's not listed on like the Edge website, but it's definitely like the crowd that of like these kind of physicist type people. You can see here. Let's go one more of Mr. Brockman checking his cell phone here while some other serious scientists look on. Yeah, a little more of that. I think. Are you looking through the? You're looking through the Brazilian, police or the lawyer.
Yeah.
Is this lawyers or police that are doing this?
I couldn't tell. This is either police notes or like a lawyer's notes of an interview with like some of his victims.
Okay, I think actually this might be the one that was one of the ones that was kind of shocking, where Epstein berated some of the girls who were like bringing other girls to him. He was literally checking people's ID to make sure they weren't over 18.
Yes, exactly.
And he got mad at one girl because she brought somebody. Well, he says J.E. didn't want Spanish or dark girl.
Friends of friends, big Brazilian group, Dominican, darker skin, looks Amazonian, brought toward end, desperate time, maybe 1 to 2 year older, not sure, desperate time, running out of girls, friends with redacted BF's friends. J.E. didn't want Spanish or dark girl. Mm-hmm. Go in, wait in room, doesn't know if took her up or not. Doesn't know who brought her up when they came down because he was not happy with her. Blank says, I don't know what happened. J.E., what doing? Why bringing me dark girl? Bringing young girl. Yeah, but not dark. So I guess she said, like, I brought you a young girl. And he said, yeah, but she's not white enough. And told her he just wasn't into her. Doesn't remember if he paid because he wasn't happy. J.E. paid her. Note about a bathroom. Something, genitals and boobs near bathtub.
Said keep looking for girls. Yeah.
He got in shower and told her can't bring girls he doesn't like. Told her to keep looking for girls. Yeah, this is like what people in the chat are saying. There are some girls who were the, in their words, capos. But, I guess, they were basically procurers.
Yeah,
this,
which is a role that Virginia Roberts Giuffre, says in her book that she also kind of fell into for a while. That, she feels very guilty about. But, it certainly wasn't an uncommon phenomenon to kind of turn this into, a weird pyramid scheme where you can kind of make some kind of money for just like referring new girls to Epstein. And usually after being hired themselves, then they would sort of, get promoted to being people that would procure new girls.
And this is the part where he says, like at one point, blank witnessed him asking ID for a girl because he wanted to make sure she was under 18 because, he had been, let down in the past because they had brought girls who were too old for him, I guess, it's interesting how that kind of clashes with Helene in her interview, trying to kind of, suggest that maybe like this wasn't really like core to what he was doing, that he, was abusing young girls, like deliberately underage girls, like, which is quite clear that he was. She kind of, tried to make it seem like that wasn't his main goal,
right.
Or the interests of people who were in his network. There was another similar interview here that had some interesting parts. Let me look for it in the workflowy. It's in the same document. It's 228. So this goes through like her whole experience with him, and talks about how she kind of met him. It's interesting. So he talks about Gloria Allred, Sammy Wong, paralegal.
I think they might be the attorneys that are conducting this, deposition or interview.
Right, that would make sense.
Yeah.
So spent most time growing up in the Santa Cruz Mountains, California. Moved around a lot. Sophomore year, I don't think finished. 4 different junior highs and 2 different high schools in 2 years. Just turned 16 when he moved to LA on her own. Life at home, not the best. Got a job at hair salon as a receptionist. First moved there. Moved in with Sis. Yeah.
This is sus. Redacted Native American spiritual healer. Let me stay with him. Malibu to Beverly Hills. First impression was really good. Does body work, massage therapy. He worked on me. Made me comfortable. He has 4 kids younger than me. Single father. So classic like Malibu shaman.
Yeah.
Kind of like, she falls in with this guy.
So her sis, she just started working as a bartender. I guess, she was something about have 3 kids. Maybe that's her, 6, 9, and 7 months. Her sis introduced Epstein through blank.
Redacted.
She traveled with him, blank. My sis and I had an apartment together enjoying Hollywood. She moved back to city after met, blank. Heard positive things about Jeffrey Epstein. I was very skeptical. Thought he had alternate motives or ulterior motives. Didn't think someone could be this nice. My sis knew J.E. for a number of months. He was coming to California, Bel Air Hotel. She took me to his room. She introduced me to him. He showed a lot of interest in my life, my upbringing, kept in touch after to pay for school. He would call me or have his assistant call me. This, as a digression, that's another creepy thing about, like, some of these releases. Like, a lot of it is, like, kind of him giving, like, grocery lists and, like, sort of orders to his staff and kind of people who are in charge of managing his property and things like that. And sometimes he'll have people, like, bring flowers to, like, a high school. It's, like, it's very creepy. Yeah. Anyway, I told him, so she goes on, I told him how I'd been homeless at 11 for a year. He suggested hair school. I want to learn languages and to travel. He said, anywhere I want to go. 17 years old when I met him, kept in touch via phone. He invited me to one of his houses with my sister, went to a few, Florida, U.S., VI.
Virgin Islands.
Virgin Islands, right, yeah, because he was even connected to, like, the former, like, president of the Virgin Islands, right? Like,
I think so, yeah. He was very politically tied up with all the politicians. I mean, you saw that, like, earlier this year, maybe it wasn't this year, it was a couple years back, but no, it was when he was still alive, like in 2019, where he was literally like on the phone, like texting with the U.S. Virgin Islands like representative in the House, like during a hearing about, it might have been about like when they were talking to Michael Wolff, and he was like feeding her shit in some kind of game to like fuck with Trump or something like that, and she was just like verbatim asking questions of Michael Wolff that Epstein was like feeding her in real time. And so, like, he was, like, they were very responsive to their constituents, specifically one constituent. I'm sure he got in tight with all of them.
So Yeah, she goes on, being overwhelmed with houses, luxury lifestyle, more than I'd ever seen. He was fun and lighthearted activities, trails, ride Hummers. I was very comfortable with him. I felt blessed and safe. First visit, he called me in to do massage. There, he put me in a very uncomfortable situation, and myself massaging him, he started blank. Asked her to take off shirt. Remember feeling not knowing how to get out of it. I froze. I didn't know how to react. I felt very vulnerable. Gave up my job and apartment. Where was I going to go? See, there you go. This is like the kind of thing where Ghislaine Maxwell, like reading that whole interview pissed me off.
Oh, yeah.
Because she was like, this, well, it seems consensual to me. This is what Ghislaine Maxwell would call consensual.
Right, right.
We were, wearing bathing suits, long blank. I don't want to go into detail. See, like, this is what I don't like about these redactions is that it almost seems like you can get it, but like, what is under that blank?
Right.
We were wearing bathing suits blank. I don't want to go. Like, it almost seems like they are trying to take this Ghislaine line of it, and like you see people on the internet trying to push this too, like Michael Tracy, people, like even like various other like influencers and pundits and stuff trying to kind of like obfuscate the nature of this and like try to like, well, what actually happened? Like this type of stuff is happening now, where it's like, like we already. I can't imagine. We already imagined the worst for years.
Yeah.
Like, why are we now trying to like? Anyway,
as Brett Easton Ellis told Dasha Nekrasova once on his podcast, I have many of friends who like went to the Epstein Island, and the girls all wanted to be there. They were having the time of their life. There's definitely that line. Also funny because she made an LOL Epstein. His victims are like attracted to him in a weird way, kind of thing, and definitely some of the T-Light adjacent podcasts were kind of trafficking in like Ghislaine's actually elegant, like.
And then I remember her saying like. When people were first kind of talking about that like birthday book thing that Trump wrote for Epstein, she was like, like as someone who really went down the Epstein rabbit hole, it's just not very healthy. And I think people shouldn't focus. And I'm like, oh, give me a break.
Shut the
give me
fuck
a break.
Like,
yeah. And like, anyway.
Well, we'll get into that a little bit later. But I think looking back now, because that was 6 years ago, there's cause to question maybe some, not all, but some of the people that jumped on like the Epstein story as soon as it broke containment and became a major like pop culture, like political cultural story in 2019. She was one of the people, little T-Light influencer podcaster, that suddenly overnight became obsessed. I'm obsessed with the Epstein case, and was going to the trial with like the victims and like posing in solidarity, and made like an indie movie about it and all. And and we'll get to that later because there's other really sus examples of people stepping in to help or cover it.
Yes. On one hand, it was a huge cultural moment, but yes, on the other hand, it is interesting how there was this kind of like almost like artificial, like sort of a theatrical or performative kind of like I'm crazy, like type like whoa, like I'm like thing that kind of happened like around like 2019 and slightly after, where there were a lot of people who like were kind of, and then they kind of become anointed as the interpreters of this.
Yep.
And, I just want to like say, like, for instance, in this release, we see people like Noam Chomsky, flying on Epstein's plane,
ding,
like
ding,
in a lot, like, and what, when the first kind of information about Chomsky's relationship with Epstein, his very close relationship, like the extent of which we now have a sense of, like, what kind of people swooped in to kind of manage that?
Some of those very gatekeepers repeated verbatim whatever Chomsky told them, that there was nothing to it and don't look into it. It's not serious. And that's what people were told by the anointed ones that are the mediators of this case. Not all of them, but some. So like a case like this that is truly like transpartisan and affects everybody is going to attract some like sneaky operators that want to mold the narrative around it and maybe channel it in certain directions and not channel it in other directions, and emphasize certain things and not emphasize other things. And there's a lot of different, but there's at least a few examples we have of like what seem like pretty bad faith like actions by certain individuals. I want to talk about Pottinger in a little bit, but maybe I don't know where we
I mean,
in the
like we
files
should
right now.
I want to keep going through this because this is kind of interesting, like as a sort of paradigm. But just to what we're talking about now, like yes, I think it's interesting how like there kind of was like, and again, like it doesn't have to be this kind of thing of like meeting on a street corner with some guy in a trench coat who's giving you money. These are your talking points about Epstein.
Right.
Part of it is like it was certainly a genuine cultural moment where, and it became a flashpoint for people understanding this, as we talked about before, like a certain hidden dimension of American politics. This is like kind of an idea or a framework or like a framework for approaching like the American political system and understanding that there's elements to it that are a great variance with how it's often presented, like for consumption, right?
Totally.
Which is how a lot of people interact with it, right? Through media institutions.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like kind of two ways to approach it, I think, where one is kind of sort of sublimating the interest in this, like, and what is important about it into politics as usual, and like kind of supplementing it back into that kind of sort of a narrative and system, right, to make this kind of manageable within like those or new institutions that serve a similar function.
Totally.
Right, where it's like this is now sublimated into like, okay, well, that's ancillary. We all know it's true. Yeah, like those sickos. Epstein's so sick. Anyway, like back to how important it is that we vote for such and such, or like back to how unfair everyone's being to this guy, or like back to our interview with like the latest like psyop, like and like and then there's also a way where it's like the alternative is to say like, okay, well maybe this is actually like a central or a defining phenomenon of American politics, not an ancillary one that's like kind of a cute diversion, but actually like a central phenomenon through which like American politics like should be understood, right? Like or should be part of like our synthesis for understanding this thing, not like, oh, I say all the shibboleths. I know, like, that was so disgusting. Anyway, back to, like, isn't it funny? This. Isn't it funny? Isn't it cute? We need to vote for such and such. Anyway, I'm rambling a bit, but so.
I know exactly what you mean.
Okay.
And yeah, the ways in which, I mean, in 2019, including like the Red Scare podcast, like this, the perceived value of focusing on the Epstein thing was seen as in total accordance with promoting like Bernie 2020. And like I can see, like, it makes sense, right? It's like, well, Bernie wasn't on. Bernie, like, I guess to his credit, has not been revealed as part of the Epstein network like Chomsky. But the Bernie also like embodies some of the limitations of the kind of Chomskyan foundation-funded radical left like culture in America. Many like leading figures of that sort of left culture were actually friends with Epstein, like Paul Krasner, and then people like John Brockman, blah blah blah. But like it was used as like, we gotta heckin' vote Bernie in because he's the only one that's clean from the kind of Epstein scandal, and it shows how these stupid lib Democrats are all perverts, just like the Trump Republicans, and blah blah blah. It's like an understandable push to make, but especially once Bernie's like out of the way, I think between 2020 and now there is a lot of room to sort of dig deeper into a more radical analysis of the significance of the story, instead of just kind of a political football for like the DSA to like like support like why they're better than the Democrats or something like that. Which now, as they get a little closer to power, a lot of those DSA people are like interviewing Democrats and hanging out with Democrats all the time and supporting and throwing fundraisers for them. So it seems to be, not even that central of an issue anymore. But I think, we've tried to put, I think we and some others have tried to push further and like deepen understanding of what is the true significance and like scope and function that this like network serves. And as we've covered in our recent episodes, which people can go check out, both the previous EPSTEINPOCALYPSE ones and the ones we did about Stuart Brand in the last month, like the influence of Epstein and Maxwell ties directly into like the founding fathers of the internet and social media.
That's the crucial thing.
From the beginning. you know?
And institutions that like, like Harvard and MIT, right? Like these, like this is something where like when Ghislaine Maxwell says like, Marvin Minsky, like, or Murray Gell-Mann, right? And, she talks about introducing him to Murray Gell-Mann, right? And these people like that he had like a great relationship with them. In that's case, even though I don't believe a lot of what she says in that proffer interview, in that case, like I definitely do believe her. And this is like interesting, right? Like he's like, as we said before, he's a connector, right?
Right.
To coin. Or to appropriate the coinage of what's his name, Malcolm Gladwell. But,
it's one of the few times that I think she's actually being more or less honest in the interviews when she cops to one of the few times she cops to like, I personally introduced Epstein to these people. She brings up the Santa Fe Institute and says, well, I didn't introduce him to Prince Andrew. I didn't introduce him to this and that person, but Santa Fe Institute, I'll admit, I completely introduced him to all those people because, she says, my father started donating lots of money to the Santa Fe Institute right around like the last couple years of his life. I went and found their quarterly like magazine that starts to highlight. I think it highlights Murray Gell-Mann is like a new Maxwell Fellow for science, for theoretical physics, and blah blah blah.
Right.
She also brings up that where did Robert Maxwell's original fortune come from? Because he was, the way she describes him, was a proper like peasant from Czechoslovakia, like who fled, I think before World War II to Britain, and then worked as a British intelligence officer. This is her description of how she unbelievably denies that she doesn't think Epstein had anything to do with intelligence, but she does cop to the fact that, who is it? Todd
Blanche?
Yeah, Todd Blanche asked her, like, was your father ever involved with intelligence services?
Yeah, right.
And she's like, well, like it kind of, I forget what she says exactly. It's kind of like it
yes,
wouldn't.
Yes, he was. I mean, he was in British intelligence during
Yes,
World War
British
II.
intelligence.
And
yes.
I think once you're in intelligence, you in some way you aren't ever not, or something like that.
Yeah.
But he was very connected. And I think he helped people. It's
Yeah.
like, well, what about Mossad? What about all these like allegations that are floating around? Like, do you have anything to say about that? What about his mysterious death?
Right.
Honestly, like I don't think Todd Blanche is doing a very good job of interviewing her.
No.
He had his priorities.
Yeah.
Which again was like an annoying aspect of this, where it's like, there
were like things he had to ask.
Get the Democrats on. Yeah, exactly. Like, and how gentlemanly was President Trump? Like, would you say that he was the ultimate gentleman or just like the penultimate gentleman?
But she does. She does say, actually, interestingly, that Robert Maxwell, like his initial interest in science, came from the fact that as a British intelligence officer near the end of World War II, he was one of the people that was assigned to interview Nazi scientists who had come over to the British side and kind of debrief them and see what they knew and if they could be useful and things like that.
Because a lot of the great science was happening in the Eastern Bloc, right? Yeah.
I like that she says that in the Eastern Bloc, like, but it's like, wait, that wasn't the East. I think she means later he was interested in scientific developments in the communist countries in the Eastern Bloc.
Yes.
That might explain a little bit of his, I think it'd be nice to do a very fine deep dive on the life of Robert Maxwell one day with all this intelligence stuff, because I know like people like Whitney Webb have done a lot of like diving and have said that he was connected to like the Promise scandal, like the whole octopus thing in the 80s, and particularly selling the Promise software to Eastern Bloc countries, which that software, I think, probably had an intelligence backdoor, either for Israel or the U.S. or both, that allowed them to spy upon the Soviet economy and its like information systems. And it actually, even that makes me think, it makes me recall with a chill what one of Ghislaine's, like twin sisters, one of the .com millionaires, said about the internet in the 90s in one of these like puff pieces in Wired or whatever, where she said that, like the internet's already changing the world. When there was a coup against Gorbachev in August 1991, like they shut down the media, but immediately like the 500 computer terminals in the Soviet Union got the word out to the rest of the world and like prevented the coup from succeeding. And it's like, I wonder if they had that Maxwell software, like, and, even a lot of the oligarchs, I think we talked about in the Contra 8 episodes, some of them, I forget exactly which ones, but some of them came out of the Komsomol, like Communist Youth League kind of movement, where in like the mid to late 80s, they were setting up these like computer collectives in the Komsomol, and some of these young whiz kids like became very adept at like computer technology and whatever. And then when the Soviet Union started to collapse and all this mafia money theft, money laundering, whatever shit happened, they jumped in with like their computer firms and, allied with mafias and who Lord knows who else, and took over a bunch of like industries. I forget, it was like Zhirinovsky or the other guy that was like a Komsomol. But anyways, yeah, Maxwell, she does say that like Maxwell, that was the beginning of his interest in scientific academic publishing, which that's kind of like actually the main nut of his fortune was Pergamon Press, right? Mm-hmm. And then he branched out from the success of Pergamon Press to buying newspapers, and then became like this big British like newspaper publisher guy. I think around the time of his death, he had Ghislaine says she was sent to New York because he was planning on buying the New York Daily News and getting into U.S. media properly. Like, he was kind of on a tear to be like, what's interesting? What Rupert Murdoch would become. And wouldn't you know that I found a picture at that Edge party at Epstein's house of John Brockman and Rupert Murdoch hanging out together. So actually, he ended up, maybe you could say, fulfilling that role of like a British foreigner that would come and become like, I see right here, I trusted him a lot and believed a lot of what he said. It was all mind control. Jesus
this
Christ.
is the part, this is the part that really stuck out to me from this. He asked me a question once. If I thought it was wrong for a blank, like long blank, like 2 redacted lines.
I could guess what it says.
I think that's wrong. Well, what would you guess? Because is it wrong for?
Well,
like
I like that it's written on the side like a note, like very random question.
Yeah, that seems like a different handwriting, like maybe the other lawyer or something, like if someone reading this later on, like
that's their commentary.
So it's like, how
it
could it be like? Yeah, it would have to be. That's another thing that makes me wonder, like, what it was, because it's like, I mean, it wouldn't just be like, do you think it's wrong for like an adult man to have sex with a child or something? Because that
might
would really
be
just be random for him.
You're right. It wouldn't be random. It sounds almost like it would be like, do you think it's like, you think it's like cool if I like clone myself and make 500 copies of Jeffrey Epstein with like sex slaves? And then she's like, I think that's wrong. Like, I don't know actually. Like, maybe it was something like weird and transhumanistic that he was asking.
I mean, the real reason why I bring this up is like, why is that redacted? This is a hypothetical question that was asked by Jeffrey Epstein. I don't understand how this could possibly affect like an ongoing investigation, or like, like in maybe like if there could be a name in this, but I don't think the whole thing is a name, right? This is 2 lines of text.
No,
so,
definitely.
Like,
if it was wrong for a probably suspect, like a subject to blah 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 blah, like I don't know.
Right. Even if it says someone's name, is it wrong for someone to do something blank? Right, like this has to be a sentence, or like a clause. So what? Like why is that redacted? That's like what like I mean, that's a rhetorical question, kind of. I feel like it's redacted because, like, of what we said before, that like there's kind of this attempt to almost erase like the whole like core of this in a way, but
I'm just noticing in the chat here, somebody says, I think Maxwell sold Promise to JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Now, that's actually kind of interesting if that is true. Yeah. That's actually very interesting if true, because once again, bringing up one of the Maxwell sisters, I believe this is Christine Maxwell, is the husband since 1986 of Roger Molina, who is he is a physicist, astronomer, and I guess executive editor of something published by MIT Press, and professor of physics at UT Dallas, where I believe his wife now works at like the Center Combating Anti-Semitism or something as of like 2023. But what's interesting about Molina is that he is the son of Frank Molina, an early research engineer in rocket propulsion, second director of the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL itself, and a critical, close collaborator with 5 other associate rocket engineers, one of whom was Major Thelemite Jack Parsons. So, like, they have basically, not only do they have JPL kind of like intergenerational connections through, Christine Maxwell's wife, but they have, Jack Parsons connections. Now, I don't know if Frank J. Molina was a Thelemite or did any like weird, sex rituals with L. Ron Hubbard to like summon the Antichrist, but they were good friends. And, he went on to be like a major force in, NASA. Actually, what's funny about Frank Molina? He moved to France, I believe, in the late 1940s and joined the fledgling United Nations as Secretariat of UNESCO under Julian Huxley, the famed transhumanist eugenicist brother of Aldous Huxley, who founded UNESCO and I believe coined the term transhumanism right around this time. And then he founded Leonardo, a peer-reviewed research journal, in 1968, which I think his son, Roger, who's married to a Maxwell, still manages today. So yeah, pretty interesting family background there. I wonder if that played any role because they got married in 1986. Maybe that opened up some lines into JPL, some family connections, perhaps. And then, a couple years after that is when the Maxwells really push into getting, I think Christine gets put on the board of the Santa Fe Institute right around the time that Stuart Brand is made like one of the, people that's either on the board or they're like fellows of the Santa Fe Institute. And Pergamon Publishing was like publishing a lot of like influential, big like scientific journals and books and papers. Like we stumbled upon it because they were the publisher of SRI's Changing Images of Man report, I believe in 1974, which, featured like so many of like the Esalen SRI kind of heads and speaks almost like chillingly about how they need to kind of they need to sort of change the culture and use like mass communications technology to craft a new type of American and use the tools of humanistic psychology. And actually, the I forgot one of the chief editors of it was Willis Harman, who basically ran the IFAS Institute, the sort of vaguely MK Ultra adjacent institute that was, charging big bucks for people to take LSD trips. And that's where Stuart Brand took his first LSD trip in 1962 under the supervision of Jim Fadiman. And then these guys, I think Willis Harman and Myron Stolaroff had both worked at Ampex before that, adapting the Nazi reel-to-reel tape recorder to develop new, hi-fi recording technology. Wow. There's a copy of Changing Images of Man original edition for $300 on eBay. Pretty wild. Definitely recommend people going back to that. I forget about some of the stuff in that episode sometimes, but like knowing what we've been digging up recently, definitely recommend maybe people digging back to like 2021 when we read that book. One thing I see here says the SRI's Changing Images of Man is a playbook from which originated a plan of full spectrum dominance over society. So that was published, maybe he just published all kinds of stuff, but he published this, like Robert Maxwell in the 70s. And then, wouldn't you know it, like one daughter goes off to be the partner of like the most prolific deep state pedophile ever. And then his other 2 daughters move to the Bay Area and become like pretty heavy movers and shakers in the rolling out of the kind of commercial internet in the 1990s and are like BFFs and in tight with a lot of the people that are like, the titans of today, back when they were young. I think it was Christine that had the private breakfast with Steve Jurvetson, and Shimon Peres in 2000 in Silicon Valley. Yeah. And I'm sure that like Christine Maxwell, as a board member of the Internet Society with Vint Cerf, was probably there at like the ICANN meetings, and I don't think she was on the board of that, but like, you know, like she was there like plugged in with everybody. And so, you know, and again, I think I mentioned it last time, like even the rumors that Ghislaine Maxwell was like one of the earliest like power mods on Reddit, like one of the 5 most like active mods, like on like world news and like politics and like any place where like the Epstein story could pop up. Like maybe I forget what it was, like Maxwell Hill or something like that was the mysterious username that then stopped all its modding activities like abruptly when she got arrested. You know, so that people thought that was a little schizo and like a reach, but now when you look back at it, like they were all moving and shaking and they were being connectors in the world, the early world of Silicon Valley. It even honestly, it kind of like, you know, it almost makes me want to revisit like the whole Aaron Swartz saga of like the early 2010s, where he was the creator of Reddit, right? And he was an MIT student. And like a very like a gifted child, like a prodigy, and had a very bright future ahead of him. You could almost see him being like groomed as like one of the Jack Dorsey, Mark Zuckerberg, like, you know, these young millennial hotshots that were gonna like become, you know, the new big thing. But he wanted to, you know, bring that slogan that was so popular on The Well with Stuart Brand, that information wants to be free. Like, he actually tried to do that by downloading the entire JSTOR database. I don't even think he did anything with it. But then they came down on him like a ton of bricks and hit him with all these federal charges. And from what I understand, MIT really did not like defend him. Like, they kind of hanged him out to dry. And it's still, you know.
Yeah, he was like a really aggressively overcharged. It was very strange. Yeah, that would be something interesting to look into, like what exactly happened, because it is very, very strange. And it's odd. Like, I always found the role of like JSTOR and that to be very odd. And just in general, I found like the sort of kind of the difficulty of like accessing JSTOR and how like zealously they protect their like information, which like a lot of times like articles that like, you know, often are like not even that recent. Like, it's kind of like, you know, it takes a while for things to get up on JSTOR, and you have to buy like a, you know, each institution has to buy like a certain pack. It's very, it's a whole strange situation. Yeah, I'd definitely be interested to look in that.
I wonder how much Maxwell had something to do with like setting up like kind of like the marketplace of like academic journal dissemination and gatekeeping, and like who got access to what. Like, I mean, obviously he was doing it before like the internet came around, but he was a major player in it. So yes. I don't know.
I mean, it is an interesting area to look into for sure.
It makes me feel like Aaron Swartz didn't want to like accept like the blood pact and become a transhumanist and like go to Epstein Island, and then they're like, we got to destroy this kid. Like, he's, you know, like we tried to groom him and like somehow we failed, and like he needs to be sacrificed.
It is like a very different like kind of model of behavior from like what we see now with these sort of Silicon Valley entrepreneurs. I mean, now like most of these people are like not developing like social media websites. I mean, we have like Zuckerberg who did that, but then, you know, and obviously Elon owns Twitter now, but like what they all are getting into now is basically trying to ruin society, I guess I would say, like, you know, with sort of this artificial intelligence, and also, you know, various like surveillance technologies and things like that is another big area of interest. But a lot of it has to like is under the broad umbrella of AI, which is like, you know, like LLMs, but also kind of like this weird, there's in a lot of cases there isn't like that much there, but it's just this kind of like bizarre over promising that happens where you know, it just has all these applications in a bunch of areas, but they're all like fundamentally about like destroying like the sovereignty of human beings and like subjecting it to like the reign of like a small clique of people without consciences. But Aaron Swartz does seem to have like kind of a different, like, you would never imagine like Sam Altman or anyone like it's kind of like the Twitter files thing that Elon did was kind of like a parody almost of that kind of like hacker ethos that really like is almost more of a thing of the movies than in real life in terms of how these people behave. Like you kind of have this romance with a hacker, like from the film The Matrix or something like that.
Or even before that, the movie Hackers, and wasn't there one other one too? There's a movie called Sneakers also with River Phoenix and like Dan Aykroyd that was also like a kind of hacker. That might have had more to do with like hacking into like telecom networks or like phone freaking and that kind of shit. But then Hackers was like the Angelina Jolie movie that was like very punchy and cool, and like The Matrix made it look badass. Like so much of that comes from like the hyping, the PR work of like Stuart Brand, basically, at like throwing the first like hackers conference and popularizing that as like a badass, like awesome, like cool. I mean, in the broader sense that they were using it in the 80s, but then there were these weird early hacker cases.
That was a whole like Aaron
he was
Schwartz,
involved
like, campaigned against that,
right?
And like, could you imagine like like today I feel like this sort of like Silicon Valley like tech intelligentsia and Silicon Valley elite are like they're all arrayed against sites like the Internet Archive and things like that, or ANNA's. That
LibGen, RIP LibGen.
Which was very difficult.
Which I never used, but RIP nonetheless.
Yeah, of course, we never use any of these websites. But
no, we wouldn't think of it.
It is interesting that like it's a very different ethos that kind of prevails now.
It's the kind of hacker culture, and I think this extends very much to WikiLeaks, the most famous, the kind of apotheosis of the sort of hacktivist, like renegade hacker kind of vibe in the early 2010s. Like, I think this extends to them as well. Like, I went from somebody being like I liked WikiLeaks when they first kind of like burst on the scene, in 2009, 2010, when they were releasing all the State Department cables and, evidence of U.S. war crimes. And, it seemed, and then, Obama was going after them. And I kind of seemed like, this is kind of, maybe this is the next frontier of like struggling against the system, man. You had people like Jacob Applebaum getting like glowing write-ups in the New York or in Rolling Stone about how much of a freaking dissident he was, and like every time he went through an airport, like the fucking federal agents would come and like copy his entire laptop and like interrogate him and like blah blah blah, and they just couldn't catch him because he's so cool. But it looking back on it now, it's giving like weird fake like Deadhead energy. That was like, these are like carnivalesque little pranksters that were, I mean, in some cases, a lot of them were like teenage hackers who got arrested for hacking. I think Assange falls into this category. A lot of other people do too. And, like in the 90s and shit, you get these like gifted children, like whiz kids that would break into like the Pentagon or something, or like break into like AT&T. And then the feds would catch them and then offer them a choice of going to prison for a long time for committing lots of felonies, or put their hacking skills to use for the good of their country. And, I think when you can look at the later conferences like DEF CON in Las Vegas, a big hacker conference, you can kind of see an evolution of it going from like having this kind of scruffy, like, yeah, we're against the man. But then there's probably always NSA recruiters there, like looking for talent. And I feel like it progressively just became more like, that's where you go to get like hired by Palantir. Like, nowadays, like it's been kind of totally subsumed. And even I think it wasn't Epstein. Epstein was saying like, I'm going to DEF CON. Like he was telling Bannon in like 2018. It's like, yeah, I'm going to stop by DEF CON, and blah, blah, blah. Like, So it feels like it eventually got subsumed by like the broader national security apparatus. And then that makes me kind of go back and think that, a lot of these collectives, I think one of the ones that predated WikiLeaks was the Cult of the Dead Cow, which is like so Robert Anton Wilson coded and featured a teenage Beto O'Rourke, screen name Psychedelic Warlord, as one of its members for a while, which like he always passed off as like so that. Cool, But I think it was the Cult of the Dead Cow, and then like maybe like members of that group like spun off into a different group, and they kind of started off, I believe, like in the 90s like trying to hack the Great Firewall of China. Like that was their thing, was like going against the CCP and the Chinese government and trying to like break down barriers to like the internet that, you know, China had put up. Like obviously they built out their own internet infrastructure. People use VPNs there and everything, but there still is. I mean, remember we were in China years ago and like we just couldn't like check our Gmail. Like, you know, on like a hotel computer or something like that. It was just like, no, you can't. Like we were trying to look up like reservations or something and be like, oh shit, wait, it's on Gmail. Like we just can't use Google here. Like Google illegal, which honestly, in retrospect, I'm like, I totally get it. Like I thought maybe they were being a little bit like, they're being a little authoritarian, man. But like
sense.
now I'm like, oh, they weren't stupid. They fucking understood what the internet could do, you know? And I bet that was like a big hope that like maybe we can get the Chinese to get so excited about the possibilities of the internet, they're going to want to adopt it. And then like we can just be like, yeah, it's all peace and love, man. It's a new frontier. And get these like little hippies jumping around in the media that are talking about how chill and groovy and not, you know, whatever. Like it's gonna, these utopians are saying that, yeah, war, that's an old man's game, man. Like we don't even do that anymore. But like the Chinese, I think, kept their heads about them and realized that like, yeah, they were not persuaded by, you know, such song and dance routines, and realized like, no, we're gonna have control over it. Like we're gonna build our own version. So then the WikiLeaks, you know, crew starts off targeting a rival of the U.S. empire. Then you jump ahead, and they do release like the killing of the Reuters journalist with the helicopter, right? The famous video. But by that point, I mean, not to like say, oh, it doesn't matter, but I believe that came out in like 2008. It came out at the tail end of like even Bush had signed an agreement to like leave Iraq in a few years, and then Obama basically like followed through with that. And then we ended up coming back 3 years later. But that was the idea, is that like the war was already acknowledged to be somewhat of a disaster that America was trying to extricate itself from as smoothly as possible and quickly.
Yes.
And so like the war crime,
that was like,
you know,
a valuable thing. It is. What's
valuable.
interesting about that to me is that like, I mean, at the time it was like, wow, this is like, you know, it's very valuable. This has like been made available, you know, because I do think that like there still was like some ground to be covered, some epistemological ground to be covered in terms of like of recognizing the you know, the moral
the brutality,
bankruptcy of this war. Yes.
Yeah.
And I, you know, but I you know, what I think is interesting about that is that now that type of thing is like so routine and that it's just justified. In fact,
yeah,
like,
just go on TikTok and type in
totally
Gaza.
Happened, or well, for who knows how much longer, but for the time being, yes. But yeah, I mean, we had something very similar happen, like and be like, you know, this is forcibly defended by like the current administration. So, like recently, you know, with in Venezuela. So,
yeah, right, exactly. And then you see, like with WikiLeaks, they go on, and so I mean, that's good, but also, let's not get too excited, because sometimes the best disinformation operations contain lots of valid, good truth. Even, you know, like, and sometimes do good things, like, and then to earn the credibility to then deceive you, you know, kind of thing. And while I'm not necessarily saying that was like a conscious thing on the part of WikiLeaks, I think a lot of people I think that was Chelsea Manning who stole all that, you know, who appropriated all that intel and sent it to WikiLeaks. I do think like Chelsea Manning's like motives were like sincere, or just like that they genuinely felt like they wanted to do this. They were also like talking with these hacker people that were encouraging them to do this, and some of them either ended up getting scooped up by the feds. I think at least one of them might have been an FBI informant at the time. So there's a little murkiness in terms of like, you know, being like, yeah, like do the felony, steal it, like, you know, that. And then of course, you know, Chelsea Manning gets like railroaded, blah, blah, blah. But anyways, like putting, you know, that's all well and good. But then, you know, the State Department cables, like they get released and they cause the biggest scandals in the sort of MENA region, basically. And then they become one of the matches that light what is called the Arab Spring, right around like, you know, 2011, where you have, you know, Tunisia, you have Algeria, you have Syria, and slightly before that, I guess you have I think the Green Revolution in Iran, the so-called Green Revolution in Iran, happened like before these big WikiLeaks dumps kind of came out. But the one thing those two events have in common is the centrality of like Facebook and like social media and Twitter and these emerging social media platforms being used by people in these countries to sort of create these populist flash mobs that kind of like can organize very almost cybernetically. Like they don't have a lot of like firm like organized leadership. They're like figureheads and stuff. But there's like that was the whole. Remember that was the whole meme of the time. Is it was like so organic,
yeah, totally,
like Tahrir Square.
Yeah,
and I mean I think sure, like the discontent. There were economic problems. This is also still in like the dregs of like the Great Recession. So like a lot of these countries are being affected in various ways by like austerity policies. People are pissed off, blah blah blah, and you start to see these cables come out that really kind of put the nail in the like seem to fuck the reputations up of a lot of these like people. Mubarak in Egypt is like first, and he's a U.S. ally, which makes it even more a little bit like complex. But it also seems like Obama was kind of more than happy to like dispense with him for whatever. I don't know. Like
I don't. Or they. Well, think about what happened afterwards. Like, but
then I think they didn't get maybe the result they wanted or something. I don't know. Like because then Mohammed Morsi, the Muslim Brotherhood guy, became president, and then I think
anyone who knew anything about like the political landscape in Egypt probably could have told you that was going to be what would happen.
Right.
I mean, like I'm not ruling out like kind of incompetence or ignorance, but like obviously like they're the ones who are going to have like the organizational structures in place who are like again it's kind of like this like maybe they imagine that there was going to be like this epic secular like heckin' government that sorry I don't mean to like ridicule secular activism in Egypt and obviously against like Mubarak and obviously like it is like but I think like I would like to do an episode about that as well eventually,
right.
But I think there's other examples prior to that too that you could look at, like Algeria in the 90s, right, where you had the FLN government, right, which was obviously like sort of heroic coming out of its fight against French colonialism, but then they kind of basically tried to cancel an election, and this like unleashed like a total nightmare. Like was where did the U.S. government like fall in that equation? It's an interesting kind of question, but I think it's one to maybe explore deeper at another time. But
right,
I mean,
right.
Like obviously like obviously social media and the internet did like facilitate these things, and definitely like there was like a foreign hand in them directly to varying extents, but I think like I don't like I guess what I'm reacting against is like the idea of like, oh, there was a color revolution against like base Mubarak. It's like, come on, like this guy he sucked. And
well I mean I think Mubarak's one of the tougher cases. I think in cases where somebody's like an unambiguous like U.S. enemy, an op against the U.S. that like you see the kind of the movements of like the USAID people and like the net freedom type people and stuff like that. Those types of people were floating around, but you're right that it's
and then
it's
afterwards,
more
like Obama could have been like, no, we don't recognize LCC or something. Or like, this is like outrageous, like what's happening. But instead he was like, that's okay. like, so.
Well, you mean like he was okay with the overthrow of Mubarak?
Of Morsi. I mean, like after.
Oh, right.
After, like he
when Sisi came in.
Exactly.
Well, that's what I mean. It
like,
doesn't.
That's not
I think,
democratic. That's wrong. But he wasn't.
I will say this that like if there were, say, like certain, color revolutionary forces that maybe were like involved in going against Mubarak, and that the U.S. had soured on Mubarak, it doesn't automatically mean that the U.S. was pro Morsi and like wanted him to be like the replacement for it. But so it's unclear at what point was it like maybe a kind of crisis management of like Mubarak is been around forever, he's weak. Like it's better to go with the flow on popular anger and even maybe like encourage it in the hopes that we get another like very pro-US kind of guy to like replace him. But then it ends up being like a Muslim Brotherhood, politician that takes over and taking it in maybe like a direction that they're more nervous about. And they're like, all right, we needed like a military general to like go in there and like, boom. And
who is totally like a compatible leader who like suppresses his political enemies, is like goes along with Israel. Like
it would fit a pattern of aiding certain like quote unquote like Islamist elements to destabilize certain countries, but also not allow them to like actually take over those countries in a kind of way. I
mean, there was a year in which like they attempted to govern, but like this, was like I think that the like I'm much more suspicious of what happened in the overthrow of Morsi, and I see very like explicitly.
Oh yeah,
like,
I think absolutely.
The U.S. like kind of giving the nod or condoning this, rather than the overthrow of him. Even though like yes, I think that like you could definitely see how like maybe there's gonna be I'm doing Obama's voice, but I'm speaking on behalf of like the entire like United States intelligence apparatus and like the administrative state and things like this. Like I could like. I mean, it is difficult to imagine in a way that like people actually buy into these kind of fantasies. I mean, I could see how like the American people could buy into those fantasies, but it's odd to imagine that like, and I think that those groups do sell those fantasies to the American people when it's like to their benefit, like the Tahrir Square thing. Like, but I think, it would be strange if like, the like U.S. intelligence community actually believed that it was going to be like this kind of I don't know, like, and it seems like usually they're quite like comfortable with having like a kind of a quote unquote strong man leader in Arab countries, as long as he is in alignment with the United States, which for the most part, like Mubarak was.
Yeah.
Like I think that like they imagine they're going to get like this kind of I think that in general the United States hates democracy in the Arab world. Like that's what I think is like.
Oh, they're definitely afraid of it.
Like
because they're afraid of like governments not listening to the U.S.
Well, yeah, exactly. Look at all the most beloved governments in the Arab world are. Like they're all like it's literally like the ones that are least responsive to the desires of the people. Like the more responsive it is to the desires of the people, the less like the U.S. likes it. I feel like generally, I guess it's more of a heuristic than strictly true. There is definitely exceptions, but Bashar al-Assad was an exception, for instance. But that's kind of there's other political reasons for that. But if you think about like who are the darlings, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the UAE, right? So
yeah,
like it would be strange and like kind of naive like to like in Egypt for that to happen. I mean, I could see like the argument in Syria for sure, obviously, for as I just mentioned, right? Like Bashar al-Assad.
Yeah.
That was someone who, was disliked.
It's another interesting connection between the Syria situation and Egypt is and the sort of like the sort of hacktivist and kind of a style of protest that became dominant in like 2011 was the George W. Bush's ambassador to Egypt from 2005 to April 2008. He left a little bit before the election. Was this gentleman, Frank Ricciardone Jr. I hope I'm saying that Italian name correctly. But this is like a career diplomat guy who served as the ambassador to Egypt, kind of like right before the sort of the downfall of Mubarak and everything, but then gets brought back into the diplomatic service by Obama and is made the ambassador to Turkey between January 2011 and July 2014, pretty neatly coinciding with like the commencement of like destabilization in Syria and like Western backing for that. Now, the extra weird thing about Francis Ricciardone Jr. is that I don't know exactly when this occurred, but his daughter married this guy, Micah White. I don't know, maybe in the 2000s, probably maybe before Occupy Wall Street, but Micah White becomes like one of the central figures, like launching Occupy Wall Street at the end of 2011, and is like largely credited with popularizing the term clicktivism. I think he's the first person to use the hashtag Occupy Wall Street hashtag when he was running the Adbusters Twitter account when living in Berkeley, California. So he actually wasn't in New York for the actual like beginning of Occupy, but like online he was like involved in kind of organizing it. And Adbusters also like very much of this era. Adbusters founded by Estonian Canadian activist Kalle Lassen, whose family fled Estonia during the end of World War II, and they to Germany. And he had some kind of strange military career in Australia for a while, and then just decided he's going to be a heckin' like activist and start Adbusters. And then, Adbusters becomes kind of this, like, in the same vein. I remember when like Chomsky was like still a big cultural force on the left, and then Zizek was a big rising star with like his like movies that were coming out. And I feel like Zizek especially was like very like associated with like the Adbusters vibe, which in a way is kind of like a net charged like merry prankster like culture jamming kind of thing. I mean, I remember like liking it when I was in college.
Yeah.
But
I think here's what I'll say relative to like what you're saying. I think that there certainly is, like, beyond just like the like internet issue and beyond just like the social media and its connection with like the quote unquote Arab Spring and such things, like there is like, it goes way back, like, and a lot of it has to do with like organizations like the Ford Foundation. There is like a whole complex of like NGOs like that in the cultural sector often, right, that operate in the Arab world, that have like a very particular politics, right, and they like promote like a kind of idea of like resistance or like free, and like a lot of the time they offer money to people who are like artists or cultural figures or intellectuals to who are advancing the kind of like sort of mission statement that you see of organizations like the Ford Foundation,
yes.
right? Like things like that are political in a way, but they're about like they're like they kind of you could say they sort of co-opt the idea of resistance or direct it in certain against certain things, such as like tradition, or like which again, like I'm not saying that there isn't like problems like around like the issue of gender, like that people have a legitimate grievance with or whatever. But if you look at like how these kind of NGOs operate in a place like the West Bank, then you can really see this like very transparently, right? Like the sort of impetus for someone who was looking to, make a career in kind of NGO-sponsored activism is not to talk about resistance in terms of resisting Israel through like material or practical means, right? Maybe, just by virtue of the reality of the situation, like they don't have to say like, oh, we should make, peace with them, right? But they kind of, it's like kind of the same thing we talk about, right? Where it's a kind of a co-opting that happens, right? And it's like, well, we have to resist in a broader way. We have to, break out of the chains of like these like, and they don't want anything to do a lot of the time. And again, I'm not saying that, I know this is a live wire for some people. I'm not saying that there's, not problems with Islamist politics, right? But those parties, right, are significantly powerful, and a lot of the time, I know some people on the Western left don't like it, but a lot of the time, like, they are the parties that are offering, the sort of material resistance to Israel or to the United States, or that are not, this compatible option, right? Because that,
right.
they are kind of, they do kind of a sort of populist support a lot of the time, right? And obviously, there are some who oppose them, and like there's problems with their politics, and across the board in many different situations. But
but you're saying a wholesale kind of writing off, or like ignoring like that whole aspect of it, because it might conflict with other broader objectives of these foundations in way, like things that are not totally under their control, because I think that's what the foundations want. ultimately,
Right, like
is
they don't,
control over situations and like
Right.
networks and like this is a very critical lever of like manipulation of society that goes on, and they got the left so wrapped up in their like funding schemes that it's like this weird, like you can't even acknowledge it, or like you have to kind of like suppress awareness of that down in yourself if you decide to go into like the NGO leftist like world. And that like you just have to go like Ford Foundation, I don't know, there must be some cool leftist people there, and like not think about it as like basically like more CIA than CIA in a way, like in terms of more direct forms of like social manipulation by picking winners and losers in the charitable economy, you know, and juicing certain things and de-emphasizing other things.
And the sort of tendrils of those organizations are like very, very deeply rooted and like have penetrated very, very deeply into sort of the intellectual and cultural ecosystems in certain countries, you know, in places like Lebanon, places like Palestine, and all, you know, across like to an extent in Egypt and all across the Arab world, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like I think that and they kind of create like a paradigm of like of politics that kind of becomes popular and is legible to Westerners, really. Like this is the kind of like quote unquote development that like the Ford Foundation like desires, right? It's a form of politics that is completely in keeping with the vision of like where these countries should go, that is kind of promulgated by organizations like that and its subsidiary organizations that it funds, and then that, you know, et cetera. So that's just an example, like, you know, obviously a very significant one, but not the only example. And that politics, I think, then, you know, combines with new technologies like social media and those sort of existing institutional supports for that type of politics. And then, you know, so that's why that kind of politics comes to the fore in things like the Arab Spring, you know. But I also think that like it would be very naive. I mean, maybe it's because like there's sort of this deep institutional aversion to any kind of dealing with Islamist parties, right? Like, you know, obviously no one who's like you know, the Ford Foundation doesn't want to deal with Hamas, right? And remember, like Hamas is an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood, technically, right? So like the Ford Foundation doesn't want to be funding anything to do with that, right? And in fact, like, you know, when organizations like are kind of whether rightly or wrongly kind of suggested to have ties to an organization like Hamas, then you see those organizations, like, you know, their money gets pulled back, because there have been times where, you know, these sort of philanthropic organizations are funding sort of something to, you know, promote like the release of Palestinian prisoners, and then there's sort of this whole campaign of like, oh, actually this is terrorism. And then, you know, this kind of happened a lot after October 7th, where there was kind of a crackdown on those sort of you know, non-violent organizations that were kind of perceived to be advancing the goals of groups like Hamas. But
like some NGOs got their some of their money pulled because they went off and did like Palestine solidarity protesting. And some of the donors, groups that weren't directly associated with like the Palestine issue, but were like standing in solidarity, got like financially punished by, you know, their funders for like going off script a little too much. And
totally I'm there's a couple of notable options, notable instances of that, but yeah, so to in terms of what I'm saying, I think that like that is part of the reason why like this maybe I don't really necessarily believe this is the case, but maybe like that sort of a refusal to engage became like a kind of a blind spot where they didn't realize that like you know, a genuinely kind of populist movement could easily you know, bring the Muslim Brotherhood to power in a place like Egypt. But I kind of had a hard time believing that. It would be incredibly naive to think that like this kind of cartoonish politics that I don't want to call it cartoonish, but this kind of a compatible politics that they promote, which is like totally, you know, basically designed for consumption by like a Western NGO audience, you know, it was actually going to become dominant in a real situation. That to me would be very naive to believe.
I think there were some smarter, you know, the scheming heads at work that maybe, I don't know if it was part of a long plan. We also can't forget right next door, the Libya kind of NATO intervention was like, basically happening around the same time that all of these kind of neoliberal hawks like Hillary Clinton and I think one of the Maxwell, I think maybe Isabel Maxwell's son, the Gerasi was his last name, but was like working in the State Department specifically on like the Libya thing, like in 2011 and 2012 as well, and they all seem to be very all in on that. Obviously, Gaddafi, like despite his erstwhile collabs with like the West, was like considered too much of an independent spirit. Like he had to be taken out, and you couldn't let him, push for reforms in the African Union and things like that. But anyways, actually, just to underline your point before we move on, your kind of point that I don't know, like speaking up a lot about like the atheist thing is a way to sort of signal that like put me in, coach, for like the foundation left. I did notice that Michael White, like a lot of figures in our culture, just gets magically noticed by the New York Times when he's a college student at Swarthmore College in 1999 and publishes an op-ed in the New York Times titled "Atheists Under Siege." So I guess he was.
In what context?
He says, I guess he is actually no. He was in high school, I guess, during this period. That's what he says. He says that we hear it everywhere, from churches to Congress. We need to allow religion back in schools if we want to avoid another tragedy like the one at Columbine. As a high school junior in Michigan, I'm very concerned with the national trend of blaming godless teenagers for school violence. As an atheist, I feel like I have endured persecution for my beliefs. I believe that the only outcome of any increase of religion in the schools would be an increase in anger directed against those students who are either not of the dominant religion or lack religion at all. Last fall, I tried to form an atheist club in my high school as an alternative to a Bible study group that already existed. The school made it difficult for me to do so, saying I didn't have a teacher sponsor. I threatened to sue the school with legal help from Americans United for the separation of church and state. I feel like that's foundation link number one. Only then did the school say I could not be prevented. He got attacked. People wrote "burn in hell" on his atheist signs. I mean, I don't support that at all. But let's see. Yeah, he just basically talks about how atheist students are not the source of America's ills, and we should accept everybody. But like, how did he get this published in the New York Times as a high schooler? That's like, what? Like, he's from Michigan. It's just a little bit like, interesting.
Yeah, where did he go to high school? Grand Blanc, Michigan. Genesee County. Yeah, because like, I'm like, well, okay, I guess if maybe he's in the deep south, then I could see there being like atheist persecution. I mean, maybe this is like a religious enough area that,
he was also interviewed on Bill Maher's Politically Incorrect, probably for being a heckin' atheist.
You all know why. Yeah, exactly.
And he received the 1999 Ruth Jokinen Memorial Student Activist Award from the Freedom from Religion Foundation, and then he went to Swarthmore College after that. And then got a PhD at the European Graduate School, where he might have studied under Zizek, actually, now that I think about it. So another, like, just like Alex Karp, like one of these European Graduate School critical theory Gen Xers that the San Francisco Chronicle included him in a list of the most fascinating people in the Bay Area 2011. That is quite a list to be on, I have to say. Like, I got to check these Edge Foundation dinners and see if no, I actually don't think
what is this
he pops
PhD
up.
In?
Probably like activism or like how to protest or something like that.
Activism.
He's a lifelong activist, actually, and then he became an editor for Adbusters. It's founded by a kind of politically ambiguous Estonian
He was
guy.
NEH Hannah Arendt Center Distinguished Visiting Fellow at Bard College. That's interesting.
Oh, at Bard College. Interesting.
Yeah.
Where, a lot of interesting connections there.
Yeah.
But like really has been like published all over the place. I remember when he was kind of like a big deal on like the left and was, even though Occupy was leaderless, he was kind of along with people like Justine Tunney, who would go on to become like a huge fascist monarchist not long after. He was sort of held up as like, and then like when he's doing Occupy and he's on Twitter going hashtag Occupy Wall Street, his father-in-law is Barack Obama's ambassador to Turkey up from 2011 through to basically during the formative years of ISIS, like bursting on the scene. And then I think the father-in-law went on to be like one of the leaders of the Atlantic Council, the NATO think tank after that. So like, I always say like, I wonder what like the Thanksgiving dinner is like between this heckin' like super radical culture jamming like PhD activist guy who loves like Gene Sharp tactics and stuff, and his like Atlantic Council deep state father-in-law that is like on the ground, like, you know, it's just like, interesting. And you know, he's kind of like disappeared, but he studied with Alain Badiou, Michael Hart, Jacques Rancière, Slavoj Žižek. Okay, there we go.
Did you see this article? I co-founded Occupy Wall Street. Now I'm headed to Davos. Why?
Yeah. In 2020, he went to Davos. Like, see, one of these guys that just like...
It's funny. Rejecting Davos is easy when one hasn't been invited. Now that I have a chance to go, I want to discover its revolutionary potential. That's a very ridiculous sentence.
It's amazing.
Like, you'd be like, well, I was invited to Davos and I rejected it. That seems like where you're setting it up, you know, what you're setting up for. But no, instead he's going to discover the revolutionary potential of Davos. I mean, he probably didn't write that, you know, that little log line or whatever you call it, the lead.
Yeah. But no, I mean, there's a lot of, you know, he's also the winner of the Roddenberry Prize, which looks to be, it is interesting. You know what that is? Obviously, I think this was founded from the estate of Star Trek creator Gene Roddenberry, who I think was liked to hang out at Esalen and participate in the 9 alien channeling group with Andrea Puharich and a bunch of other rich people in like the 70s and the 80s. And I forget if the Roddenberry, we'll get to him one day. Anyways, the $1 million 2024 Roddenberry Prize is for an early stage scientific or technology venture leveraging artificial intelligence for a better future. So he won like an AI prize, like named after Gene Roddenberry, like ethical, early stage, world changing, AI driven, scalable, our North Star. It's like all about, you get a $1 million grant for winning this. Damn, to be a foundation leftist hero.
For many activists, the total rejection of the World Economic Forum goes back to the anti-globalization movement and the founding of the World Social Forum as an alternative summit. The belief that the World Economic Forum is an irredeemable space is one of the implicit prejudices of contemporary activist culture. Among the 99%, the cynicism towards Davos often takes the form of a conviction that the CEOs will neither listen nor change. All right. Yes, touche, I guess. That is something that I am convinced of. Of course, there is a good reason to be skeptical of the World Economic Forum and the willingness of elites to make concrete changes that benefit the rest of us. In the 9 years since the Occupy movement forced income inequality into the mainstream discourse, there has been little to no progress on the issue despite its being ardently discussed by elites at Davos. In fact, the 99% is arguably in a worse position politically and economically today than we were when our encampments occupied the financial districts in 2011. Yes. Moreover, regulatory advances have been reversed and another financial crisis seems just around the corner. And yet, rejecting Davos is easy when one has not been invited to attend. After all, invitations to the forum are extremely rare and much coveted by elites who pay exorbitant fees to attend. Only a handful of civil society representatives and far fewer activists have ever been offered the opportunity to go. To turn down the World Economic Forum would mean believing that I can know in advance what will come from going. On the contrary, my experience as an activist has taught me it is often the emergent and unexpected outcomes that end up being the most significant. I had to go to see what would happen if I went. To understand what I could achieve at Davos, I first had to understand Davos. Okay.
You had to go to the Edge Conference Billionaires Dinner to understand the Edge Conference Billionaires Dinner. Oh, you have to
understand.
Infiltrate.
I had to go on his plane. I had to get a massage.
Oh my God. Yeah. So anyways, that was a side quest about how leftist figures can be like the sussest people ever, but then held up and go hang out with all the Davos Epstein friends, but it's all good.
Yes. Well, let me address the question that Miskuski, I think it was Matt Miskuski. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. I'm doing it from memory. Asked about Andre Pastrana. Again, I feel like that is like
fellow Pole out there. I salute you.
Yeah. All right. Word.
Miskevich. Yeah.
So he has about Andres Pastrana, who is the president of Colombia, right? He was at one time the president of Colombia.
Okay.
Yeah, and she does come up in the Ghislaine proffer from this release. I don't know too much more about any other things that have come to light about his relationship with Epstein. Maybe you do, Dimitri. But in terms of what Ghislaine says, it's kind of an interesting story actually.
Okay.
So she says, actually, Todd Blanche brings him up. He says, "Do you know the former president of Colombia, Andre Pastrana?" Ghislaine Maxwell says, "Yes." Blanche asks, how do you know him? Maxwell says, "I met Andres Pastrana in a pub in Dublin." Todd Blanche, "And did he travel with Mr. Epstein that you know?" Ghislaine answers, I don't know if he ever was on the plane. I don't think he ever came to the island. But I went to places with Andres Pastrana. One was to Colombia, and Epstein came to that. And the other was to Cuba, and Epstein and Andres Pastrana I think he was there.
Right.
Todd Blanche. "And what were the purposes of traveling to Colombia, then Cuba?" Ghislaine says, "I am a helicopter pilot, and Andres is a helicopter pilot. And we just became friends, and I flew a Black Hawk in Colombia."
Right. There's pics of her in a custom military jumpsuit with a Colombian flag, at an air base somewhere in Colombia, learning how to fly a helicopter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how about to Cuba? Blanche asks. Ghislaine says, I have a friend of mine who was the cigar distributor for Monte Cristo, maybe. I can't remember which cigar it was. And so we went there, and he organized a trip, and we met Fidel Castro. Todd Blanche says, "When was that, approximately?" Ghislaine, it had to be 2002, 2003. Okay? Something like that, I think. Then Todd Blanche goes back to talking about, who got a massage, etc.
I just
figure it out.
I just want to note there, that's a little more information than we had previously on what were the circumstances of Ghislaine and Epstein meeting Castro and when did it happen?
Yeah.
Because there was a pic of them. And I gotta say, not to sound, I'm sure anarcho-syndicalists will accuse me of being a hypocrite for attacking Chomsky but not attacking Fidel Castro. But I don't know, and she could be lying a little bit, but it sounds like she arranged a kind of drop into Cuba through some powerful cigar broker friend that, probably had close relationships with the high levels of the Cuban government as a cigar exporter, and whatever. And she reached out to this guy and is like, "Can we go to Cuba?" And then I'm going to bring along Jeffrey Epstein. And then, they got to meet Castro one day and take pics with him. Because, that kind of thing where, not ruling out that, whatever,
yeah,
but it seems it's also Epstein, going to Cuba, I've been to Cuba, you are under revolutionary jurisdiction while you're in Cuba, and, it's not like he would bring his, the typical entourage, probably, though, Ghislaine wouldn't say if they did, but there's no pics of, I don't think of any young women with them, bringing them to Castro or anything like that. It seems like they're, they got a kind of meet and greet session with him.
Well, yeah, it is sus to meet Epstein, and Fidel Castro definitely should not have done that. And
it also was 2003, so
that he met with Epstein, but
it was
in
before
terms of,
his
comparison with Chomsky. There's obviously no comparison because Chomsky and Epstein were actually friends,
and they hung out they hung out extensively
met,
after his conviction, when it was very well known that he was a pedophile and an abuser and everything. In 2003. You could, I know he has intelligence services, but you could see that, some businessman's gonna come, he might be a CIA asset, and it's Castro would meet with international men of mystery like that sometimes and receive them in Cuba.
Honestly, a good leader shouldn't be taking his time to take pictures with someone like Epstein because he has money or he has some cigar plug through Ghislaine Maxwell. But I don't think that should be used to
an embargoed country that's been subjected to U.S. strangulation for decades, and I'm not to get not to give a total like blanket pass if anything else comes out, of course. But like based on that, I'd say that's like he's on the very weak end of the spectrum in terms of like, whoa, man, like you should have known, like kind of thing. It's like, you know, some sus international rich people came and like, you know, I mean, who knows? Like, he probably met with other people.
Yeah, no,
but
I'm not saying that he even necessarily knew. I mean, like, yeah, I think
like
that
what
like
their
I
deal
said,
was.
what I said is, yeah, I stand by what I said, but like, you know, he may not have known that Epstein was like a sex criminal, but still, like, you know, I think that that's like not like a great look, even though a lot of leaders do it, like, you know, but still at the same time, I think that if a comparison is being made with Chomsky, there isn't really a comparison because like this is Epstein's actual like close friend. It seems, you know, someone who we could call upon to like, you know, arrange meetings with other friends and things like that. Who's like company he like sought, like Chomsky like sought out Epstein's company. It seems almost, you know, was eager to hang out with him.
And it seems very much that Ghislaine was or you know, Ghislaine maybe along with Epstein, but they were the driving force of like getting to go to Cuba and like get to meet Castro, you know, like that was like their initiative to, you know, hit up contacts they had and then go there and get some kind of audience because they're, you know, big international jet setters or whatever. So it's a little bit, again, like Chomsky was, you know, I'm seeing the chat here say, I think it's time to cancel Fidel Castro. Like with tears, I'm ready to let El Comandante go. And I'm like, well, hold on. Cause I feel like that's definitely where I'm at with Chomsky. Like, and people are not letting Chomsky go, but I don't want to I feel like the Chomsky defenders are going to try to, if they can't save Chomsky, they're going to try to like sink Fidel Castro, like with Chomsky and be like, well, I guess like the tankies are also going to have to give up on thinking like Fidel Castro was good at all because like he got this one photo with like fucking Epstein, you know, versus like he's a brilliant man and I flew on his plane 1,000,000 times. Like, you know, like I still think that like I would rank them very the degrees very differently, but you know, that's it. Like I'm willing to change. I wouldn't defend the El Comandante like at any cost, but so far that's and you know, the one shred of intel we have is like Ghislaine describing the context, and I mean, to be fair, in other parts you definitely feel the vibe that she's lying in this interview, this proffer like interview, where especially around the things about like I never saw any like sexual impropriety with like underage girls happen. Mm-hmm. I didn't think he was like having sex with anybody. You know, I don't really remember these people. Like, you know, she kind of claps back a lot against like, you can tell she's talking about Virginia Roberts' Giffray's accusations against her, and kind of like she's really pushing back.
She hates her. She like singles her out for like she thinks that she just, you know, basically she's like she basically calls her like a liar about everything, which is how I would describe Ghislaine based on you know, this interview. She like it's honestly like she's a real piece of work, is one way to put it. It just basically says like, oh, I can't recall ever seeing anything wrong or doing anything wrong. You know, like that's basically like this entire interview.
You gotta think, you know, this is a woman whose freedom is on the line and is desperately trying to save her own ass and get her own ass out of jail. And so, like everything you listen, I listened to like 5 hours of her, so I could hear her kind of like her little British, you know, intonations and get a sense of her vibe. And like, yeah, like it gets increasingly hard to like take her fully seriously.
I mean, like you're in jail for like being like a sex criminal. Like you're in jail for like procuring women for Jeffrey Epstein.
Like,
and
listening to her while flipping through the PDF photos and she's just like goofing off in all of them is like kind of a jarring experience.
And the idea, like I had no knowledge. I never saw anyone do anything improper. Like all of these like victims are attesting to the fact that like she was like his close business partner, and like oftentimes she was the one who like met them and brought them into his orbit to begin with. So
she claimed that she never like procured a girl and like brought. She said she went out and got masseuses, like professional masseuses, but she never went to a school and like approached girls like there, and she claims she never did that at like Mar-a-Lago.
Honestly, it is strange though that like I guess it's because maybe she genuinely like there's only two explanations. Either she is like afraid of like the how what it could open up and that like it would just like further incriminate her, or she like I guess that probably is what it is. Like it's either that or maybe in some cases it is that like she didn't personally witness these things, but it is odd that she won't give them, because when Todd Blanche asked that question about Pastrana and about Castro, I think that like he was kind of like, why did he ask those questions? He probably was hoping that she would be like,
some dirt,
like they did some of these horrible things and like not like the great gentleman that's if she but I think that it must be that like if she were to say like, yeah, I did see Bill Clinton like rape a girl, then that would in some way like incriminate her further and make it less likely that she would get it, because like
like she can't.
The public would demand. I mean, it's very funny. She calls this whole thing a quote unquote Salem witch trial.
Salem witch trial. Yep.
So I mean the myth lives on, but yeah, like that's like her like line on this throughout this whole proffer interview, which is absurd. But it like really it shows how like she's kind of trying to portray this as like but it is certainly true that like the people would like not be satisfied with like her getting off in exchange for digging up some dirt on Bill Clinton or like any number of Trump's enemies, right? Like the people would demand that Ghislaine is in prison for the rest of her life, because like this is one of the like highest profile and most outrageous crimes in like the American like popular consciousness, and like we're not gonna like accept like a political deal being made with Ghislaine Maxwell in exchange for like anything, so even if she did know something like that, it probably would just make matters worse, like if she witnessed it, and then so for her I mean it would just make it less likely. So I guess maybe her counsel has advised her that her best bet is to just deny knowing anything, but like talk about how great Trump is. That's like the best thing she can do, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. She really can't implicate any like even say that she was a witness to any of Epstein's like criminal behavior, because whatever slim chance she has that she could get out, or be pardoned, like it probably would just tip it to like people hate her and want her to be in jail forever, and like it kind of feels like nobody else is going to get punished for being part of this network. So she is the one left holding the bag who hasn't been, killed in jail. And, but also,
she also said she does not believe that it was suicide, which is interesting, because it's like,
then who did it?
Yeah, it was strange. Well, she said that it was like some kind of internal matter, which is very odd. Let's actually read, because that's like, worth considering.
Yeah.
Let me let's see what she had to say about it. Let me bring it up in the internal. Okay. So, she's talking about the the internal situation. Okay, so here we go. This is Todd Blanche. So, what I want to be careful about is, asking you to speculate, because anybody can do that. And I don't think that's fair to you or anybody else to ask you to give us your kind of opinion. But do you think that the third point you say, which is kind of a failure by the Bureau of Prisons, that there's been there's an OIG report, there's an SDNY investigation about that. You think he did not die by suicide, given all the things we just talked about? Ghislaine says, I do not believe he died by suicide, no. Todd Blanche, and do you believe that? Do you have any speculation or view of who killed him? Ghislaine, no, I don't. Todd Blanche, and I ask that because if you don't believe that there's any truth to the allegations of blackmail, or that he had kind of a list, or that he had reasons to have people hate him, why would somebody kill him in prison? Ghislaine says, in prison where I am, they will kill you, or they will pay. Somebody can pay a prisoner to kill you for $25 worth of commissary.
Right.
That's about the going rate for a hit with a lock today. Todd Blanche says, so that goes to the third reason, which is kind of the mismanagement. Ghislaine says, yes. Todd Blanche, or the shortcomings of the Bureau of Prisons. Ghislaine Maxwell says, yes. Todd Blanche, which is a little bit different than my question, which is, do you think there was somebody on the outside of prison, so putting aside what could happen on the inside, on the outside of prison, who who wanted him dead so badly that he would have, or she would have, caused him to be killed on the inside. Ghislaine replies, I don't see that. I think, is it possible? Of course it's possible, but I don't know of any reason why, and I don't believe in the blackmail or any of this. I don't think Epstein had a hit on like that. If it is indeed murder, I believe it was an internal situation. Todd Blanche says, yeah, so you don't have any reason, firsthand knowledge, or even speculation, it sounds like, to think that he was killed to kind of silence him or to keep him from going public about people he knew about. Ghislaine says, no, I don't, because I think that is just part of the story that's been created that started back in 2008, 2009. And yeah, Todd Blanche kind of tries to push her a little bit because obviously this is like sort of strange. And she's saying like, yeah, he definitely was killed, but also I don't know why anyone would have ever wanted to kill him. So Todd Blanche says, okay, yeah, I mean, that's the point. Like, I don't think there's value in talking, there's a lot of information about what happened, at the MCC. But what is important to me is whether, is the idea that he didn't die by suicide, that's one thing. But if to the extent that folks believe that he was murdered to keep him quiet or because he had information on rich and powerful people, do you have any reason to believe that that's true? Ghislaine answers, I do not have any reason to believe that. And I also think it's ludicrous. Because I also happen to think if that is what they wanted, they would have had plenty of opportunity when he wasn't in jail. And if they were worried about blackmail or anything from him, he would have been a very easy target. And then they kind of keep talking about that, when the last time you spoke with him and everything. So that is a very odd claim of hers.
Right.
Like, she's adamant that he did not die by, like, she's so dismissive of, like, basically, like the conspiracy theorizing and
right.
That's
not
going out of control,
serious.
the Salem witch hunt. Yeah, she's very much like, the media just run crazy with this, and the whole narrative out there. One of my favorite parts of this whole thing is when she says, "There's been a lot of reportage that I had some kind of trust fund." I'm like, are you kidding me?
Trust fund.
Yeah. She claims to have never had a trust fund. Anyway,
it's semantics because I'm sure her father just like set up like a different type of account to like give her lots of money that like wasn't technically a trust, and so people use that one all the time. Yeah.
That maybe that is what it is. But like it's this type of thing where she's just very dismissive of all. I think this has all been blown so out of proportion. But like what the hell is going on here? Because she's like kind of saying that he definitely was killed, but she has no theory on why he would have been killed or that he would have had any enemies. So she thinks that he was killed,
I forget,
like kind of, for being like a chomo in prison.
I think so. I think she does mention that, like maybe it's just because what they say about prison, that people don't like alleged pedophiles. So maybe that was the reason that it happened. That's like the only explanation. It actually reminds me of one of the most like annoying takes, like right after Epstein died. Do you remember this? Where it was the most like foundation leftist like galaxy brain take of all time, which was like the real conspiracy about Jeffrey Epstein's death is that prison conditions are so bad that this was the ultimate institutional breakdown that just shows you how like brutal our carceral system is, and that's why we need to like abolish prisons, because like it was so bad that it like stochastically like led to him committing suicide, but they should have prevented it.
What?
But like that's how like I think they were saying that like
I thought you were going to say that like, the security cameras didn't work because the prisons are so poorly maintained.
I think they say that too. That was like that explained everything. Right. That explained why the cameras were off, why he was allowed to kill himself, and why he was put in a cell by himself. Is like, wow, like our carceral policies are so brutal and like inhumane that it just kind of like ambiently led to like him dying, and that's what we really should be focusing on. And it's like that's like the most Ford Foundation ass take about Epstein that I could ever like imagine. It's like the performative leftism of it, but also like bearing
that does have that
any
vibe
questions
of like,
about.
Look, I agree, Epstein didn't kill himself, but like
the faceless maw,
the gaping maw of
the
Capital.
gaping maw of Capital
Yeah.
killed him. Exactly, private prison, the gaping maw of like mass incarceration, like vaguely claimed it of him as victim, and it's like okay, like it's sus.
Yeah, no, there's definitely like this thing now about like the camera, like, if anyone accessed his tier, like they would have been on that camera, and it's like, well, first of all, there's like a missing minute. Second of all,
yeah.
like the staircase like leading to his level is like incredibly difficult to see, and I'm not like I'm just not persuaded that like first of all, like no one could have walked up that staircase in that amount of time, and like that you wouldn't, that you would definitely see it, and also that like there wasn't any other way of accessing, like,
right.
I just don't. Yeah,
I remember there's kind of an open area and then like a little tiny stair and a kind of little elevated like platform with like 2 or 3 cell doors, and his was kind of like tucked into the corner of it. But it doesn't seem like, I mean, that's, like there's a minute missing from it still, right? I haven't heard anything to
between like, it's like, again, part of the
protocols.
The system,
yeah.
like that it resets at the end of the day. So like from 11:58 to like midnight, there's like, or from 11:58:59, like the 11:59 is missing that whole minute.
Right.
So
I mean, even if you brought in like an operator to do that job, it might even be possible to like time it for that and then not even have to mess with the tapes because it's going to be off for like 1 minute.
Right.
And then just kind of act like, oh, well, I fell asleep and like whatever, and that would probably require like one or more of the guards and other people to be like in on it. Like, but it just doesn't seem like, it still doesn't seem credible that he just did that himself. And it seems like something specific was done.
The fact that Ghislaine doesn't believe that he killed himself, like, to me, is like indicates that like why, like, she's so dismissive of everything else, but it's so odd that she would like not, and like also that's their narrative at this point, like that's a DOJ narrative, and she's trying to like suck up to them and like get concessions from them.
That's a good point.
Like, so why would she be saying like because it seems like. That's kind of what Todd Blanche is getting at in that exchange, is he's trying to say like, so like, that's why he keeps pushing the issue. Like, he's kind of upset that she's saying that. And he's trying to say like, but it wasn't because, he like knew anything about anyone powerful and was blackmailing them. Right. And she says no. Right. Which is what they want to hear, I assume. But like, it's odd that she would even kind of insist on the idea that he was murdered. Like, that to me, like,
it's really kind of an insane thing for her to like assert that without saying there was any other conspiracy involved, but he didn't kill himself, is like,
I mean, it kind of like, the only thing I can imagine, like, assuming that is a truthful belief on her part, which I imagine that it is, it must be based on like just how unlikely she feels he was to kill himself. I mean, he was like a narcissist. Not to say that he like liked or relished the idea of being in prison or anything like that.
Of course.
But at the other hand, like, if you read his text, it seems so odd that he would like turn around from being, very, very sanguine about his chances and about his exoneration, to, just giving up, completely.
Right. I think his lawyer said that he did not seem, he was like upbeat about his chances to like kind of be like fight these cases and other stuff like that, and was very involved in his like defense, and was like, like he felt like he could, I mean, look at Diddy. He got off with a relative slap on the wrist.
Totally.
Like,
and
it
he had
can
so
be done.
many powerful friends who remained loyal to him, such as Steve Bannon.
Right.
Who was still like pretty powerfully placed and influential, and like he had inroads with like a lot of people. Like, I mean, I don't know if like we need to even debate like whether Epstein killed himself or not. I think he
so
didn't.
Absurd. And Todd Blanche does ask her about, did you ever meet Donald Barr? And she's like, I don't think so. I don't think I know who that is. And he's like, he's the head of the Dalton school that hired Epstein. She's like, oh yeah, that's right, I remember him. And he asked, did Epstein ever bring up to you a book that Donald Barr had written? It was like a sci-fi book that was about like intergalactic like sex slaves, right? Like people found this years ago. Like, Donald Barr wrote this like wacky like 70s like sexy sci-fi
space relations.
Yeah. And he was the head at Dalton when who hired Jeffrey Epstein under circumstances which are still a little bit murky. We sort of know more about his path, like from there to Bear Stearns now, you know, because there was like one of the brokers there liked Epstein and thought he was smart, and then maybe recommended him to Ace Greenberg, like who was, you know, one of the big shot heads of Bear Stearns, and then he went like there. I mean, it's still kind of murky in the 80s. Like what after he left Bear Stearns, it gets very murky again. But you know, like there's not a lot of like the William Barr thing still makes me wonder. He was the attorney general under Trump when Epstein died. His father had hired Jeffrey Epstein and also wrote a weird rapey book about like sex slaves in space and stuff. And it's weird that Todd Blanche asks Ghislaine about this. Like it's kind of a random thing to ask. Like especially because I don't think that he goes on to be like, and have you ever met William Barr? Like he just kind of asks about Donald Barr and leaves it and then moves on. I think. Yeah.
No, he does ask about Bill Barr a little bit.
What did she say
about Bill Barr? He says, I think you know the answer is given. Well, yeah, sorry. That's a little bit later.
Okay.
Yeah, let me see what the first time Bill Barr comes up. Yeah, like they were about talking about Mark Epstein. Okay, so I think you know the answer is given what you just said about Bill Barr. But did you ever hear any from Mr. Epstein or anybody else that Bill Barr had any role in Mr. Epstein getting a good plea deal in Florida, or any role in that process of Mr. Acosta? That also comes up.
Okay,
yeah. Right. And she says, of course, I never heard that. Because none of these things she's ever heard anything about.
Yeah, she's never heard any of this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is there's kind of like a lengthy part here.
Okay.
Right?
If you want to hold up just a second, I'm just gonna run and get a little more coffee real quick, and I will I'll just be back, and then we can dive into that.
Yeah.
And play a little music. I'll be right back, chat.
Okay. No, that's not the book where Mars is ruled by an Elon. I almost want to say that did Werner von Braun write that book? Yes. He wrote a 1952 book called The Mars Project, where Mars's elected leader is called an Elon. And I think actually Elon might have been named that after that book. Yeah. It's true. He was like named Elon. I mean, it's also like a Hebrew name, I think, but he was named that like partially due to the book. I'm going to like eat a handful of cashews. I'll be right back.
All right. Hello, chat. I'm back. Khalid is on break for once. Let's see. let me share a new picture with y'all. How about this one? I was not aware of this. That is Walter Cronkite meeting with Jeffrey Epstein, maybe around late 90s, early 2000s. They're having a very lively conversation. I forget if Walter Cronkite was a Bohemian Grove member, but honestly would kind of track. Let me look for a few more that I've tagged here.
Oh, hey, I'm back.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I went to go eat some cashews.
Oh, no, that's cool.
Yeah. So yeah, there's this lengthy part that I assume you heard this in the tapes where first, she's being asked about the black book or the list, which of course the existence of the list she denies. I mean, I think in a way like that may well be true. There's no list of everyone who ever did anything bad with me or the blackmail archives. This might exist in the files, or there might be photos, or blackmail material, but there might not be this is a list of all the people and the crimes they committed. There may actually be, but there,
you notice I think it was maybe on the massage list or something where at the bottom there was a sort of a double table that looked like it was clients and then the masseuses they were paired with. It doesn't say what happened, but it would have listed more specifically who got massages and who quote unquote massages and who didn't. And that was completely redacted. So wonderful, right?
Yeah, I didn't notice that was clients pair and the masseuses paired. I thought it was information about the masseuses,
That was the most of
he
it. Was
collected
that?
these weird details about them.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with Griffin in the chat that the list in popular parlance is kind of a shit coat. I think kind of the expectation of the list is sort of it kind of conditions people to approach this material wrongly and to not kind of read between the lines for that information and to expect they want frazzle drip or something, and if they don't have that, then they think this is all nothing burger, and it kind of just
it's weird that I mean, ironically, not saying it would be frazzle drip, but I feel if there is smoking gun boom, proof that somebody was doing something bad, it's probably a photo or a video.
Yes,
and probably not written in a list format, maybe per se. It might be he might have a list that he knows is a list of who he has shit on, but I don't think he's gonna write people I've blackmailed on it, and
honestly,
description
we
of their
saw,
crime.
Kind of something I think that when he just sort of was manically listing off people's names in his emails to himself. That kind of, yeah, exactly.
Actually,
and he just starts listing people. That kind of is the Epstein list if you think about it.
I mean, I think it is in terms of the network and specifically people. Well, the thing I think I found a more specific explanation for what the Radical Breakthroughs email was, and what it was, I think, was that it was notes to himself about who he would want to interview in the proposed Steve Bannon documentary about him.
Yeah.
And so all those people were people that he wanted as talking heads to speak on how the big ideas of tomorrow and how cool Jeff was and all this shit. And so it's got everybody. It's got Ehud Barak, John Brockman, Tom Pritzker, all the physicists, Yosha Bach, Noam Chomsky.
Yeah, what I understood it to be was his list of it was that, but also kind of by virtue of being that, it's also kind of a list of everyone who we felt he could call upon to publicly testify to how great a person this like known sex criminal and pedophile was.
That's a very good point.
Which to me is a list of people who he has something on. You know, like
yeah, because I think
like,
that maybe it was like going to be like a science documentary series or something. Maybe it was like another side project he was putting together, but it was going to be called Radical Breakthroughs, which is why he titled the email that. But I think you're right. Like the people that would go on camera in 2019 to talk about how great Jeffrey Epstein is, like, I don't know. Like, it seems like those would be blackmailed people, like, probably, or complicit people. Like, it would be more likely than not that these are the more complicit ones rather than just random celebs that he's met like once or twice and wants to like rope into his documentary. Like all the Woody Allen, like these people were going to his house all the time and hanging out with him and like did not break ties with him after, you know, after like the late 2000s and his arrest.
I mean, there may well be like this kind of like list of like this person did this like in Jeffrey Epstein's handwriting, but you know, even if not, like you're right. There might be like a video out there, but I guess what I was saying in terms of like the expectation of that is that we may not see that video.
Oh, like probably never. Yeah,
like the people, you know, may never have access to that material.
Right,
and so like we are in the position of like, you know, we have to read between the lines what we do have.
Yep.
And we have to, you know, try to make sense of what we do get, because these kind of smoking guns might be denied to us. And like there's this kind of narrative that because those things are being denied to us and not released, this is all a nothing burger. That,
right.
Like, we can already see this kind of, you know, and even that term I think is
nothing burger.
Kind of, you know, being deployed. Yeah, it's a revolting term. I don't know why, like who came up with that and why it's a burger, but anyway, I guess because you don't want to eat. You wouldn't want to eat a nothing burger. Like that's
Americans want an
know,
everything burger.
You want a nice burger from McDonald's.
Burger.
Yeah, like just eat your McDonald's, little piggy. And
right.
I don't know. Like
here's Bill Clinton and Mick Jagger with a young woman whose face is blacked out. This is at like a fun special dinner that Epstein and Ghislaine were at. I forget if it was overseas or not, but you can see that in the chat. Yeah, so Mick Jagger, you know, the #1 boomer rock star, not really the most shocking thing in the world, but I remember his name used to get kind of thrown around, you know, more early on because it was so shocking that like a rock star was like hanging out with him. But
honestly, you know, I like, to me, that's almost not shocking because I almost feel like Mick Jagger, like even if he never met Epstein,
he'd be
like he's already like, you know.
Lest we forget the groupie phenomenon of like the 70s, you know, and even, you know, longer than that was kind of this like, what the fuck, like this anything goes kind of culture where it seems like, you know, up until for a long time, the idea that a lot of these like groupie girls being like 14 didn't bother anybody, didn't bother David Bowie, didn't bother Jimmy Page, didn't bother all the British guys. Not there's probably American sickos too, but like especially the Brit rock stars. In fact, Peter Gabriel and Brian Eno, Edge dinner attendees at the ones that Epstein was at, you know, and also Brian Eno hugely involved in the Long Now Foundation with Stuart Brand. But you know, not sure what's going on there, but I don't know. Let me see. I'm gonna look through more files.
But yeah, this is the sort of long statement Ghislaine says about that whole issue with Acosta and Bill Barr. So this, you know, comes out of this conversation about the list, right? And she says, I just want to reiterate again, there is no list that I'm aware of. I've never, any time, at least during the period of time when I was, Todd Blanchard interrupts, okay. And Ghislaine says, the origin of the story, I believe, begins, or it has a beginning in 2009, and then it has a prequel, but we would have to start at 2009. I don't know why I wouldn't start with the prequel, but anyway. In 2009, Epstein is, I think, out of jail, and there are civil suits taking place. Many of these are coming out of a disgraced law firm, Rothstein, Rosenfeld, and Adler. At that law firm is a lawyer who started there in May 2009 called Brad Edwards. 2009, allegedly, the FBI gets a call in October 2009 from Brad Edwards, and he allegedly tells them that he has come across a piece of evidence that belongs to Epstein that contains a list of all of his clients and victims, underage girls, massage therapists, and the men who are having sex with them. And he Brad Edwards becomes a cooperating witness. Cooperating, and Leah Safian interjects, confidential. Ghislaine Maxwell says, confidential informant for them. And in a sting operation, obtains the list from a former butler of Epstein's called Alfredo Rodriguez, who comes up a lot in this release.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
He's the one who got us who leaked the address book, and he's the one who circled certain names that he thought were involved with, Epstein's crimes on it specifically.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So he says, and that, becomes evidence in the civil suit. Alfredo Rodriguez is subsequently prosecuted for having an AK-47 or something weird, some guns or something, and goes to trial. And there's a criminal complaint that the FBI produced. And in that criminal complaint, it says that Brad Edwards became aware of the list, but we'll call it the list for the purposes of this. After Alfredo Rodriguez's 2 depositions that are held in Epstein's civil suit. It's in the FBI's affidavit that the evidence was collected, and Brad Edwards became aware of it after the 2nd deposition. It's amazing that she's saying all this apparently off the dome, but her memory of anything else is so awful.
Yeah.
It's in the criminal complaint. The truth is different from what's in both the criminal complaint and in that FBI affidavit, and in Brad Edwards' own statements on the subject. The truth is that Alfredo Rodriguez was deposed twice, once in July and once in August, and in the July deposition told Brad Edwards that he had handwritten notes or a journal, whatever, in the deposition. And Brad Edwards replies, well, we're going to come back for a 2nd deposition. And the 2nd deposition takes place in August. What this means is that Brad Edwards had access to the list from sometime between July and August until when he actually called the FBI in October. So we're talking 6 months or so. Rothstein's firm was raided a few days after the list went into the FBI's hands, and subsequently Rothstein himself was prosecuted for RICO, I believe, and went to jail for 50 years.
Wow.
As a part of that RICO case, he admitted to on the record and was, I don't know whether he was prosecuted for creating fake settlements and fake evidence in Epstein's case. In 2009, simultaneously while this was going on, my boyfriend, Ted Waite, was asked for $10 million to keep me out of any of Epstein's civil suits. Up until then, I had not been in any of Epstein's civil suits. In fact, I wasn't even sure, save for the first time I was mentioned by, DOJ Redaction, which is, I think, Virginia Goyfrey's name. Yeah. I hadn't been. I was basically nowhere. And then Ted was called for this $10 million and had been shown. His people had been shown evidence that included the list, the flight logs, and various other pieces of evidence. Now, we're going to the prequel part of this story, so then it can tie to how this starts. In 2007, Epstein signs a non-prosecution agreement. He then fights the prosecution agreement or debates it through the DOJ or whatever happened there and goes to the court in 2008 when it's accepted or whatever that is. Villafana was the lead prosecutor or the lead, yes, in that case. And she, I think, was not happy or with the outcome and utilized the time Brad Edwards to file the CVRA case. Now, what I have managed to understand from this is within the OPR itself, there is evidence. There it says that Brad Edwards was the only lawyer that she was allowed to talk to. So I just want to preface that. And the reason why I know that she went behind Acosta's back and everything else to do this is because Brad Edwards in a podcast made the revelation. What he says is he'd never heard of the CVRA case before, and Villafana called him and told him to file it. The sole purpose of the CVRA was to overturn the non-prosecution agreement. So what I believe is that Villafana worked with Brad Edwards, who she had also been. He was the lawyer that she had selected as a pro bono lawyer for some of the victims. And he was also working for Rothstein's firm, that was under RICO investigation for that entire time, creating fake evidence in Epstein's case. And she had just filed hidden secret using Edwards to overturn the NPA by filing this CVRA case. That sole purpose was to overturn it. And so when he approached her with the list, this was part of the effort to utilize and find new evidence to support the overturning, either of the NPA and or a new case against Epstein. Because Brad Edwards, I don't know if it was Brad Edwards, because Rothstein's firm asked my then boyfriend for $10 million to kick me out of the suits that I had no knowledge of at the time whatsoever. I now know that the base of the story was a blackmail of a billionaire, because Ted Waite was a multi-billionaire. He had everything. He was way, way more wealthy than Epstein, if anyone cares. And that is the reason why Ted and I broke up, was the basis of that. And Ted Pledge tries to interrupt, and Ghislaine says, and that list was created. So then the masseuses that were on that list, I have never heard of some of them. Not even from the civil suits that come up since I've seen it. And this is me now knowing what's in the list today. And I believe that, Alfredo Rodriguez, there's a metamorphosis of this list. So the original statement that Brad Edwards makes, that's in the documents contemporaneously, is that it's a piece of paper that Alfredo has. It then morphs into something that Alfredo took from Epstein's computer, but there's no computer I know. Certainly not in 2005 when this was allegedly taken. That came out as a book. And then it morphed into, at the civil time, my civil case, into a book that was taken from my computer. And then it morphed into the Southern District of New York as a combination list of mine and Epstein's. That is a metamorphosis through documents that you can trace. And Todd Blanche kind of clarifies, so the in your mind, or from what you described, there is a list. It's just manufactured, meaning you have seen the list, even fake, like, do you know? And Khalid says, I haven't seen it, but Todd Blanche says, so just, I was confused. And Khalid says, so I guess my thing is that what Brad Edwards has in all these things is in the paperwork and whatnot. So all this story is basically controlled by 5 people. There's 4 alleged victims that speak about the list and the blackmail and the men and the sex and whatnot. And the lawyers and now the prosecutors, the Southern District of New York for sure, but no one else. None of these stories carry from any of the 44 alleged original victims. They never ever say that they were farmed out to anybody. Todd Blanche says, but the list itself is, Ghislaine says, yes. Todd Blanche, where is it? Ghislaine, there is no list, but Brad Edwards said he created the list. Todd Blanche, so that's what I was a little confused about. So basically, this is, she kind of underscores it here, actually. She says, Brad Edwards says he got Alfredo Rodriguez to mark up the book of all the people who were involved. It includes Alan Dershowitz, for the record, who's marked. I don't remember what it does with Donald Trump. I don't know. You'd have to look. I don't have it, but I believe
he's circled.
I see. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So basically what she's kind of saying is, like, she's creating a narrative whereby this entire, thing is, like, fabricated or, like, corrupted or, like, metamorphosed in some way that, and this seems like, because this is, like, the longest thing she says. And, like, this is probably the most substantive, like, maybe not to us, like, there's, like, little details here and there, like, when she talks about her father, et cetera, that we mentioned. But, like, in terms of, like, her, like, trying to come to an arrangement with the DOJ, this seems to be, like, her big play.
Yeah.
Because, like, that's a long, uninterrupted kind of spiel, which is not generally the character of this thing.
She's been practicing
So, to me, that's her being like, here's my account of how actually, like, we can together create this idea that, like, there is no Epstein list, like, no one did, like, this is all, like, just muddy the waters completely and exonerate Trump, I guess. Primarily Trump, but also, like, whoever else might be swept up in this and they don't want to be swept up in it.
He's wrongly circled on it. Yeah.
Yeah, and because it's, the list was sort of put together by Alfredo Rodriguez or created, Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's interesting that she goes after, like, the integrity of these lawyers that, kind of came after them, because I did find some weird things that I definitely want to get to in a second, that not necessarily about Edwards, but more about David Boies and one of his friends. But it's not like what Ghislaine is necessarily saying. It's more like these guys are sus because they're kind of undermining the case. I did want to bring up, speaking of random, messages from lawyers, there was this one kind of cryptic email letter that I found in one of the file dumps, and it's from the law offices of Lombardino and Nektalov in somewhere in New York. This is from July 2020, and it was sent to the U.S. Attorney's Office in, I assume, the Southern District of New York, and it says regarding Richard Taus, and has his inmate number. And I don't know if you saw this, but it's, like, a little bit odd. This memo reads, please be advised that I have represented Richard Taus, who is currently an inmate at Clinton Correctional Facility. By way of background, Richard Taus is a former special agent with the FBI and a former decorated lieutenant colonel and helicopter pilot who served our country with honor and distinction during the Vietnam War. Richard Taus has informed me he believes he possesses important information relative to the death of Jeffrey Epstein, along with information regarding Ghislaine Maxwell, and he possesses relevant information to an individual named J. Doe who visited him while an inmate in prison. I'm respectfully requesting, as a former assistant U.S. attorney and a present practicing attorney, that you utilize your good office to interview Richard Taus, who seeks to lend you assistance in this investigation. It is my respectful opinion that Robert possesses important and vital information that can assist in the interest of justice. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Respectfully submitted, Anthony V. Lombardino. So, I don't recall seeing any other follow-up to this in the files that have been released so far, but curious, right?
Wow, what number is that? Because I'm not sure if what's its EFTA number?
It's EFTA 00006036. It should be in the batch. Let me see, maybe in volume 4. Batch 1. It is 6036.
I see.
Okay, so let me look up right now. Former FBI agent and special forces guy. Oh, interesting. I just got a hit on BoyScoutsSexualAbuse.com for Richard Taus. That might be what he's in jail for. Now, this is added in 1991. This whatever this article is. Let me see. It says ineligible volunteer file on Richard Taus, May 1991. I guess maybe this is a guy that's been arrested and is okay. There's a Boy Scout Abuse IV file PDF that I'm going to grab here. Let me see if I can download it. Okay, ineligible volunteer record sheet, registration service, Boy Scouts of America. Let me put this on the screen for everybody. This is from BoyScoutAbuse.com. We have 1991, Richard Taus, approximate age 48-49, occupation former U.S. Army Major/Lieutenant Colonel, former FBI agent ? Vietnam vet, Caucasian, 5'10", blah blah blah. Scouting connections. It looks like it says CNC Council 380, I assume. Position ADSE. Date registered 1965 to 1967. Very interesting. I wonder if that's when a certain future lieutenant colonel was like the National Eagle Scout Association president when he was in high school. Michael Aquino. Also Special Forces lieutenant. This guy might be Special Forces, but I'd like to know more about. I assume this guy was arrested for crimes against children. Let's see. The information contained in each of the IV files is created solely by the Boy Scouts of America. The IV files for the period 1965 through 85 were made public pursuant to a court order. Interesting. The P files or perversion files are specifically like to catalog adult leaders who have been accused of or convicted of molesting or otherwise sexually abusing Boy Scouts. So they kept their own database on, I guess, to keep these people out. And interesting. These had their own kind of big document release by a court order. The names of the abused were redacted. Confidential record sheet, which provides basic background information. The following information was taken directly from the ineligible volunteer file of Richard Taus. If you look down, you can, let's see. It's funny, it doesn't say like why he is ineligible on this PDF document. It says, okay, here we go. Incident, type 2. Type 2 is a non-scout related incident. Date of incident, it's crossed out and not listed. Resolution 3, court action. See news clipping previously sent. Somebody wrote in. Oh, okay. There's more here. Okay. So hold on. Let me bring it down for the screen here. We have the types of incidents are scout related, non-scout related, and homosexual, not specifically with youth. Okay. Noted, July 1991. So down here we have Mr. Stephen Humphrey, Nassau City Council. That might be New York, right? Nassau. Like Nassau,
I'm not sure.
Nassau County.
Nassau County is a county in
so
Long Island, but
yeah, okay.
Yeah, but if it's a city, then it might be a different. Oh, Nassau County Council. That's definitely Long Island.
Okay,
then. Yeah.
He's on the Long Island Scoutmaster. Okay, it says, Dear Steve, thank you for the detailed information sent concerning the above scouter. This case has been reviewed with our attorney and is now on our permanent ineligible volunteer file. Sincerely, Paul Ernst, Registration and Statistical Service. So this is the letter that Paul Ernst wrote, it looks like. Let's see. I'm enclosing you another form for identification. Let's go back to the original
It seems like
thing.
there is a Nassau County maybe in Florida. Seems like there could be another Nassau County. Yeah.
Okay. We'll try to complete. There's handwriting here. Added to IV file. No neg to delete. No reg to delete. No registration to delete. Not on Nesh file. March 91. Okay, here we go. This is Nassau County Council. Charlie. Richard Taus is a former professional scouter. He was an assistant district executive in the Nassau County Council during the 1960s. He left after 2 years of duty. He left after 2 years for duty in Vietnam. We've received no inquiries throughout his trial. I'm sending this just for your information. Best wishes, Stephen Humphrey. Yeah. Okay, now we have an article.
This is the
here.
article.
All
yeah,
right, let me spin
molestation of 8 boys.
Whoa.
It seems. Yeah,
okay.
and it is Long Island. Yeah.
Former FBI agent Richard Taus. Whoa, he was okay. This is kind of wild. Rejecting defense
Mineola.
pleas. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, do you know Mineola?
Yeah.
Rejecting defense pleas for leniency. A Mineola judge yesterday sentenced Richard Taus, former FBI agent and decorated Vietnam War veteran, to 30 and 2/3 to 92 years in prison for molesting 8 young boys who were members of his Freeport soccer team. The sentence, which Long Island officials said is the stiffest in memory for a child sex abuse case, was imposed without comment by County Court Judge Edward Baker in a courtroom packed with students, court watchers. Asked by the judge if he had anything to say, Taus, 47, handcuffed and wearing a gray suit, gave a brief statement, quote, "Judge, looking back at you, I see the plaque, 'In God We Trust,'" he said in a clear voice. "I would just like you to know that I do, I guess, trust God, and that based on the strong advice of my attorney, I have no comment at this point." In arguments for leniency, Taus's lawyer, Harold Borg, asked Baker not to use the sentencing process to, quote, lynch his client. He asked the judge to consider Taus's distinguished service record, as well as expert testimony that Taus, this is actually interesting, that Taus suffered from a combat-related post-traumatic stress disorder. Quote, "We're at war again," Borg said. The court has heard of his service in Vietnam, his years of flying aircraft in dangerous areas and being shot down. Baker appeared unmoved, and Taus showed no reaction as Baker read the list of charges and announced the present terms. Taus received 8 1/3 to 25 years on each of 3 counts of first-degree sodomy to be served concurrently. He also received 2.5 to 7 years on several counts of first and second-degree sexual. Let's spin this around. Abuse. Some of which he served concurrently. Let's see, ADA Littman, who I asked for not less than 25 to 50 years, noted after that despite Baker's 30.5 years minimum sentence, state law makes Taus eligible for parole after blanked out years. I can't see it.
So it'll mean he's not eligible until he's 72. The provision of the law irked another one of his victims, who said he was otherwise pleased with the outcome of the trial. But Taus's family said they were surprised by the severity of Baker's sentence. We did feel that he, should take his war record into consideration, said April Warner, Taus's sister. The sentence is outrageous, said Taus's Vietnamese-born son, David, 26. Most of his life was dedicated to service of his country. My orphanage was bombed. I'd be dead right now if not for him.
Whoa. I wonder if he was remember John DeCamp from the Franklin scandal fame was involved, I think, in that Operation Baby Rescue or something that involved sort of shadily adopting, taking war orphans in Vietnam and then just taking them back to America and giving them to American families or something like that. That was called Operation Baby Lift, maybe. I feel because John DeCamp had a Vietnamese wife and son too.
Vietnamese boy.
Okay, you want a real rabbit hole right here? I'm noticing because I was already thinking about this, and then the article mentioned it. It says, in another highly publicized sex abuse case in Long Island, Arnold Friedman of Great Neck was sentenced to 10 to 30 years in prison after pleading guilty to 42 counts of child sexual abuse and federal charges of distributing child pornography through the mail. Now, that reminds me, do you remember that documentary, Capturing the Friedmans?
Yes.
What a groundbreaking documentary. What a brave documentary, Khalid. I remember when we were studying film and stuff in the 2000s, this would be held up as just one of the most epic, smart, serious documentaries about the complicated realities of child abuse and witch hunts in 1980s Long Island, about Arnold Friedman, who was convicted. But then there was this HBO documentary from 2003 that low-key, I remember it kind of presents itself as a kind of ambiguous sort of story, but it kind of comes down on the side of there was a witch hunt. And actually, this guy wasn't really a pedophile, and his son didn't also abuse boys in this sort of after-school computer club sort of tutoring thing that Arnold Friedman had. The allegations were that the younger son, I think, I forget if it was David or Jesse, basically probably was abused by Arnold Friedman, and then also was abusing these boys. He was convicted of 40 something counts and was sent to jail. And I think I forget if Arnold Friedman died of suicide in jail eventually. It was a very tragic family story about this nice middle class Jewish family on Long Island was just totally destroyed by these allegations. But then the movie just kind of maybe he's actually didn't do it, and all these people were just mean.
Yeah,
and,
I think
whatever.
the filmmaker believed they were innocent or something. Right?
The filmmaker did call it. And do you want to know who the filmmaker was? It was a gentleman named Andrew Jarecki. Andrew Jarecki. This film, he's a documentary filmmaker, and I think his brother. God, who is his brother? Is also a filmmaker as well. Andrew and Henry, I think, or is Henry his father? Where am I? No, actually, Andrew Jarecki. Okay, I'm getting all the Jareckis mixed up. The main point is that you guess what family is in Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book?
Oh, they are in his book.
Oh, yes, they are. In fact, I think it's the father of the Wikipedia article is actually so annoying. It's it doesn't link to anybody else in his family. But let me see, because one of them, Henry Jarecki, is the father, and Eugene Jarecki and Andrew Jarecki are his children. Andrew Jarecki is the one who made Capturing the Freedmans, but both Henry and I believe Andrew are in Epstein's Black Book. Henry Jarecki is very successful academic, psychiatrist, entrepreneur, and philanthropist who I think he was involved in founding a movie phone back in the 90s.
Oh, wow.
And he and his son co-founded it and sold it to AOL in 1999, basically off the, at the peak of the dot-com bubble, essentially.
Oh, wow. He's still alive, too, and he has helped establish a neuropharmaceutical contract research and drug discovery company called Psychogenics.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And I believe that he also is a graduate. We talked talk about it a little bit last time. No, this is actually different. There's the University of Heidelberg in Germany. Am I getting it mixed up with the other one?
He was awarded a doctorate of humane letters by Bard again, of course. Bard is always popping up here. He wrote Epstein a letter in his birthday book too.
Yes,
But,
he did.
he
Yeah,
was
he's
a-
listed.
he was
That's
a-
where I just saw him the other day. He's listed in the
Yeah.
birthday book. I think I could probably look that up and see that which Jarecki. But also, I read that Henry Jarecki. Yeah, here he is. He's listed under friends. People are broken into different categories in the Epstein birthday book. But let me see right here. Yeah, I guess people can see this now. That. Under friends are people like Leon Black, Redacted. Wait, I wonder who the B is because this is alphabetical. But we might be able to find out later. There's Altbach, Leon Black, Redacted, Jean-Luc Brunel. So somebody between BL and BR. It could be.
Well, it could be someone with BR, but a letter before U, like O.
Brown.
Brockman.
It could. Well, Brockman might pop up elsewhere on this list, but let me check.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, it could be. It could be Brockman. Let's see. So yeah, he pops up. He's alongside Jean-Luc Brunel, Bill Clinton, Alan Dershowitz, Henry Jarecki, Peter Mandelson, George Mitchell, Nathan Myhrvold, who is at many of the Edge billionaires' dinners, and let's see, Donald Trump, also listed as a friend, Henry Rosovsky, Redacted again, Leslie Wexner, Mort Zuckerman, unknown. So he's listed as like a friend. I think also Henry Jarecki has, I believe, a private island in the U.S. Virgin Islands that is like, much like Richard Branson, is like not, boating distance from Little St. James. So I'm sorry, like not to, we've been beating up on Nepo babies so much, but Khalid, I think we have to do it again. I'm sorry that we're implying that maybe it's a little sus that you made Capturing the Freedmans, which like made your career and is all about this like complex like story about a family and child sex abuse, but then you kind of like imply that everyone was mean to the pedophile and like shit when you come out in 2003 when like the year of one of the peak Epstein years where he's going to Africa with Bill Clinton and just like befriending you and your father both know Jeffrey Epstein when you make this movie. Just kind of a weird vibe.
Jesse Friedman's appeal, Jarecki, that is.
It's a classic like West Memphis 3 type thing where he became like invested in like, I need to fight for justice for these guys because why? Like the whole thing started because Arnold Freeman.
All the victims at the time, like, criticized the movie for
right.
like leaving out important information. Like this is like from the New York Times, like which usually is like a sucker for this type of thing.
Right.
They have this article. Jarecki has been inconsistent in responding to some questions about his research. Asked repeatedly by the Times whether he knew of a lie detector test that Jesse Friedman took and failed while he protested his innocence in the 1980s, Mr. Jarecki said he did not. But in an interview on a website, Mr. Jarecki spoke in detail about the lie detector test, saying he considered it inconclusive. The mother of the victim who spoke to the Times said her son appeared to recover quickly after he was molested at the age of 7, but had severe emotional problems when he became an adolescent. The man, who is a 24-year-old law student who wrote to the Academy, also wrote on January 29 to the judge who presided over the case. A director's cause is wrong and his purpose is self-serving at my expense as well as at the expense of other victims, he wrote to Ms. Bauchland. The letter is posted on a website of psychologists who specialize in child molestation and find fault with the film, leadershipcouncil.org. It was under the guise of an educator that Arnold and Jesse Friedman used computer technology to show young children pornography, the law student wrote. I became afraid of everything beyond my control. My childhood curiosity was replaced by an inherent distrust of adults, authority figures, and every unknown. Last week, Jesse Friedman released a statement saying he was not surprised that some of his accusers are standing by their statements to the grand jury. There has never been any dispute about the facts that these statements were made, he said. While I know these claims are untrue, I respect their right to make them, and I believe it is likely they continue to believe these events took place. Mr. Friedman spoke differently in an interview on Dateline NBC last month when he challenged former victims to come forward, as well as in an interview on the DVD release of the film, in which he says that he and his brother David cooperated with the film in the hope his former accusers would recant. The whole purpose of this movie for David and I was to try to get my conviction overturned. Mr. Friedman says in a statement for the DVD shot in September 22 months after his release from prison. Jarecki denies he's become an advocate for Jesse Friedman. He eventually would like really fund his appeal, but That's
And,
this is 10 years before he did that. But
I'm just spitballing in the dark here, not saying this means anything, but I believe that the other brother, Eugene Jarecki, did adapt one of Bret Easton Ellis's novels. Maybe it was The Informers, into like an indie film, maybe around like 2009, 2010. Just when Bret Easton Ellis casually mentioned that he like knows people that had gone to the island. I don't know. Like, this family seems to be pretty tight with Jeffrey Epstein in a lot of different ways. And I don't know. I did find, by the way, Richard Taus, the guy we were talking about initially, was actually paroled in May 2022. I found him on New York State, like the New York State incarceration website, like the prison website. He was paroled, May 2022. He had been convicted of third-class sodomy, third degree, prom sexual perf by a child, sodomy first degree, sexual abuse first degree. And he was let out on parole. He is now 81 years old. So, but like, what was he trying to tell? This guy was in jail since 1991. So what kind of information could he have possibly had about Jeffrey Epstein's death in 2020? He said, didn't he say it was based on somebody who had visited him in prison?
Wait, what was based on that?
I'm talking about the thing that was in the Epstein files that led us down this rabbit hole was that letter from a lawyer who's a former prosecutor, federal prosecutor.
I don't think it clarified like why like he's claimed to have known that information. He just said like it was an individual named J. Doe, who visited him while an inmate in prison. Doesn't say how Taus knew about that.
Right. He, relative to the death, blah, 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 and he possesses relevant information to an individual. It's kind of a weirdly framed sentence. Like,
it should be information relevant to an individual.
He believes he possesses important relevant relative to the death of Epstein, along with information regarding Ghislaine Maxwell, and he possesses relevant information to an individual named J. Doe who visited him while an inmate.
The pronoun is a bit ambiguous, but I guess him must be Epstein.
Well, I wonder, and he possesses relevant information to an individual who visited him in prison. Like, that I feel like it might mean like relevant to an individual, but he doesn't say why that individual is relevant to the whole thing. Like, he, or he like, it is, and he possesses relevant information to an individual named J. Doe. Like you don't possess to anybody. You know what I mean? Like,
well, you can possess information that is relevant to that individual. I guess that's what. It should be information relevent. The grammar is a little off.
You're right. Possesses information relevant to an individual named J. Doe who visited. So like who's this mysterious guy? Who it seems to imply that this mysterious individual like showed up and told him something about what happened to Epstein and Maxwell. But this is a former U.S. attorney, assistant U.S. attorney, is, passing this on.
Well, there are these like John Doe files, right, having to do with Epstein that came out a while ago. And is that the John Doe in question? Because I feel like it is. I mean, it could be Jane Doe. I guess. There are also many Jane Does.
He's masking the gender, actually. Well, he's masking the gender of it by saying J Doe. Yeah, because he doesn't mention her or him. Like, it's just like an individual named J Doe who visited him, Taus, while an inmate in prison. I assume while Taus was an inmate in prison. Again, could be written a little more clearly, but I do kind of wonder. This was collected as evidence. Anthony Lombardino, where is he these days? I wonder if he's come forward with any like information about, or like announced, like, I have a guy. Well, actually the only thing that pops up when I type it, Anthony Lombardino Epstein, is like the pretty much the the Epstein files that just came out.
You can't there's nothing. You can't follow the clue of J. Doe anywhere because almost everyone involved with Epstein was at one time designated as John Doe insofar as he appears in any materials relevant to Epstein. So, and Jane Doe obviously is used for a lot of the victims and others. So, yeah, there's no way to figure out who that individual is. Richard Towse is an interesting lead, and I guess anyone can kind of retain a lawyer.
But there's something about his background as an FBI agent and previously a Vietnam, combat helicopter pilot, and then being an FBI agent right through the 80s during the Franklin scandal and all that other stuff, and he's
it's kind
a pedophile.
Of interesting that have you if you look up Richard Towse, you can find a lot of other information about him, in this book by his son, I guess, by David Richard Towse. It came out in 2013, which is I guess a biography of Richard Towse. Richard Towse knew he wanted to be a hero, a real American hero. However, he never imagined that he would be his son's hero. In Eliot's article, Richard says of his son, he was almost 4 then and on the orphanage's death list. He weighed 20 pounds, boils covered his body, and he was coughing up blood. Richard had saved David's life. Covering a dramatic period in American history, this boyhood memoir is a story about Richard and his earliest experiences from childhood to adulthood. This story concerns the experiences and influences, both positive and negative, that shaped his life and the lives of others during a turbulent period in the 20th century.
Oh, shit,
to
bro.
To be a hero... What?
Oh, yeah. Are you reading this from the book about by his son?
The Richard Towse story.
Yeah, the Richard Towse story, part 1, to be a hero in American boyhood memoir. Okay, yes. I just want to, I'm gonna let you finish, but I just found another book popping up on document.pub with the title FBI, CIA, the Mob, and Treachery, the true story of an FBI agent, U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel, a decorated war hero, and his life with the Bureau, the CIA, and the mob.
Well, yeah, that actually comes up here too.
Holy shit! Actually,
yeah,
this
says,
is cool. Okay.
Yeah. So to be a hero is about an American family. Blah 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 blah. It tells of the sufferings all endured as a consequence of circumstances and mistaken, if not prideful, decisions made by the American government. This story should surely ring true to many Americans whose lives were affected by man-made disasters and tragic accidents. The Richard Towse story, Part 1, is the prequel to the Richard Towse story, Part 2, an American hero, Stolen Honor, which tells a true story of corruption and CIA-FBI intrigue. Has whistleblower Richard Towse been railroaded? Has this decorated Army officer and FBI agent been a casualty of FBI and CIA intrigue? Many believe this to be the case for Towse, who questioned unlawful intelligence agencies' operations. Investigate the life of this man who is serving what amounts to a life sentence and decide for yourself. So basically he's saying that he never molested those boys, the soccer team, and he was set up. I mean, I don't know if that's true, but it is possible that he had some kind of connections to there might be some substance to the intelligence angle to this story. I mean,
well, let me just
should be
this book, which is the one that I found, which is allegedly written by somebody named Rodney Stitch, and maybe
I found this too. Right.
Yeah. I just want to read on because this website sort of breaks down the table of contents of this book is this is a lot to chew on right here. I'll just go through this. Start of military career in Vietnam assignment. Actually, let me bring this up so people can see it. Because this is actually it's too crazy. All right, so let's see. Bring it up there. All right, so let's check this out. Adopting Vietnamese start a military career, Vietnam assignment. Adopting Vietnamese orphan. Central American operations. Back to Vietnam. Post-Vietnam assignments. Second Central American trip, 1973. Israeli war and South American politics. Purging intelligence agencies. Transfer within the system. Towse and the FBI Academy. FBI bank robbery squad. Transfer to Foreign Counterintelligence Division. Lufthansa Airlines robbery. RICO and the Bonanno Organized Crime Squad. Pizza connection case. CIA corrupt activity. That's James Comey, where he made his bones. CIA corrupt activities. Informants and internal FBI intrigue. Joint Narcotics Task Force. Some other CIA crimes. WedTech, Castle, and CIA. Ding ding, that's Castle Bank, everybody. Joint CIA and Mafia criminal activities. K-Team, Iraq, and Grenada. CIA and Grenada invasion. enterprise operation at Fort Lauderdale Airport, the hunt for Red October, Castle Securities and the CIA, rivalries between intelligence services, the United Nations Club, CIA links in Freeport Soccer Club. That was where he was alleged to abuse kids. BCCI and CIA, more on Iran-Contra crimes, sanctioned Dominican drug trafficking, U.S. intelligence community and criminal operations, presidential crimes of Iran-Contra, the Eastern Bloc businessman, Taos pays heavy price for defending national interests, 9/11 and the Pakistani Staten Island assassination, FBI's murderous conduct in Boston office, deadly blowback effects upon America, FBI's murderous conduct in New York offices, parallel murderous conduct in NYPD, FBI culture, and 1993 WTC bombing, only the tip of widespread corruption in U.S., as told to another former government agent, Rodney Stitch, former Navy pilot. Copyright 2007. Who? What the fuck? This guy.
This is like.
Dare I say this guy might actually know something? I mean, pedophile or not, I think he probably is. But
Rodney Stitch is. I wonder if Rodney Stitch is like his
alter ego or something.
Or his son. It's hard to believe that he's writing this, but maybe he is writing this from prison.
I found a bio from Abe Books for Rodney Stitch. It says Navy patrol plane commander in World War II and instructor in PBY Catalina aircraft. International airline captain for many years after the end of World War II. Captain for Japan Airlines, sharing the cockpit with co-pilots that were Japanese war pilots a short time before. Flying plane loads of Muslim pilgrims from throughout the Middle East to the holy cities of Mecca and Medina, caught in CIA revolution in Iran, and many other interesting experiences. Key federal airline safety inspector during period of seemingly endless series of preventable airline disasters. See www.historyofaviationdisasters 1950 to 9/11. Real estate investor, defraudingamerica.com/realestateseas.html. Head of a coalition of former government agents and other insiders exposing half-century of corruption in overt and covert government operations that caused or enabled to occur tragic, sometimes deadly, sometimes catastrophic effects upon the American people. These insiders included former personnel in such government agencies as the FBI, CIA, ONI, INS, Secret Service, former drug smugglers carrying out drug operations for government personnel such as CIA, and former mafia figures. Guest and expert on hundreds of radio and TV shows since 1978. This guy's a World War II generation guy. He might not be around anymore.
Yeah,
but...
I'm reading. He has a bunch of other books, as you might imagine, including this one book that's called Crimes of the FBI, DOJ, Mafia, Al Qaeda, he's talking about in summary. Despite the refusal of many in government to respond to questions, and despite the threats against other government employees not to cooperate, there's enough factual information and evidence to show the credibility of George Scarpa Jr. That determination was made from the statements of others by the confidential letter the report referred to. He's talking about this report. Yeah. I guess Lindsay DeVecchio is someone who, Richard Taus apparently had worked under, who, Lindley DeVecchio, Roy Lindley DeVecchio, who was in charge of managing mob informants at the FBI, during the mafia wars in New York during the 80s and 90s.
Which were intense. And let's not forget, the Comeys, not just related to the Trump thing, but I believe that Comey's daughter is a assistant U.S. attorney that was either involved in both the Epstein and Maxwell indictments or maybe just the Maxwell one. But she works in that kind of office that I think her dad worked in previously. And, interesting. I'm trying to find archive.org on his website.
Was I'm downloading this this article, this book about Richard Taus, at least, from document.pub. It's 664 pages long.
This is I'm surprised I've never stumbled upon this figure before. I mean, this is a whole new imprisoned pedophile, probably U.S. Army, probably it's giving Phoenix program. It's giving Special Forces guy. Comes back, becomes an FBI agent, I guess in 1978. He's a FBI agent. I found the New York Times article here. In 1989, a former FBI agent was arrested yesterday on charges that he sexually molested 10 boys in a soccer league. Of Freeport. Richard Taus, 45 years old.
Okay. All right. So here's, I guess, the story as it's told. Oh my, this is such an elaborate biography. I don't even know like where to start with this, but so I'll just start here. So I guess he's talking to this guy called Sturm. I don't know who this is. Jonathan Sturm, Colonel Jonathan Sturm, who I guess he was friends with, and led to his use in other insensitive missions in Vietnam, I guess. He was ambitious, but after 30 years in the army, he felt left behind in his personal agenda for success. Blah, blah. The events in Vietnam placed a serious strain on his operatives. They were in Southeast Asia, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, not the key point. Just want to establish who this was. So many references to Sturm in this book. Okay, so I'm just going to catch up to where it kind of explains what the sort of rub was with his accusations and what the kind of angle on Taus from this guy is.
He claims that he started discovering everything about like BCCI and Iran-Contra, like money laundering.
It seems like it is Iran-Contra related, yeah.
And he refused to like shut up about it, and he refused to halt his investigations, and so Taus became a target of the CIA and FBI, and allegedly like framed him for but like I don't know, like this is a real
it's
tough
very
one.
Odd that like there's like an entire like dedicated like author for this guy. It must be, I can only imagine it's like a really good friend or something. It's very strange that like, or maybe it's
a co-worker from some of these cowboy days. I mean, I found Captain Rodney Stitch's website. There are pictures of him. He does seem
defraudingamerica.com. Is that it? Because that's where his email address is. It's Stitch at defraudingamerica.com.
He's a successful. Wow, he owns an apartment building in he owned an apartment building in Lafayette, California. That's very close to where I grew up. It's also where Alexander Shulgin lived and had his drug lab. But I guess he got into a lot of real estate investing starting in the 50s, and then also in Yuba City. He had a motel up there. But these guys, I feel like, these guys must have become like pals at some point. But holy shit, like, I mean, I don't know if this guy, writes all kinds of wacky things to prosecutors, but hold on a second. You might be tempted to like dismiss at least this guy's like involvement with like covert operations as he's like a crank and whatever, but like an assistant U.S. attorney wrote to the a former one was a lawyer and got contacted by this guy and like passed along his name and his information and saying like, I find it to, like, professionally speaking, I find this to be like credible and important. I mean, I feel like anybody coming at it is like, I'm in prison for molesting boys for like 50 years.
Well, was Anthony V. Lombardino the
attorney,
U.S. attorney?
The former U.S. attorney. That he's the one who wrote this letter to the current U.S. attorney that basically said, I would like you to take a look at this guy.
Well, wait, it wasn't a U.S. attorney. Well, at least not that I can find.
No, Anthony.
I think he was just Anthony V. Lombardino.
No, he says, I am respectfully requesting, as a former assistant U.S. attorney and a present practicing attorney, that you utilize your good office to interview Richard Taus. So he's a former assistant U.S. attorney. I don't know if that was in the Southern District of New York, but this is in 2020. So like he's writing to
I guess it was in the Southern District of New York.
Maybe his former colleagues to like, you should take a look. And this is 11 months after Epstein dies, so it's not like in the rush of the moment they're passing along whatever tips they got or whatever. Like, they already know that the official story is that he committed suicide, and then he passes them along what seems like somebody that probably has some spicy information. Whether we believe it or not, very hard to say because we don't know what he said. I wonder if anybody has tried to contact Richard Taus because he's out of jail now. I mean, he's an old guy, but like, I do wonder what became of this.
Yeah, he was appointed assistant U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of New York. So yeah, right, not like not like at a federal level, but still like a respectable man.
Well, I thought the Eastern District of New York, Southern District of New York, those are federal districts. Like those are U.S. attorneys. Like they're not state; they're like federal, but they're broken into like different. Like the Southern District of New York, or like that's I believe DOJ. Like Preet Bharara was
right.
like a federal
so.
prosecutor. Like yeah. Because otherwise they have state attorney, like whatever, assistant state attorney.
Right.
Yeah, if you're a U.S. attorney, I'm pretty sure that's federal. They're just broken down by region. But I mean that is like also like kind of the most powerful, certainly relevant U.S. Like attorney district, like in the whole justice system, is the Southern District of New York, ostensibly, the police of Wall Street and the New York elites. And so I don't know whatever happened to that, but when I'm looking up, there's like these self-published books. There's some old articles about how he was arrested for child molestation, and then there's like Rodney Stitch has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He has like 7 books at least, I think. And then maybe 8, maybe another one about. Actually, no. He's got a lot. Iraq, lies, cover-ups and consequences, medical industries, death panels, history of U.S. aviation disasters, 1959-11, Japanese and U.S. World War II plunder and intrigue, housing, America's housing financial frauds, those ugly Americans, 20th and 21st centuries, the harm they do to good Americans and people nearby, subverting America, a Trojan horse legacy. Yeah, Congress and other cesspools, lawyers and judges, American Trojan horses, crimes of the FBI, DOJ, Mafia, and Al-Qaeda, explosive secrets of covert CIA companies revealed by insiders. Wow. I mean, yeah, so I don't... This is a whole new thing. I found his
Wow, a lot
his
of like searching for Anthony Lombardino like brings up like Richard Tauss stuff. This is really this is a book called Deliverance from 2018 by Mary W. Maxwell LLB. A Royal Commission and Pizzagate reveal society's hidden controllers. Wow, I didn't realize like that Richard Tauss is like a whole figure in like this whole like there's like a whole like cottage industry of like Richard Tauss like theories and
like about his like what happened to his like the arrest of him and everything.
Yeah, well,
I'm seeing it here. IPL.org, Internet Public Library, CIA v. Richard Tauss, case study. What? Interesting. Who wrote
New York
this?
FBI in bed with exclusive report by Sander Hicks. Citizen researcher Angela Clementi was found knocked out and strangled to within an inch of her life in Brooklyn on June 16th, 2006. Her independent research had led to the March 30th indictment of Lindley DeVecchio, a mob FBI scandal that is the New York FBI's biggest ever. DeVecchio, a retired FBI agent, part of it, is part of a network that goes all the way back to Iran-Contra. So this is like a whole thing where like Tauss was like, gonna blow the whistle on his supervisor, Lindley DeVecchio's like ties to Iran-Contra, having to do with the mob as well, I guess.
Well, speaking of that, maybe
that's the story.
Maybe we should pivot for a moment to one of the new articles that dropped this week on Drop Site News. It was Epstein, Israel, and the CIA. How the Iran-Contra planes landed at Les Wexner's base, and maybe there's some crossover here that might maybe what we just dug up might shed a little bit of light on what's going on here. So, they wrote. And this also gets back into another figure that up until now was like the extent of their involvement with Epstein was really like not understood. But now we're realizing it was like much different than kind of was involved. So they say that, this week the New York Times awoke from its slumber to publish an expensive an extensive investigation on Epstein that purported to put to rest the question of how the man made his money early in his career. The Times dismisses the possibility that Epstein could have worked for or, was adjacent to intelligence agencies, right? They claim that he basically was he was really good at scamming rich people. And that's how he, did everything. But they do highlight this little blurb right here. This is like a casual little mention by the New York Times. They had reported that in the early 1980s, Epstein had been spending extravagantly, and despite his lofty compensation at Bear Stearns and his work for Douglas Lease, he found, that's a British, aristocrat arms dealer kind of guy, he found himself strapped, even occasionally bouncing rent checks. Back in New York, he joined forces with John Stanley Pottinger, a lawyer who had recently left a senior post in the Justice Department. Epstein, Pottinger, and Pottinger's brother rented a penthouse office in the Hotel St. Moritz in Central Park South. The broker, Joanna Cutler, told us that Epstein initially stiffed her on her commission. So they just kind of casually mention, Stan Pottinger had a business with Jeffrey Epstein in the early 80s. Well, Stan Pottinger is one of the lawyers that gets brought in by David Boies in the late 2010s when the Epstein case blows up to represent Epstein's victims. And he did not disclose when he jumped on board to represent the Epstein victims that he had a fucking business with Epstein in the 80s. And, that basically that opens up a kind of can of worms that the kind of, the mainstream press and even a lot of the alt press haven't, paid as much attention to, where, let's see right here. Sorry, this is bouncing around. Stanley Pottinger, as it happens, was a notable figure in the scandal that became known as Iran-Contra, in which the CIA used Israel as a middleman to move off the books weapons to Iran. In the early 80s, under the CIA's supervision, Pottinger advised an Iranian banker on shipping embargoed arms to Iran using fraudulent paperwork and overseas dummy companies, in the very same period that Pottinger and Epstein worked together selling tax avoidance strategies from a penthouse by Central Park. Pottinger's system eventually gave rise to a network of covert intermediaries shipping arms around the world. The CIA's profits became a slush fund used to illegally bankroll the Contras, who waged a war against Nicaragua's leftist government while simultaneously trafficking cocaine to the United States. The other figure from Epstein's past, Douglas Lease, meanwhile, is described by the Times as a, quote, defense contractor with extensive connections in the arms industry in the British government. What he did with those connections and where he trafficked those arms is left unexplored by the paper. A look at Bermuda financial records and Lease's own lawsuit suggests he was working with the U.S. government and linked to a Chinese arms manufacturer. The Times also failed to note that Epstein and Lease had a mutual associate in Adnan Khashoggi, the notorious, Khashoggi, people, the way journalists say it so that we don't realize that Jamal Khashoggi is his nephew. But Adnan Khashoggi, the notorious money launderer and weapons trafficker, who was also a central player in Iran-Contra. The Times did find that Epstein was a relentless scammer who abused expense accounts, engineered inside deals, and blah, 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 and that's how he got his money. The contrast between what the Times found noteworthy about his relationship with his penthouse mate Pottinger, he initially stiffed the broker. And what they failed to notice is stark. In order to acquit Epstein of any connections to intelligence agencies, the paper of record instead crafted Epstein into an anti-Semitic caricature of historic proportions. I don't know about that.
Okay.
But, okay. So God. But I guess,
that's a new one. All right.
I didn't quite think it was that intense, but, whatever. But anyways, so he says, of course it could be an extraordinary coincidence that Epstein shared a penthouse with an Iran-Contra lawyer.
Remember when there was that thing about Jeremy Corbyn pronouncing Epstein's name Epstein or something like that? He said "shut" too much, and it was yeah, right. Because I never even had that notion that Steen was more Jewish than Steen. Anyway, whatever. Continue.
Yeah. So, anyways, down to the report here, where this is where we get into some meat that I don't know if this was previously really dug up, but this is how the Iran-Contra planes landed at Les Wexner's base. Jeffrey Epstein helped Les Wexner repurpose the CIA's Iran-Contra planes from arms smuggling to shipping lingerie. When a Southern air transport plane was shot down in 1986, the world got a rare window into U.S. government, covert activity. Southern Air Transport was founded as a small cargo airline in 1947, the same year the OSS evolved into the CIA. And the CIA owned this airline outright from 60 until 73, and then it was sold to the same man, Stanley G. Williams, who had run the company since the Kennedy administration. The downing of the plane and, its lone survivor's testimony, Eugene Hasenfus, exposed the whole Iran-Contra thing. Using Southern air transport planes, the CIA was shipping weapons to Iran, using Israel as a middleman, and deploying the profits to arm the Contras. None of it was legal, and Southern air transport was getting too hot. In need of a new mission, the company relocated its headquarters from Miami, Florida, to Columbus, Ohio. By 1995, the company had rebranded by flying imported shipments of clothing from China. But for 3 years in Columbus, the airline continued to be dogged by rumors it had been, or was still, involved in smuggling. According to veteran Columbus journalist Bob Fitrakis, who provided his historical reporting on the topic, investigators in both the Franklin County Sheriff's Office and Ohio's Office of Inspector General were looking into SAT amid rising public scrutiny of Iran-Contra, and sources in both offices identified Jeffrey Epstein as having a pivotal role in relocating the planes. At the time, Epstein was a relatively obscure financier managing the money and real estate investments of Les Wexner. Under his stewardship of the Wexner Empire, planes that previously carried arms to Iran and Nicaragua were repurposed to deliver clothes to feed Wexner's network of retail chains, including Victoria's Secret and Abercrombie & Fitch. Southern Air Transport abruptly declared bankruptcy on October 1st, 1998, exactly 1 week before the CIA Inspector General released its official findings on the Iran-Contra affair, linking the airline to allegations of Contra cocaine trafficking from Nicaragua. Under pressure from the governor's office, Ohio officials dropped their inquiries, meaning that Epstein's role never became public. So they ask, how did Epstein end up moving the former Contra planes to Columbus? And let's see, this section here, finding hidden money. In 1981, Epstein resigned from Bear Stearns amid suspicions of insider trading and began traveling regularly to London, where he grew close with the family of Douglas Leese, a British businessman with a long career in auto and aerospace manufacturing. Epstein became Douglas Leese's protege and fast friends with his sons, Nicholas and Julian. After World War II, Leese had been the managing director of his father's company, Cam Gears, a steering gear manufacturer that supplied Jaguar, Ford, etc. In 1965, the company was sold to TRW, a U.S. aerospace conglomerate known for satellites and ICBMs. Then, there's the 1979 Iranian Revolution. Saddam Hussein becomes president of Iraq. Blah, blah, blah. So the CIA planned to fuel a war between Iran and Iraq to ensure neither Saddam Hussein or Ayatollah Khomeini could gain control of the Strait of Hormuz while keeping the Soviet Navy out as protector of the Gulf. But then, because of the hostage crisis and the ban on selling weapons, it makes it complicated to arm both sides, right? So then that's where, this thing starts, this covert arms network starts, where the CIA starts tacitly supporting weapon sales from China, and Beijing began shipping armaments to both Iran and Iraq in 1980. Iran signed a huge arms deal with China in 1983 with their arms conglomerate Norinco. So Douglas Leese at the time owned a Bermuda holding company, LORAD. Soon after the Iran arms deal was signed, a new shell company called Norinco LORAD was formed in Bermuda, blah, blah, blah. So I guess Douglas Leese, this all came out more recently. Actually, George Galloway, the MP, now YouTube host guy that wears the hat, the British lefty kind of guy.
Right.
Yeah. In 1995, he alleged that Douglas Leese had clandestinely funded Middle East arms deals using a Bermuda bank, which turned out to be true. So then, let's see, 2 years later, I guess the late 80s, in a U.S. civil complaint against the Littlewoods owners, that's another company or the firm he was doing business with. Lees claimed his work concerned, quote, highly sensitive projects believed to be classified by the Department of Defense and other agencies of the U.S. government. So there's a picture here of Epstein's passport. Let me see, just going down. I'll bring this up for y'all so you can kind of see this here. So going on, how is Epstein involved? Let's see. So yeah, the FBI placed Cyrus Hashemi under surveillance. The tapes reveal. Okay, here we go. In the fall of 1980, the FBI placed Cyrus Hashemi, the Iranian banker, under electronic surveillance, recording tens of thousands of conversations over a 5-month span. The tapes revealed that John Stanley Pottinger, Hashemi's attorney, was helping the Iranians circumvent the arms embargo using phony invoices and overseas shell companies. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee later found that the CIA was involved in planning the arms deals and had met with Hashemi in Pottinger's office. Pottinger, it turns out, was working together with Epstein in New York. Pottinger had previously served as Assistant Attorney General under President Nixon, and now he went into the private sector and started working with Epstein suddenly. The Times reported that Pottinger and Epstein were pitching tax avoidance strategies for wealthy clients and noted that the business partnership was, quote, short-lived. In 1984, Pottinger was identified in a federal indictment against Hashemi for illegal arms exports, and Hashemi fled to England. Pottinger escaped prosecution after the FBI's incriminating tapes of his conversations mysteriously disappeared. He went on to make a fortune on real estate deals in the 80s and become a New York Times bestselling novelist. His Times obituary from last year reports that his final spy thriller remains unpublished. Hashemi died in 1986 after being infected with a rare and extremely virulent form of leukemia, and then he died. That's pretty sus. And then let's see. After Hashemi got indicted in the mid-'80s, another person stepped in to broker access to Iran. Adnan Khashoggi, uncle of slain Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi. In July 1985, Hashemi Khashoggi and Israeli Prime Minister Shimon Peres had met secretly in Hamburg, West Germany, to hatch a plot. With CIA Director William Casey's blessing, the U.S. would ship the weapons to Israel, Israel would sell its own weapons to Iran, and Washington would commit to replenishing Israel's stockpile later. Epstein obtained an Austrian passport with a false name and an address in Saudi Arabia at some time in the 80s. After his arrest, U.S. authorities discovered it in his safe in New York. At a bail request hearing, Epstein's attorneys claimed it came from a, quote, friend intended to conceal his Jewish identity in case of a potential kidnapping while traveling. 7 Americans, including a CIA officer, were kidnapped in Lebanon between 1948 and 85, and discussions emerged around an arms for hostages trade with Iran. After Shimon Peres agreed to facilitate Khashoggi's shipments to Iran, the logistics were handled by Israeli military intelligence. Epstein's close friend and confidant, Ehud Barak, was the head of Israel's military intelligence directorate, Amman, during the planning phases from April 83 to 85. He left the position 1 month after the first arms shipment was completed. To this day, Barak maintains that he was introduced to Epstein by Shimon Peres at a, quote, public event in 2003 after he left government service. Barak has also falsely claimed that he barely knew Epstein. So pin that for the future, right? Is that Ehud Barak was the head of Israeli military intelligence during all this Iran-Contra shit. And magically, Pottinger, who was sharing an office with Epstein, was involved in these secret deals. But apparently Epstein didn't meet any of these people till years later, and just happened to bump into them. This is when basically, to facilitate these transactions, they started using accounts at BCCI. Khashoggi advanced tens of millions of dollars of credit so that weapons could move. Gaith Faron, a Stanford-educated businessman close to the Saudi royal family, acquired regional banks and distressed insurance companies in the U.S. to loop BCCI into financial markets in the U.S. The CIA shielded BCCI from federal investigators, blah, blah, blah. We've gone into it at length. Check out our Contra 6 BCCI episode. And then, the hostages, BCCI shit, Khashoggi is doing big. Decades before Epstein became a household name, former Israeli intelligence officer Ari Ben-Banash wrote in his 1992 memoir that Barack feared Shimon Peres, or the Americans would discover the slush fund bank accounts where the arms profits were hidden and take the money for themselves. Ben-Banash claimed that Barack arranged for media mogul Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, to launder the Iran weapons profits through his company's accounts and hide the money in Soviet banks where they could not be touched by Americans. That actually puts a new spin on why he would be like cozying up to the Soviets in the late 80s. It's probably more than that going on, but one thing is that there is still this firewall, right? In 1991, 4 years after Iran-Contra, Maxwell fell off his 180-foot yacht, the Lady Ghislaine, while it cruised off the Canary Islands. At the time, his media empire was collapsing under a mountain of debt, and he was secretly siphoning hundreds of millions of pounds sterling from his company's pension funds. There was £500 million missing once they went through it. An email obtained from Epstein's Yahoo inbox from October 2005 suggests that Ghislaine Maxwell was trying to purchase information about her father's missing fortune from a CIA operative. Maxwell emailed Epstein excitedly while visiting Bhutan for the wedding of Princess Chimi Yongzong Wangchuk. She wrote Epstein, quote, "The wedding was amazing. Also was with a CIA operative who said that he, quote, worked with Dad. I was so shocked. He said he could tell, all find all, and reveal all for a price." So, worked with Dad, huh? Interesting. And could reveal for a price. There we go. Yeah. This is actually interesting. He said he could know for a price, blah, blah, blah. She says, Tom knows him and will tell you all about it. Where are you? Where are your plans? I'm leaving Tom and we'll be back in New York late afternoon Monday. Wait, Tom wasn't her like guy at the time, right? The tech guy? That's Ted. Who's Tom? Oh, that's kind of the first Tom that comes to mind. I can't say for sure, but if we could find out that for some reason Tom Pritzker was at a 2005 wedding in Bhutan, then let's just do it for the fun of it. Why not? But well, oh, really? He was expressing sympathy with him. Well, that brings up something even more disturbing that I actually went back and I oh yeah, no, go for it. Well, what's really funny is that he jumps out of nowhere and starts representing all the Epstein victims in like 2019. I think that's pretty funny, actually, given that that's like actually fucking crazy that he was like, "Oh yeah, no, Jeffrey, like you're being so wrongly persecuted." And then that's kind of what I was alluding to earlier with like one of the first power lawyers to like jump out and be like, I'm gonna be the guy that gets justice and like expose everything about Epstein was literally like a lifetime CIA operative involved in like some dirty shit that presented himself as like a cuddly civil rights advocate, like cool lawyer, like kind of like a Ramsey Clark, TBH, honestly. And meanwhile, was undisclosed business partners with Epstein, probably doing Iran-Contra like arms transfers and shit and money laundering. And like up until like when he was confronted about being a pedophile and arrested for the first time, was whining about the excesses of the cops. maybe it's good to. I don't know if there's anything else in this Iran Contra. There's some more, there's stuff about Towers Financial and the Ponzi scheme that he was involved with Stephen Hoffenberg and some other like good stuff. But I do want to clock before we kind of move on from Stan Pottinger. I had found like a very prescient Substack article from the Donnie Darvo Substack by, I guess, Monty Rumsadu from May this year, which was like predicting that the ghost of Stanley Pottinger looms large over the Epstein files, and was like kind of trying to draw attention to the big role of this guy who so far was seen as like maybe a slightly bumbling but like well-meaning lawyer for the victims, along with David Boies. Like David Boies brought him in to help. But there was like an incident that happened that was like very damaging, that actually involved like brokering fake videos of like proof of powerful people. Anyways, just to read a little bit of this, that this author writes, under the ghost of J. Stanley Pottinger, let's rewind back to late 2024. Before the post-election buzz had worn off, a very significant yet underreported event took place. It was the death of an elderly man, J. Stanley Pottinger. Interesting, they say the ghost of Pottinger will loom large over the coming weeks. Firstly, when the MLK Jr. files are eventually released, and then the Epstein file dump. Here's how. Back in the day, Pottinger was the senior DOJ official in charge of investigating the FBI's shady role in surveilling and blackmailing Martin Luther King Jr. The Trump administration will certainly try to taint Pottinger in this for covering up on behalf of the FBI. To be clear, there seems little doubt that Pottinger did lie about finding no FBI dirty tricks, but this is just a precursor for the Epstein files. If they can discredit him now, then it makes the task much easier to brand him a liar over what he knows about the Epstein saga, and he sure knows a hell of a lot. Dead men can't defend themselves. To get a sense of who Pottinger was, just think of any major U.S. political scandal of the last 50 years. He was right at the heart of almost all of them. I won't dwell on all of these, but needless to say, his CIA connections run very deep. Here is a history of the Pottinger years in no particular order. Worked under 3 presidents, sometimes in an unofficial capacity, CIA operative, prosecuted Fred and Donald Trump for 1970s racist housing policy. Interesting. Watergate, the only man privy to the identity of Deep Throat being Mark Felt at the time. I guess investigating the Kent State Massacre, the Wounded Knee occupation, MLK assassination investigation, Weather Underground surveillance, Orlando Letelier assassination cover-up, Iran-Contra scandal, Iran hostage October surprise, and of course, Jeffrey Epstein. As the big shot in the DOJ's Civil Rights Division, our man Stanley had the dubious pleasure of prosecuting Trump for barring blacks and Puerto Ricans from his apartment rentals 50 years ago. This is a key moment for Trump, as it marked the start of his notorious partnership with attack dog attorney Roy Cohn. Pottinger's DOJ won the case, and Trump would later violate the terms. An inauspicious start, perhaps, but Trump and Pottinger would cross paths fairly regularly over the next few decades. They apparently remained friendly for, some years. This seems to have ramped up from the early 80s onwards, particularly with the entrance of a series of degenerates with close ties to both men. Characters like Robert Maxwell, Adnan Khashoggi, and of course Jeffrey Epstein. Naturally, these 3, along with Pottinger, were key players in Iran-Contra. There was also a lot of mostly social connections between Pottinger and Trump's right-hand man Roy Cohn throughout the early to mid-'80s, presumably because of their respective links to the CIA and the mob. After the death of Cohn in the mid-'80s, the Trump-Pottinger friendship seems to have continued in the next decade, notably as near neighbors in West Palm Beach, Florida, and their mutual connections to that other Palm Beach resident, Jeffrey Epstein. But the Trump-Pottinger bromance would eventually sour many years later due to the January 6th Capitol riot. Yes, his son, Matt. And arguably, people didn't really notice him very much at the time, but it might have been a kind of strange, like, Nepo baby hire, because he's like the son of this, like, guy who... Yes, in Afghanistan. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he speaks Mandarin fluently. He became kind of a China hand. He kind of did a Pete Buttigieg and joined the military, like the Marines, like a little bit later in his 30s. And then he lasted pretty long, almost longer than anybody else in terms of like Trump appointees in the first term. And he only resigned in disgust after the Capitol riot on January 6th. And then, but I think from then went and testified to Congress and kind of became like, he was never like a full MAGA guy. He was like part of this like older CIA Republican kind of like vibe. Wow. Chairman and the big Zionist like the big Zionist think tank right there. What That's right. It does seem that way, which is funny because his dad was working on brokering deals between Norinco and like Iran via Israel and doing some deep level. Maybe that's where the Chinese contacts like first kind of came for this family. But yeah, ostensibly now he's kind of like he's probably come back around and isn't like anti-Trump. I don't think he's like a Bill Kristol type that is like basically a Democrat now. But like after January 6th, he like kind of like Bill Barr, you know, another intelligence connected guy. Was like an intergenerational intelligence guy was like, you know, that was too far, you know, and blah, blah, blah. But, you know, let's not forget too, Bill Barr, if Pottinger and Epstein are in business together in the 80s, Trump's hanging out with Adnan Khashoggi. There have been allegations that William Barr was running around as like a secret CIA operative before he was, you know, put at the high. It would actually match because he was also like a guy who'd been appointed in the DOJ as like, you know, deputy assistant attorney general, deputy attorney general kind of guy. And like sometimes you don't think of like DOJ necessarily as like the hangout spot for CIA. You think usually like State Department, but especially for these guys that operate domestically, it actually makes perfect sense that they would be in the, you know, embedded in the DOJ, you know, to kind of like, you can kind of go over the FBI's head and like direct the FBI more if you're a high level DOJ official, and all that other stuff. So, let's see. So, okay. Yeah, here we go. They said that like, that the most intriguing thing is the mostly unreported decades-long relationship between Pottinger and Epstein, and the reasoning behind Pottinger's decision to, quote, come out of retirement and conveniently insert himself into the Epstein sex trafficking case many years later. So the Iran-Contra affair is the first known... Oh, okay, Yeah, I might need to... yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. Okay. Zoom main chat. Try now?
Am I audible now?
I think you're good now. Yeah. Yeah, there we go, y'all. All right. Let me see. What was I looking at? Okay, so Pottinger like dipped out to Mexico for a while when he was actually being investigated by Rudy Giuliani for Iran-Contra connections, but he was never charged. A few years earlier in 1981, Pottinger, having spent the last few years in legal practice, shows up in NYC, reinventing himself as a, quote, investment banker with no previous experience. This is apparently how he became exceedingly rich. Exactly how remains a complete mystery. There is zero info on what he did in the banking world or who his clients were. Sound familiar? Exactly the same story as Epstein. It should come as no surprise to learn that Pottinger and Epstein did this at exactly the same time, 1981. This is the same year Epstein resigned from Bear Stearns to go it alone as an independent money manager. We've learned a little about Epstein's financial operations only because of the intense media frenzy since 2019, yet Pottinger's so-called banking career, he'd been a well-known figure for more than a decade, is still shrouded in complete mystery. Of course, the CIA has a long history of co-opting, both real and bogus, financial houses as a front to funnel funds for clandestine operations. If this is true for either Epstein or Pottinger, or even both, we'll almost certainly never know. Well, this was written in May. Now we do know. They had a fucking business together. Like, actually, props to this, like, Substack for being like, I can't prove it, but I just, like, they both went into finance at the same time. They both knew all these Iran-Contra people. They probably, like, knew each other. And then, boom, like, the New York Times lets loose with zero fanfare that, yeah, actually that was true. Like, they rented office space together. But get this, up to the early 90s, Pottinger is noted in society newspaper fluff pieces, carousing with New York elites like Edgar Bronfman, Les Wexner, Ron Burkle, Conrad Black, all with deep ties to both Epstein and Trump. Epstein also ran in the same circles by the late 80s. But was then a relative unknown, staying well below the radar. Epstein was a guest at Trump's wedding to Marla Maples, and went to questionable modeling events hosted by Trump and father of the Strokes frontman, John Casablancas. Another thing that, I'm sorry, but, sins of the father, but also, like, they became the number one indie sleaze band of the early 2000s in New York when their, like, dad is basically, like, Epstein's, like, pal, like, running sus modeling competition. Like, it's too much. It's too much, but let's see. Then all these people became neighbors in Palm Beach in the early 90s. In 1990, Pottinger and Epstein would both buy homes in Palm Beach just a few hundred meters apart. Curiously, their new homes were up for sale on exactly the same day. There's a hyperlink there, at an open house event. Pottinger would move his family there, including son Matthew Pottinger, who would be the central figure that would ultimately destroy the Trump-Pottinger friendship years later. Even more curious, Ivana Trump, freshly divorced from Donald, would use her divorce settlement money to buy a Palm Beach house just 2 blocks from Epstein's notorious home. So by the early 90s, we have Donald Trump, Ivana Trump, Stan Pottinger, and Jeffrey Epstein all living just a couple miles apart. How cozy. Then Pottinger would reinvent himself as a best-selling fiction author, writing 4 books over a 10-year period from 1995 to 2005. I guess he never... but it says that his successful writing career would abruptly come to a halt in 2005, right as the same time as the first Epstein sex trafficking investigation started in Palm Beach. I don't know if that's actually connected, but then, okay, now we get to Pottinger and the Epstein case itself. He would lay low for like another decade, but he wasn't finished yet. After more than 20 years out of the legal profession, he would bizarrely insert himself back into the Epstein case around 2014. This is when things get very interesting. Florida attorney Bradley Edwards, at the time representing several Epstein victims, would get a mysterious late-night call from Pottinger. This is a quote. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Stan Pottinger. I'm sure you get a lot of crazy calls about this subject matter, Jeffrey Epstein, but hear me out. I have a civil rights practice in New York. Before that, I was assistant AG for the Civil Rights Division at the Justice Department in Washington. In addition to my own current work, I sometimes work on cases with David Boies. I've been contacted to represent a victim of Jeffrey Epstein, and I've told David about it. We understand you're the expert, and we don't want to reinvent the wheel. I'm calling to see if it makes sense to work together." Edwards recounts the strange introduction and subsequent awkward meetings with Pottinger and Boies in his book, Relentless Pursuit. Right from the get-go, he smells a rat, he says, but ultimately goes into partnership with them. Edwards writes that he quickly came to the conclusion Pottinger had strong intelligence and CIA ties. Edwards was either extremely naive or convinced himself against his better judgment that teaming up with 2 rock star lawyers was a chance he just couldn't pass up. A word on the timing, Edwards had only just taken on the now deceased Virginia Giuffre as a client when Pottinger conveniently showed up on the scene. Giuffre was a teenage staffer at Mar-a-Lago when recruited by Ghislaine in the early 2000s. There were conflict of interest alarm bells ringing at every step. Edwards found out Boys already knew Epstein. Boys had called Epstein's house just days before the 2005 Palm Beach police investigation began, according to evidence seized during the raid. Also, when Edwards went to Boys' office in NYC, it just so happened to be in the very same building as Epstein's main office. There were just too many incestuous links here not to believe this is all an elaborate setup. But Edwards would jettison all common sense and run with it. In his defense, Edwards did say big shot trial lawyer Boys had been a huge inspiration to him on deciding a legal career, but it would be a while before Pottinger would finally admit to Edwards he also knew Epstein. I guess Edwards previously had subpoenaed Donald Trump to testify as a witness under oath in an Epstein civil case. Trump refused but agreed to speak off the record. He said that Trump gave good info, but later in his book wrote Trump knew way more than he was letting on. So who were Pottinger and Boys really working for? For the victims, for Epstein himself, or more likely, a shadowy third party, foreign or domestic? Then there was this article goes on to basically say that it looked like the immediate motivation for Boys and Pottinger was to shake down powerful men, to get them to pay wealthy settlements, and then not publicize anything that happened in exchange for bearing the evidence and the stories forever. But then things got weird when a guy who called himself Patrick Kessler claimed he was an IT guy who worked at Epstein's house and claimed he had thousands of hours of hidden camera footage. This is a very sus story. He said that this is maybe from the New York Times article about it. He told the lawyers he had something incendiary, a vast archive of Epstein's data stored on encrypted servers. He had years of the financier's communications and financial records, as well as thousands of hours of footage from hidden cameras in the bedrooms of Epstein's properties. The videos, Kessler said, captured some of the world's richest, most powerful men in compromising sexual situations, even in the act of rape. Sounding just like the Hunter Biden laptop saga a little bit. I mean, that was weird too. Kessler's explosive tale would turn out to be pure fiction, but not before hooking David Boys and Stanley Pottinger. Kessler dragged them along for months with blurry black and white stills of supposed blackmail video footage. None of them could be forensically proven as real. The two lawyers had been fooled, but compounded this by making two very damaging errors. First, they invited the New York Times reporters to cover this, presumably to whip up a salacious media frenzy ahead of a demand for huge settlements. But they probably didn't bargain on the NYT actually seeing through their morally bankrupt scheme. The second faux pas was Pottinger divulging exactly what that scheme was. In short, it was a very lucrative shakedown to protect high-powered individuals identified in the videos. Pottinger's plan was for only some, quote, lower-value men to be named and shamed, while others, presumably high-profile friends and others still in power, would be spared the infamy. This is the ultimate hush-money deal on steroids, and once again, no real justice for the victims. The New York Times refused to go along with this. Kessler had identified 7 men, including, quote, several billionaires. One of these was Ehud Barak, who was conveniently running against Bibi Netanyahu in the Israeli elections at that time. CIA spook Pottinger first focused on this, admitting in text evidence of Barak in a compromising position would be an October surprise win for Bibi's campaign.
Right. Yeah, and Kessler said that Sheldon Adelson would pay, for the compromising photos of Barak, right?
He did, yeah. He said he got Adelson lined up to pay for the video evidence and disseminate it to the media. This is from the article. Can you share your contact that would be purchasing? Kessler asked, and Pottinger said Sheldon Adelson. He said that Pottinger wrote that he and Mr. Boys hoped to fly to Nevada to meet with Mr. Adelson to discuss the images. Do you believe that Adelson has the pull to ensure this will hurt his bid for election? Kessler asked. Mr. Pottinger reassured him. There is no question that Adelson has the capacity to air the truth about Ehud Barak if he wants to. He said he planned to discuss the matter with Mr. Boys. Okay, yeah, interesting. But then, Kessler turned out to be a fraud, but, they kind of didn't care. Before even kind of verifying the evidence, they just wanted to use this to shake down a lot of these rich guys. And But then simultaneously, you could look at it as a lifelong CIA operative wanting to protect like the rich guys in the network from getting exposed. And, he'd also get rich along the way. How fun. But, this was all about suppressing what we all want to see, which is who is in these videos, who is doing bad stuff. Like, we want to know about it. And it seems like Pottinger, and then, of course, this gets exposed as a fraud by the New York Times, and then it kind of like fucks up like a lot, this has potential of also derailing the very real allegations, just because they're scheming about like, using this to ruin Ehud Barak doesn't mean that Ehud Barak wasn't actually doing shit. Seems like he was like deeply implicated in the sex stuff. I mean, Virginia Giuffre, I think, names him in her book as somebody who like violently like, beat her up, and like assaulted her like almost like fatally, like a real sicko. But then simultaneously it's all, he's a labor Zionist, versus Bibi, who is even more hardcore. And it's just like, it's crazy. But yeah, so then, around this, like in the late 2010s, Trump gets elected, and who does he pluck to put on his National Security Council? Pottinger's son.
Yeah.
Which kind of is another quid pro quo kind of vibe, right? Of like, I don't want any trouble from Pottinger and boys and the Epstein thing.
I mean, it also may have been like partially to do with like his friendship with Michael Flynn.
That's true too. Yeah,
you
a whole
know,
other
Michael
can
Flynn
of worms.
was like at NSC and everything. I mean, it is like an interesting connection there too. But it's, I mean, like it is also like interesting. You know, I'm not like trying to defend like Boyce and Pottinger in this case, but it's interesting to think about like who is this like Patrick Kessler guy. Like, what the hell is going on with him? Like, he has very little to gain from this, it seems like, right? Other than, like, possibly getting into, like, serious legal trouble. And then he just disappears. And, like, no one actually knows what his real name was or anything. He, like, interfered in this massive, like, you know, investigation, right? Like, this massive, like, legal battle, right? This massive legal matter.
Yeah.
And then he just kind of like vanished into the night.
It literally, that's what, like, I'm reading an NPR thing from 2020 that the informant appears to have been a fraud, and he has since vanished. Like, okay. And then, you know, he inspired an investigation by the Times, not of Epstein, but of one of the country's most famous lawyers, you know, David Boies. Which also, like, he, just before this, he was hired to represent, to defend Harvey Weinstein for his crimes. So maybe not a guy that's, like, operating on the most pure, you know, motive of standing up for the victims, exactly, where, you know, he's kind of playing both sides of this, you would say. And I guess Pottinger wrote like a screed on like his blog after the New York Times expose came out that like how ridiculous it was to like accuse him of like unethical
he was,
behavior.
Like, you know, trying to lead this guy along, and he never planned on doing. That was kind of his line, which like I'm not sure if I actually believe, but like, you know, it is interesting that like this guy kind of like came out of nowhere, like promising all these things. And the New York Times, by the way, like by their own admission, kind of was also like suckered in by it. They just like found out that it was like a put on later. Like you know, this is in early October, Kessler said he was ready to produce the Epstein files. He told the Times that he had created duplicate versions of Mr. Epstein's servers. He laid out detailed logistical plans for them to be shipped by boat to the United States and for one of his associates, a very short Icelandic man named Stephen, to deliver them to the Times headquarters at 11 a.m. on October 3rd. Kessler warned that he was erecting a maze of security systems. First, a Times employee would need to use a special thumb drive to access the proprietary communication system. Then Kessler's colleague would transmit a code to decrypt the files. If his instructions weren't followed precisely, Kessler said the information would self-destruct. Specialists at the time set up a number of air-gapped laptops, disconnected from the internet, in a windowless, padlocked meeting room. Reporters cleared their schedules to sift through thousands of hours of surveillance footage. On the morning of the scheduled delivery, Kessler sent a series of frantic texts. Disaster had struck. A fire was burning. The duplicate servers were destroyed. One of his team members was missing. He was fleeing to Kiev.
Wait, fleeing to Kiev? Oh my
yeah.
God.
2 hours later, Kessler was in touch with Mr. Pottinger and didn't mention any emergency. Kessler said he hoped the footage would help pry $1 billion in settlements out of their targets, and asked him to detail how the lawyers would extract the money. Could you put together a hypothetical situation? Kessler wrote. Not something set in stone, but close to what you're thinking. Mr. Pottinger obliged and walked into what looked like a trap. He described 2 hypotheticals, both of which were consistent with what had been discussed with the Times at the Harvard Club. One, which he called a standard model for legal settlements. Mr. Pottinger said the money would be split among his clients, the Astria Foundation, that's like the foundation he's going to set up to help, I don't know, victims or something, like with some of his money, Kessler and the lawyers, who would get up to 40%. In the second hypothetical, Mr. Pottinger wrote, the lawyers would approach the videotape men. The men would then hire the lawyers, ensuring they would not get sued, and make a contribution to a nonprofit as part of the retainer. No client is actually involved in this structure, Mr. Pottinger said, noting the arrangement would have to be consistent with and subject to the rules of ethics. Thank you very much, Kessler responded. Mr. Pottinger later said that the scenario would have involved him representing a victim, settling a case, and then representing the victim's alleged abuser. He said it was within legal boundaries. He also said that he had meant to type, no client lawsuit is actually involved. Such legal arrangements are not unheard of. Lawyers representing the former Fox News producer who had accused Bill O'Reilly of sexual harassment reached a settlement in which her lawyers agreed to work for Mr. O'Reilly after the dispute. But legal experts generally consider such setups to be unethical because they could create conflicts between the interests of the lawyers and their original clients. Well, I mean, yeah. Thank you, New York Times. But yeah, I mean, that is like, that is sus, and that's basically in line with what you were saying before. But like, it also is like,
this is crazy. Who executed this scam? And then ran off. Like, this is a pretty high profile, and also like to what end? Like, I mean, there was talk about like payment if the evidence ended up being accepted and led to them winning their cases, like, right, there was something about, oh, you might get paid, but like I don't think he got paid up front. So it seems like the desire was to like con them and shitcoat the case kind of, and like shitcoat these lawyers who admittedly kind of like played right into it, unless we're believing that this is all some kind of like weird, I don't know, but like was this Weave's last act before he fled to Ukraine?
I don't believe that his thing that he was kind of laying a trap for this guy and like just trying to get at the servers, and like he would say anything.
He wanted access to the real Epstein evidence that they had access to, and was like making up some excuse like, I need to compare the two or something like that. Like, you need to give me access.
Yeah. This is an interesting thing from the New York Times article. The lawyers held out hope of getting Kessler's materials, but weeks passed and nothing arrived. At one point, Mr. Pottinger volunteered to meet Kessler anywhere, including Ljubljana, the capital of Slovenia. I still believe he is what he purported to be, Mr. Boyes wrote in an email on November 7th.
He fled to Slovenia?
Well, Pottinger said that, like, he would meet Kessler anywhere. I'll even meet you in, the capital of Slovenia, Ljubljana.
That's a weird
I'll
thing
even
to
meet
say.
you there.
That's a weird thing to say. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess maybe Kessler suggested it. Like, I can meet you in the... Yeah, it is weird. So I still believe what he was reported to be, said Boyes. I have to evaluate people for my day job, and he seemed too genuine to be a fake, and I very much want him to be real. He added, I am not unconscious of the danger of wanting to believe something too much. 10 days later, Mr. Boyes arrived at the Times for an on-camera interview. It was a bright, chilly Sunday, and Mr. Boyes had just flown in from Ecuador, where he said he was doing work for the finance ministry. Reporters wanted to ask him plainly if his and Mr. Pottinger's conduct with Kessler crossed ethical lines. Would they have brokered secret settlements that buried evidence of wrongdoing? Did the notion of extracting huge sums from men in exchange for keeping sex tapes hidden meet the definition of extortion? Mr. Boyes said the answers to both questions was no. He said he and Mr. Pottinger operated well within the law. They only intended to pursue legal action on behalf of their clients. In other words, that they were a long way from extortion. In any case, he said he and Mr. Pottinger had never authenticated any of the imagery or identified any of the supposed victims, much less contacted any of the men on the hot list. Right. And the Times showed Mr. Boyes some of the text exchanges between Mr. Pottinger and Kessler. Mr. Boyes showed a flash of anger and said it was the first time he was seeing them. By the end of the nearly 4-hour interview, Mr. Boyes concluded that Kessler was probably a con man. I think he was a fraudster who was just trying to set things up. and he argued that Kessler had baited Mr. Pottinger into writing things that looked more nefarious than they really were. He acknowledged that Mr. Pottinger had used loose language in some of his messages that risked creating the impression that the lawyers were plotting to monetize evidence of abuse.
I mean, it's a kind of a gray area because it's like, well, if they win, if they like go to trial, like civil trials, and then they win, they're going to take 40% of that. So it's like, but I guess it definitely is more unethical to secretly accept a bigger payment, like, in exchange for basically like not going to trial and dropping all this stuff, and then just moving on. I will say there is a weird note at like the end of that drop site article about Iran-Contra that just like an interesting like synchronicity, given that this guy, Daniel Kessler, like this is a made up name, right? Daniel Kessler. Like I don't think they ever figured out like who this guy really was.
Yeah, no, the Times could not learn Kessler's identity or confirm any element of his backstory.
Even though they met with him in person, right?
I don't know if they met with him in person.
I think that I saw another article that says that like he met with them, with 2 New York Times reporters and with the attorneys. Like maybe he came up to New York and was talking, with them and talking a big game, and so they got a look at him. But
yeah, I'm just reading this now, so I'm not sure.
But here's a weird little like synchronicity. They are talking about like the connections to Les Wexner and Epstein, and they say that in 1981, the Columbus Police Department in Ohio was investigating the mob-style assassination of Arthur Shapiro, an attorney whose firm worked for The Limited, owned by Wexner. In March 1985, Shapiro was due to testify before a grand jury in a major tax evasion case, but the day before his testimony, he was shot twice in the head at point-blank range in his car outside a Columbus cemetery. Barry Kessler, an accountant, was considered the prime suspect in Shapiro's murder. He was later convicted for 2 unrelated murder-for-hire plots and sentenced to death. Another Columbus man sharing his last name, John Jack Kessler, was Wexner's partner in the New Albany Company, where Epstein became co-president. On June 6, 1991, a Columbus police analyst submitted an internal memo that suggested Wexner's business was connected to organized crime. The memo identified several Wexner corporate entities formed by the slain lawyer's office, some of which appeared to be linked to Wexner's New Albany property development. Epstein's name later appeared as an officer of some of those companies when they were dissolved. In July 1991, 1 month after the Shapiro murder memo was submitted to police, Wexner signed a document giving Epstein power of attorney to act on his behalf in all affairs, effectively handing Epstein personal control of his vast fortune, etc. The Columbus police chief ordered the memo destroyed. Okay, weird. Ohio's former Inspector General David Sturtz leaked a surviving copy of the Shapiro murder memo to journalist Bob Fitrakis, who published it in July 1998. So that's just a weird, like, synchronicity there, that there was a hitman who was suspected of killing Shapiro, the Wexner's lawyer, but not actually prosecuted for it, but actually was convicted for being a hitman in other murders and sentenced to death. And then another guy in Columbus, Jack Kessler, was Wexner's partner in New Albany Company that Epstein was involved in. And I mean, Kessler's not like the rarest name in the world, but I just wonder if the fraudster picked Kessler because of some they knew about this lore and were I don't know. I might be reaching on that one. It's just kind of a weird thing.
And also I just want to know what was Kessler's fraud? Was he, because it seemed like he could have gotten money at various points here. It seems like they were pretty desperate. He could have been give me this money, or something. I mean, but then they would have noticed that it was a scam, but
yeah, what was he going
had
for?
To have been, if he was a con man, the point of a con is, it seems like he was just trying to discredit them, or to
this was an op. That I think Boys or Pottinger later called him a quote a fraudster and a spy. That's what they ultimately were saying about him.
Yeah.
And I don't know where the fuck he went, but he just for a guy, think about the players that he's dealing with to just successfully slip away. is like he had to be like an operative for somebody that wanted to like fuck this shit up and disrupt it. And
the fact that the New York Times met with him, they did. And like you're right, they did. They sat down with him. Like
you know
how
anal they are about like real names.
Well, only when like the only time they have journalistic standards is when it has to do with like like the technical definition of genocide or something like that. Other than that, they're like, their journalistic standards maybe at one time were high, but I'm not super. But I am surprised that like for all their like ability to investigate things, or at least theoretically having journalists who can investigate, that they were like not able to like find out anything about this guy or confirm anything to do with his background. That is like a bit odd.
Yeah. He claimed that he never met Epstein, but spoke to him occasionally by phone and was paid monthly by Bitcoin. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. This is 7 hours ago, Seattle Times. At least 16 files have disappeared from the DOJ Epstein webpage.
Wow, I wonder what they were.
I heard that they've been double redacting some of these things. I mean, I made sure to download all of them immediately when they kind of came out.
As well. Yeah.
So I see from the Winchester Star in Virginia was actually the first newspaper that this Kessler guy, or Patrick Kessler, I'm sorry, that was what his name allegedly was. That it was like a rural, like small newspaper in Virginia that he went to, and he said that they asked him like, why didn't you go to like a big newspaper? And he said, well, I live in Northern Virginia. Interesting. Just a guy in Northern Virginia, like they don't, So Kessler refused to be photographed by the Star, said he worked in IT and including providing encrypted communications. He started working for him as an independent contract. Oh, okay, this is actually weird. Interesting. Kessler said he began working for Epstein as an independent contractor in August 2007. He said the job was arranged by John McAfee. Like that John McAfee, right?
Yeah.
Huh. Who was still alive when this was written, funny enough. But McAfee told the New York Times that he didn't know this Kessler guy. Kessler said he never met, Epstein, but he was paid in Bitcoin. He got about $36,000 a year. Last payment on July 5th. He secretly copied video of Epstein's friends having sex with young women. He styled himself. This is funny. He said he was a whistleblower and wanted to go on record in case he was arrested. Quote from Kessler: I believe that democracy is broken. I want to get all the information out there and people can decide for themselves, Kessler said during an approximately 1 hour recorded interview in the Star's conference room. I want to get all the information I have and the truth about my story to someone in media before my story is dictated by a court. At one point in the interview, Kessler displayed images on his phone of men resembling Epstein and Prince Andrew having sex with young women. Kessler said he had no evidence that any of the women were underage. On Monday, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, who worked for Epstein, told the BBC, that she had sex with Prince Andrew when she was 17. Kessler said that he was in possession of encrypted messages from Ghislaine Maxwell, attempting to procure girls between 12 and 15 for sex. He claimed to have anonymously sent the information to the FBI. He said he also contacted attorneys for Epstein's victims. He met on September 9th with David Boyce and with Stan Pottinger. And then the New York Times, comes out with this like critical article where, they're going to set up a charity for like abuse victims and blah, blah, blah. But then the videos would not be released. Kessler told the Star, I'm not in it for the money. But also Boyce told the New York Times that Kessler would be compensated generously in the settlements. So he didn't get money up front. He got promised some money in the future, whatever, kind of vague thing.
Yeah, and the settlements, they would have to be settlements. So, like, if they went to these guys and they didn't, like, I mean, maybe it was, like, a big gamble that, like, he would go to them and be like, I have videos of you. And they would be like, oh, God, they have the videos. Like, I got to settle.
Right,
But he didn't actually, like, maybe that was what it was. Like, he thought, if we pretend to have the videos and then we go to them, but we don't have to, like, I guess they wouldn't want to see them or anything. They would just like get so scared. I don't know. It's not a very good con to me, but I
this
guess
is
that's
like
conceivable.
Even this is like the involvement in the New York Times is like odd. Like I guess David Enrich, who is a Times editor who worked on like the expose about the lawyers, said it was, quote, one of the weirdest, most interesting stories he's ever worked on. While Kessler turned out to be a phony, Enrich said the Pottinger text gave us this really unique window into how high-powered lawyers sometimes operate. Like I feel like I don't like the New York Times is kind of overjoyed that this ended up like being like a true crime, like law kind of thing about corrupt lawyers being corrupt and like not actually have real evidence about Epstein, and this guy ends up being like a fraudster. They seem almost like relieved and like excited that like that's the case instead of, I don't know, like I mean, at the same time, Boys and Pottinger are like sus, so it's like it's sus on sus intrigue happening like in such a crazy level. But I do wonder, like, the guy he didn't just say he showed like, you know, pre-existing photos of Prince Andrew and Virginia Giuffre or whatever. He said he showed them like photos of Epstein and Prince Andrew like having sex with women, like, you know, like something that we have not seen yet. Like, and if they do exist, it's been like redacted by the feds before releasing. But like so far we don't have any like specific intel about such things existing. So like, what was that? Was that a deep fake? Was it photoshopped? Like what? Yeah, did he get actors that look like them? Like I don't. It just feels that's an extra level of deception, and you know, kind of flashing them some like convincing evidence that really gets them on the hook, and then just like dipping, you know, and like vanishing. And I guess they said, the other article said that there were these grainy videos that were so low res that you really couldn't like positively ID anybody for sure. But like, what were those? If these are like sex videos that were filmed on a secret camera, like, what did he stage? It's like, did somebody stage like fake like surveillance camera like sex orgy stuff, but then like put it in like such a grainy, you know, low res format that it would pass as being like, oh, that's a famous person, you know, or something like that. Like that, even that is like a lot of effort to go to. Or I mean, what are we talking about? Like taking something maybe off the internet and then like down resing it, like, you know what I mean? Like it's kind of complex, like this fraud. It's more than him just walking in and saying, like, I did this for Epstein. Like,
it seems like he would have to, yeah, like, because, I mean, again, like, it is interesting that, like, the Star, like, the other, like, journal that he approached, like, they were just like, oh, this guy is, like, lying, like, he's just, like, full of shit, and, like, he's got nothing, so, and the New York Times is, like, it is, like, the New York Times involvement is sus, because, like, you know, the New York Times, like, their coverage of Epstein has not been good, like, in general, like, at first, it was, like, just, they would publish like praise of Jeffrey Epstein, and then like they kind of were like just very slow and very kind of like I would say oriented in terms of their like early coverage of like the evolving scandal, like around like the MIT Media Lab and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So like it is odd that like they like with this they were like, oh wow, like these are like, and then they kind of like, I guess, somehow like didn't perceive that it was a scam from the beginning and went to these great lengths and got these like air-gapped laptops and everything, and then like realized like it got to that point before they realized this is bullshit, and then like because they did all that work they had to turn it around into the story about like the lawyers, which again, as we've said, fair enough, like that does seem like is sus, and like it does kind of like you know, speak to Pottinger's like ultimate like alignment with Epstein in some way, because he, you know, like would have like basically buried like this information, like, and ultimately would have served like to obscure like the truth, and in a way like prevent like the like, you know, I guess there would be some form of justice in his mind maybe, but mostly just like enriching himself, putting money into some kind of foundation, and allowing these like men to continue like their careers and their lives, which maybe isn't justice in
Yeah.
the minds of most people.
Definitely
So,
not. Well, they said they were willing to sacrifice some smaller men, like to protect ones that were still in power, that like, we got to throw a few overboard. Chomsky, he's cooked. Like, just to toss him over,
But yeah, like, so
I think
if
it's weird. Like, what did he show the lawyers that they're kind of blowing over this thing of like, what evidence did he purportedly have that?
Yeah, what about him seems so genuine and like seemed like a real CIA agent? I mean, again, Boyes is someone who like was on the board of Theranos, right? Or like he was associated with Theranos.
He might have been. Yeah, Boyes is a very like powerful, connected guy. Like I said, he defended Weinstein. But I'm actually seeing here, this is odd. This is from December 19 as well. Dershowitz seeks to bring unknown sketchy dude into defamation case. I'm pretty sure this is Dershowitz was calling for at a hearing yesterday. His attorney, Howard Cooper, told the judge that they intend to use discovery to explore the relationship between Boyes, Stanley Pottinger, and this unknown disappeared computer guy, Patrick Kessler, and Judge Preska, I guess, said, "We are not doing all this stuff. This is not going to be a book for my dear friends, the reporters, to write on this whole matter. We need to narrow it down and get to the issues quickly." He wanted like Patrick Kessler, I guess, to come or maybe he wanted like discovery on this guy to prove that all these lawyers were doing like a big complicated scam to like smear Dershowitz, for being connected to Epstein and try to shake him down and all that kind of stuff. I do remember reading a comment that like, cause didn't Virginia Giuffre did settle with Dershowitz, right? That there was something like that.
I'm not sure if there actually was a settlement. I'll check.
I think there was, and
she settled with Prince Andrew.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did reach a settlement. Yeah. But there was no money changing hands, I guess.
Yeah, I forget if she agreed
and
to
she said she may. Yeah, she said she may have made a mistake in accusing Dershowitz. Apparently,
what I heard about that, because obviously, like Ghislaine and other people are quick to use that to be like, she's a liar, oh, she's
right.
But
she was young at the time. Yeah, that's and
she was into drugs, and Jeffrey didn't like people who were into drugs.
Right, yeah.
And shit like that. She definitely sounded like she got a hold of that memoir or knows beat by beat Virginia Roberts' whole life up to that point.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I did see somebody say that it was actually Boyes that kind of encouraged Virginia Giuffre to specifically implicate Dershowitz, because he said we all know Dershowitz is guilty of something. Come on.
Yeah.
He'll settle. Just go and say it. But then, maybe underestimated just how fucking hard, Dershowitz would, fight, use everything to, fight and be like, I wasn't there on that one exact specific day that she was, pressured to say that I was at, and therefore that means I didn't do anything wrong. And, I don't
Or she may have actually, when
it
she
might have been
says,
a different time
maybe
or something.
I was wrong. Or maybe she doesn't really mean that, and is just saying that because you can't, that's a condition of the settlement, kind of like with Casey Tron, or whatever.
Yeah,
exactly.
She
She has
Zionists
to say
this.
Maybe I was mistaken, when actually it's just I don't want I don't have the proof, or I can't fight this out with Alan Dershowitz. Maybe that's all it is. And she could also have been pressured. But for the record, David Boyes was on the board of Theranos, and he's also served as a lawyer for Theranos.
Oh my God! Wow, superstar.
He basically, he was on the board of directors, raising conflicts of interest. And Boyes, along with lawyers Heather King and Michael Brill and his firm, are described as protecting his startup using surveillance of witnesses and journalists, weaponized use of non-disclosure agreements and affidavits. Yeah, and of course, also he was Harvey Weinstein's lawyer too.
Right. So he's kind of playing both sides of the Me Too scandal.
It's pretty interesting. Yeah, it's pretty sus.
But this is a statement that I guess addressing the Times narrative about the Kessler secrets and things like that. His law firm BSF released this.
You do have reactions on. I just saw a bunch of balloons.
I know.
On.
I had to turn that off.
Why? What prompted that? I wonder.
I don't know. I never turned it on. But anyways, like the Boys' law firm released this statement. They said, by way of example, the New York Times knew all of the following. David Boies only attended 2 meetings with the New York Times source on September 9th and September 14th, the latter of which was also attended by New York Times reporters. Nothing was said at either meeting that supports the New York Times narrative. No one from BSF had any other communications of any kind at any time with the New York Times source, and no one from BSF participated in or was contemporaneously aware of the text messages exchanged between other parties that the New York Times references. The New York Times also selectively elided or omitted from its reporting key facts, documents, and interviews inconsistent with its chosen narrative. This is interesting, the fact that the FBI and U.S. Attorney's Office were informed of these contacts belies the New York Times assertions of wrongdoing. And then the article says, informing the authorities would make for a really difficult blackmail operation, which, after all, is Dershowitz's claim. And obviously, the lawyers brought in the FBI and prosecutors because if this Kessler person was telling the truth, he had access to images of child exploitation, which the government would absolutely need to know about. But the craziest part of the Times article is when it explains that Kessler then went to Dershowitz and told him in a recorded conversation that the reporters suggest may have been rehearsed, that none of Kessler's supposed evidence showed Dershowitz. It's not particularly clear why someone trying to publicly expose people would ever go to another guy accused of this stuff. Even if he had no evidence showing Dershowitz involved, this Kessler guy would have no reason to think that was dispositive. He couldn't have believed he had the entire universe of every Epstein encounter ever, so under the most generous theory, Kessler's basically telling Dershowitz, I can't prove you definitely did anything, so I'm assuming that my not having a photo of it is more believable than a woman's testimony. That's not particularly compelling. What is the point of dragging Kessler into this case? Does Kessler's statement supposedly exonerate Dershowitz? Because that would involve believing Kessler was the genuine article. Or did Boies, taking a meeting with Kessler, support the claim that people are trying to blackmail Dershowitz with false claims? Because that would involve believing Kessler was a con man. If Kessler was a fraud, then the lawyers got duped, but that also means everyone's back at square one. If Pottinger crossed the line in the stuff he told Kessler, which we can only really back up with Kessler's story to reporters, it may be unethical, but also not end up having much bearing on the truth of the claims at hand. The only thing more astounding than the fact that a random mystery man has managed to troll a high-profile litigation is the altogether depressing idea that we may still be talking about him for months on end. Except we weren't, apparently, because then COVID happened and we all got distracted and we forgot about this. But, like, they've never found this guy. What the fuck? Like, now I'm kind of like, I don't know. Like, was this guy connected to Epstein? But, like, he was trying to torpedo the case, or something like that. Like this is kind of an attempt to... I mean, I don't know. It's very weird and then this guy fucking vanishes. And the fact that they forwarded this information to the FBI and like U.S. Attorney's Office. And then here's the thing. The fact that he vanished is what led the New York Times and everybody else to declare that he was a fraudster. More so than,
know
what I mean?
Well, probably also the fact that, he, kept promising things and, didn't produce anything, apparently.
You're right. That's true, too. So maybe...
So, even if he had kept meeting with them, eventually he would have to pony up, but instead he said that, there was some kind of fire and, he was running away to Kyiv. That is, but that doesn't, mean that he wasn't actually in some way it does, again, it's hard to assess because I don't really know what about him quote unquote seemed genuine to Boies, but then again Boies board of Theranos, so does he know what seems genuine and what it doesn't?
Right.
I mean, there's kind of two angles to it. On one hand, kind of what you were saying before, where it's these guys are sort of they share the sort of interests of like the Epstein network.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're not actually going to do too much damage to it, and they're actually going to work to protect it in certain ways. So it makes sense that like they would, do this. But then why would there be a need to like torpedo what they were doing?
If they're already in on it,
someone else into exactly. So maybe like, I mean, unless it was like a two-pronged thing where like it was seen as like, I mean, maybe it was like, just kind of organic that these guys were representing the victims. But why would Pottinger, Epstein's friend, unless it was out of a sense of like, he was aggrieved because he like felt, that his reputation had been damaged. And so now he had to like redeem himself by representing the victims. Like, why would he
I don't think so, because it was very not well known that he had any kind of relationship with Epstein at all. Like at the time all this was happening, like he could have easily stayed out of it and nobody would have been like, what about, like nobody really knew about like their business relationship in the early 80s. And it certainly wasn't dogging him the way that like Larry Summers was getting dogged or other people like that. Like,
well, maybe he was
out
concerned that it would come to light, or like that, maybe,
it could be. That could be an incentive for him to get involved. Is like, I want to make sure this doesn't expose, or maybe he was called out of retirement by certain people, certain networks, to be like, bro, you can't let this like spill. You can't let the Iran-Contra part of this whole thing like spill out. Like, you need to craft a narrow settlement. We're gonna have to sacrifice a few people, but like the real powerful guys are going to be exempted, redacted, kept out of it. They're going to be fine. This is back when we had no idea that like Bill Gates was fucking hanging out with them all the time. Like it has, some of it has come out and has damaged the reputations of some of our elites, like in a serious way. But in 2019, we still didn't quite, we knew about Dershowitz, and maybe Dershowitz was like aware that he might be left holding the bag and become like one of the expendable scapegoats, and he's like I'm not gonna fucking let that happen. Like, fuck you, I'm gonna go to war rather than let you guys fucking like set me up as like the patsy for this fucking network. Like I could see Dershowitz. He's the type of guy, he's that type of fucking sus scrappy lawyer guy that wouldn't go down without some kind of like fight, and was like, I'm definitely not, whatever. But also it seems, if we're to believe, that maybe boys like kind of targeted Dershowitz in a sus way that like wouldn't hold up in court, and encourage Virginia Roberts to like, risk her reputation, by like saying this like one specific thing about maybe when she encountered Dershowitz. It's just like, there's so many games going on here. It's really kind of wild. But
yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah. So I mean, I think we're kind of reaching the end for today. We spun off on some rabbit holes, but I think they were good ones. We got to come back around to the Lieutenant Colonel FBI agent Richard Taft's like thing.
I'll definitely
that might be a new book to tackle. What the fuck? That's like some real like veterans
today over that book
type
a little
shit.
bit. It's like kind of hard to
It's one of those old school like conspiracy theory like website kind of narratives.
Yes, it's very much like it's.
Like,
I mean,
Chip
it's a little
Tatum,
bit like it's a little bit like suspicious that like it just kind of just kind of like a retread of like the whole kind of Iran-Contra BCCI narrative, but it's like kind of centered around this one guy. It is interesting that like the sort of like New York like organized crime angle is interesting. And it seems
Giuliani,
like actually that
Comey, a lot of important people were like, it Trump.
It seems like actually that guy who was like, writing that letter on his behalf, Lombardino, like he eventually like kind of, he resigned from being a U.S. attorney. I'm not sure why. He became worked for the DA's office, like kind of around like the issue of organized crime. But then there was some kind of financial scandal like in that office with I think Mackey, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, like that would be Yeah, like that's kind of an interesting angle to it, and like the sort of claim that Stitch makes that like there was like the Freeport Soccer Club itself was like a CIA front or something that was like investigating people with mafia ties. Like, I mean,
Like,
again, I don't
big
like
if
necessarily find
true.
that like credible, but I mean, it is possible that like someone. I mean, it is interesting like that in some ways, like whether like to whatever extent these people are involved in intelligence. Right. It's funny that like Ghislaine is so dismissive in the proffer interview of like the kind of intelligence connections because like she shows such an interest in that in like the other materials, like in the email. She's always like, oh, this guy like said he was CIA
guy,
and he
worked with
for
Dad.
my dad. Yeah, like
Yeah.
exactly. That's a great example. So yeah, like like these people do kind of have an interest in that, like, and maybe there is like for some people, like maybe the case of like Richard Taus, like there's a little bit of personal mythologization where like maybe he wasn't like the ultimate hero who was going to bring down Iran-Contra, and maybe he was
Probably
actually a child molester, but it doesn't mean that he didn't have any connection to that world,
Right.
or that he didn't maybe know something. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, and you think there was a lot of dirty business happening in that late Reagan and then Bush administrations, when if you go back to like the Franklin scandal, the Conspiracy of Silence documentary, there was such like an almost like aggressively blatant, like almost like Kash Patel tier, like sloppy FBI cover up of the entire like Lawrence King, like Boys Town, and simultaneously the Craig Spence, blackmail, house in Georgetown or whatever that he was also running, like, kind of in collaboration with Lawrence King. And then how that all got just like buried and fucking suppressed, and they're always kind of like weird, like money laundering, because Larry King owned the Franklin Credit Union, and like, I remember like Paul Benassi was like, I saw Michael Aquino like give Larry King a suitcase full of bearer bonds for the Contras or something like that. I can't take that to the bank necessarily as like an anecdote, but it's also when Aquino is being accused of molesting a lieutenant colonel himself. But interesting, I mean, it might just be the way it is, but this guy goes down in like 1988, like former lieutenant colonel, FBI agent, goes down for molesting children in a soccer club. Same time, Presidio scandal, Michael Aquino is investigated for similar crimes. And it kind of messes up his Army career, and the CID won't completely exonerate him, but they drop criminal charges, and he's allowed to like kind of go on his way. And write Extreme Prejudice, and all that shit. So there are so many precedents of these networks that were operating in the years when Epstein was coming up, and then the kind of the exit of certain big older figures from the scene, like Robert Maxwell, like William J. Casey, the CIA director. The guy who was running, was it Crosby? He was running Resorts International, died in like 86. And Roy Cohn dies of AIDS, in the mid 80s. And you kind of see this new younger boomer generation kind of get called up. Like, that's when Trump buys Resorts International. That's when a Jeffrey Epstein bursts on the fucking scene out of nowhere. That's when Pottinger reinvents himself as a like financial advisor and fiction writer, whatever. Like all these people that then and then the internet people simultaneously are rising up in, like going into the early 90s. And I feel like some of these people inherited networks that were at least, set up in like the Cold War and involved organized crime and intelligence and money laundering and like the shadow economy. And now here we are. But we'll have to pick it back up another day. I guess we'll see.
We'll see how this emerges, or if they have 15 days apparently when they have to like kind of release the rest of this, right?
Oh, is there a window now where
there's like a 15-day like I forget exactly what they have to do by like 15 days after that.
Wait, is the deadline like January 6th? That'd be funny.
Oh man, that's funny.
Or maybe January 5th would be.
I guess it would be the 4th because there's 31 days, right?
Wait a minute. I just have to highlight this chat here. I didn't see it earlier. Somebody claims that Tom Pritzker married Margot Marshall in 2005, and their wedding took place in Bhutan. I believe that both of them are involved in like running. Margot might be the head of the Aspen Institute now, and as far as we've checked, Tom Pritzker is still the head of the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Georgetown, the very powerful Kissingerian think tank. But you know, like what the people go to Bhutan. You know, we're not saying anything about the Pritzkers. But you know. We will be seeing, you know, in those 15 days, we're gonna be off a little bit for the holidays, but we'll be back before the new year.
Yes, we're taking, but yeah, hopefully there's enough content here and on the Patreon to be perused in the meantime.
Yes, there will be a new Demon Forces before Christmas. I know a lot of you have been patiently waiting, and I might unlock another one for the $5 tier.
Maulid Isa. But yeah, it's, I guess the 15-day thing is they have to submit like a summary of the redactions within 15 days.
What does that mean?
That's what they have to do. Like, I don't know. Probably it's just going to be like, well, this is what we redact. Like, this is the kind of thing we redacted. Like, you know, anything that was bad. I don't know exactly what a summary of the redactions would mean, but probably like I wouldn't get your hopes up for it being like revealing or substantive.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, it is ridiculous how like there's basically no recourse for anybody to force them to like release anything good.
Right.
Like,
where are the emails? Where are the text messages? Like, there's
like,
no way
what
that
are on all those like thumb drives that you took like pictures of.
I like that they did release the files, and they're photos of hard drives. And like not what's on the hard drive. It's just like, well, we have this hard drive. Like, okay, like cool, thank you. I'm so grateful. I feel enlightened now.
There's so much like like when the whole like long part of the proffer interview when Elaine is like denying that they had any cameras. It's like, dude, like we know that there are like cameras like hidden in clocks and like it's like the people found those like. And, like, why does Todd Blanche just sit there and, like, let her lie? I don't know, but I guess whatever.
Yeah, the
like,
hammer
you
never
have all
drops.
the leverage. She
sure does, and I wonder...
I guess maybe not. Maybe they don't have all the leverage. Maybe she does have a little bit.
She might have a little bit still. I do wonder
she's not acting like she does.
I wonder if her confidence in being like, oh, that never happened, that never happened, that never happened, had something to do with, like, when she was interviewed this summer, it was only like 2 or 3 months after Virginia Roberts Giuffre like allegedly took her own life and, you know, died. And like that used to be the big sticking point of like every time Ghislaine would be like, oh, I didn't know, you know, whatever, be like, bitch, no, yes, you did. You were there. Like, you know, she was one that like really like would not let Ghislaine out of it and was like, I remember you especially. Like her book is full of anecdotes of Ghislaine like grooming her, managing her, whatever. And now that she's not around to like refute, you know, what, I mean, her book is out there, but in her past statements, but she's not around to like actively refute. So now Ghislaine can work on crafting a new excuse for why she wasn't really involved and, you know.
Yeah. No, and I think like possibly to an extent, like that whole interview was like kind of stage managed for this like exact purpose. Like not to say that like they came up with a script together, but like she had her script.
Yeah.
Like they had their script. They kind of knew like, you know, what this was all about, which was basically like, kind of muddying the waters, exonerating Trump, etc. You know, like making like they like this whole thing was kind of just like so they could release this interview where she basically says like, I can't recall ever literally doing anything or seeing anything untoward happening while I was like the closest associate of one of the most evil men ever born. Anyway, but we should stop.
Yeah, but we'll circle
return.
back depending on what, you know, if
we'll see
more
how this
comes
all
out,
evolves. Yeah,
or there's new something. Yeah, I support, anybody getting mad and kicking up a stink about how these files like suck. Like, it's like this dump ain't enough. It ain't enough, and it's not everything. The law says everything, and I think that there's going to be like any meaningful action to do that at this point. Like, the Justice Department isn't going to prosecute itself, so probably not. But nonetheless, I think we dug up a couple interesting leads to like, further follow up today. That'll be pretty good, or hopefully reveal a little more about this tangled web. But we'll leave it there for now. But until next time, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace. I don't know why I did the sign, but